new season means new opportunities for drivers to prove their worth. And when we go down into the lower formulas and the lower speeds out there in terms of endurance style racing, this is where you need more emphasis on your craft, more emphasis on your skill. And that's where the IVRA Clubsport series comes into play today. It's the 4 hours at the Bend to get ourselves sorted. Welcome to Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend, or otherwise known as Tailem Bend, here down under in Australia for your season opener. My name's Jake Sperry. Ron Mones is along with me for today's coverage as qualifying has just got itself started out there at the moment. These drivers tackling an absolute behemoth here today. This circuit almost 7.75 kilometers in length, and you've got a calendar all consisted of 4-hour races from now over until May.
Yeah, and look at the tracks that we'll be running at between now and the end of the season at the beginning of May. Of course, the Bend here, as you just said, Jacob, behemoth of a racetrack. Misano next time out at the beginning of December. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, that's always a challenging track. Homestead Miami for the 4 hours of Miami at the end of February. And then Long Beach and Laguna Seca to bring this season to a conclusion. Lots of very challenging races ahead for these club sport drivers, but really looking forward to getting this season up and rolling here at the Bend.
Certainly our first ever time that the IVRA Club Sport Series has found itself here. Now, sport qualifying will start itself off and has currently got itself underway. They will then move with a 3-minute break to Cup qualifying, and then at the LMP3 category will get itself sorted to find out who will take overall pole here in South Australia. Green flag will come at 3:15 UTC, and so with that, you will get the racing that goes on through. Now, this is where it's going to be very much a case of where you can find your classes. So LMP3, Club, Cup, and Sport, very simple. So you've got the GT4 category cars, you've got the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, and the Ligier Joe Schlescher P320. But Sportsman is interesting because those in the Sportsman class are a subclass to the Sports class, so you get maximum of 50% driving time for Pro and Onyx drivers, which is based on their iRating.
Yeah, and so when we get into that sort of situation in terms of talking about drive time, it throws a wrench in the works when it comes to the strategy here in this race. You may think, oh, 4 hours of racing action, you just need to drive around a track for an extended period of time. But in the world of endurance racing, there is so much more that goes into it. These racers and their teams are going to have a real handful here today, both out there on the racetrack trying to get a grips with this newer circuit on the iRacing platform, and also just trying to maximize your run throughout this race with the strategy and the pit stops.
Yeah, 4 hours is a very known quantity, and looking around at the track today, 32 degrees, I would say, is quite an ideal condition as we head towards the Australian summertime out there overall. A little bit blowy at 23 kilometers an hour, not much elevation change around this place. So this is one of those tracks which is a little bit flatter, and so you're going to see the tyres wear very heavily as we focus with the 438 of Florian Denzler. Then at the moment, piloting around for the RJD team and hoping that these lap times are going to work. And look how long that middle sector is, already ticking over 80 seconds.
Yeah, this is a massive, massive racetrack. I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, it is the second longest on iRacing, second only to the Nürburgring and many of the interesting configurations surrounding the Nordschleife. This track is a behemoth, though, 35 turns in all, and all of these racers are going to have to tackle them. 4 hours in length is a long race and a long racetrack. To get this season up and rolling, this is probably the biggest test for these competitors, as much as the likes of Misano, Mid-Ohio, Miami, Long Beach, and Laguna Seca in the rounds coming up between now and the end of the championship are no mean feats either. This racetrack is, I would say, probably the ultimate destination to get the season up and rolling, because there is no better way to get into a groove of a season than just being thrown straight into the deep end of the pool.
No, and if you are thrown right in the deep end, there is not much you can do except sink or swim around scenarios that you have got out there. And it is going to be a case of, in terms of racing category this season, a little bit newer. So we've lost the TCR class, which has been effectively over the course of the years as we focus there, the first time starting to come in on the board, and it is the 419 of Victor Eilerman for Pro Sport Sim Racing, who puts it on top with a 310.7. It is a case of you lose now the TCR class, which was won all bar 1 year by Team Huizingveld as the lowest class in Clubsport before WSR Esports Butt Kicker won it last year. So now Sport has itself down at the bottom of the pecking order now, instead of being the second slowest class. And I think that opens things up and makes things more interesting as they go, as we focus with Dominic Engel here right now for the 424 team. At the moment, this is Core Sim Racing GT Black.
Yeah, and let's see as they head their way down off into the final 2 turns right now. Here is turn number 34. That's pretty odd to say just from our perspective as a commentator. And now off into the final turn. This is turn 35. Tricky end to the lap. Feels vaguely similar in an odd sense to the final 2 turns on the circuit that never was. Hanoi Street Circuit in Vietnam. Feels like you have a very tight second to last corner and somewhat open final turn. Maybe a little bit tricky for these racers throughout, as we see the lap time still get put on the board. Here's Sven Groot behind the wheel of the Impulse Racing 457 Mustang. Keep an eye on these Mustangs all throughout this race. The newest GT4 car added into this season of iRacing. It'll be very interesting and fascinating throughout the rest of the season to see what these new Mustangs can achieve.
Well, for Sven Groot here at this point for Impulse Racing, a good lap on the board. Did a 309.5 in practice, which would be good enough to go to pole by about 1.2 seconds, but needs the tyres to get into an operating window, really having to work up over the crest and trying to figure out how to get this middle sector to work. And now moving through now, these wonderful rights and lefts. This is 18, 19 and 20 coming up, and it reminds me of the Singapore Sling as you go through here. If you catch traffic through there, you're in trouble.
Oh, that is going to be a massive role in this race. Even though this track hasn't been around in the service for too long, many of the people who have gotten the opportunity to drive around here and race around here have noted how tricky it is to deal with the lap traffic. And it being an endurance race 4 hours long, no matter who you are, you gotta deal with traffic at some point in time. Whether you're getting lapped or you're trying to lap somebody else, doesn't matter what the case may be, it is going to be a huge factor in deciding who's going to come out of this race smelling like a bed of roses and who may have to worry about some redemption come time for the next round of the season.
And we have to talk about this. If they're doing 3-minute 10 lap times and they've got to do an outlap over the course of this, as Jordan Bachmeier then, the number 400, out there trying to make this work, we think that 15 minutes of qualifying is normally long enough to get exactly what you want. Here, it's 4 laps.
Yeah, it's pretty much make or break showtime, so to speak. These competitors have to hit the ground running, set in those good times, and make sure that they don't invalidate their lap time at any point in time. This is an old school track in the sense that it doesn't have massive asphalt runoff areas. You've just got grass on either side of you as you head your way off through an occasional gravel trap, as you see heading off through the final corners. These competitors really have to worry about setting in those times when they can and setting them clean, as Orion Race Team in the 444 car jumps their way up into second right alongside their team car in the 445.
Yep, so you are really getting the sense that you now have to start finding times with both Orion cars, second and third. They've lost a lot of experience at Orion with the loss of João Vaz and Ilka Harpala, but they are standing up with Leonardo Dragotta and, at the moment, Akira Iwata as the 2 drivers for their team at this point in time. So Jordan Bachmeier here for Delta Sports Sim Shop trying to jump up. Core Sim Racing GT Orange currently 4th, and then Team Checkmate Spark Services, the Polish-based team, there with the likes of Olivier Jan, that would be Olivier Jan Yashak, who is there behind the wheel, out there in 5th place. They're doing a really good job at this qualifying. Altura 6th, Scherer 7th, and Bachmeier really trying to work here. Up over this small crest, descending back down the hill and trying to make this work. Watch for the marker boards, 100 meter or even 75. Trying to get that one slowed down into line and making it work. And there is Finley Jones out there piloting that Porsche Cayman Clubman for Thomas Enger Sim Racing.
As we see these racers heading off through this racetrack, so much elevation change, a surprising amount of elevation change. You think, oh yeah, this is just a completely flat racetrack built in a field, but it does have a decent amount of undulation to it. Australia racetracks, a little bit surprising to say that many of them have quite an epic amount of elevation change. We think, of course, of the likes of Bathurst and Phillip Island springs to mind myself, but this track does have a decent amount of elevation change that will keep the racers on their toes all throughout today's racing action. As you can see, that Singapore sling-esque section through turns number 18, 19, and 20, it's in the midst of an S section already, as once you come out of turn number 15, you got the S's from 16 all the way through to turn number 22. Then you finally get this small little reprieve with a flat-out blast down to the hairpin at turn number 23. But that sling section is, I wouldn't necessarily say uncharacteristic. It does kind of slap you back to reality in a sense. You think, okay, just some nice little S's, no big deal. It's like, imagine if they put a chicane in the midst of the S's at Suzuka. It would feel a little bit unnatural, and it'd really keep racers on their toes.
Yes, it's very much a case of wake up and see what you can find. Your various champions in sport over the last few years. Over in 2020, 2021, it was the Hugh Jazz team who found themselves with control fiercely forward in 21-22. Then Hydro Geodesic in 22-23 and 23-24. And then Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC picking up the job done last season. But for the moment, it is still Pro Sport Sim Racing who have that control by almost a tenth of a second. Leonardo Dragotta trying to work this one through the final corner and making turn 35 tick. Heading to the line. Is this going to be enough? No, it's a 3:12.2, so that would have been a cool lap to try and get ready for the next push. And this might be, at this stage of qualifying, the final push that they have. Mikko Nurmi now trying to get something done in the orange Core Sim Racing colours. I would say the traditional colours that they had. Cora team back in the day that had some of the best sim racers in the world. They had Isaac Price, they had Freddie Rasmussen, they had Sebastian Job. They used to be a unit 5 or 6 years ago. Now they've transitioned into this team that loves to try and make challenges out there in these endurance style events. And Core Sim Racing trying to work with Mikko Nurmi here as into the second sector they go through turn 9 into turn 10. And now this big crest up the hill that leads to 11 through 15.
And heading off through this section of the racetrack, I look at the inside curbs there and notice that these racers, even in these sports cars, not even going to touch them with the 10-foot pole. I think that's a good call to make. You got to keep the momentum rolling as you head your way off now through into the S's section. Keep an eye on Nurmi as he heads his way through 16, 17, 18. About to head his way off the Singapore sling section right about now. Look at him whacking the curb right there. Right as I said that he was going to take it a little bit easy. Full commitment, full on the gas, currently qualified in fourth at the moment in this sports Porsche. Let's see what he can do as he licks the stamp and sends it off through turn number 12. Maybe a bit of an awkward corner at the end of that S section. The tires already screaming, but you gotta have full commitment. Make sure you can go through that section as quickly as you possibly can. Now, out of the hairpin at 23 through 24, got a small little flat out section. Then you have another tight and twisty section through the likes of 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29. Then you have another flat out section. This is a racetrack where it feels like a marathon in the sense that you're really pushing for a while, then you take it a little bit easy, then you really got to push once again.
Yeah, checker flag out then in sport category, and so now it's about the pushes to the line from the various drivers now that make it work. Final sector then for Mikko Nurmi coming into play. 36-0 on the first, the 22-1 there in the second, and now trying to work up the hill and try and get this push sorted. This is now moving over to 31 and 32. Out there on track, these transfer style corners where you're holding about 115 kilometers an hour, trying to get back up onto the power as quickly as possible and then run out of 33 and give yourself this big braking zone at 34. It's the last great place to pass on the circuit if it does come down to last lap battles. And then of course that final chicane, we'll see if there is going to be improvement here crossing the line, and it's going to be a long slog towards it. No chance for Mikko Nurmi down into the pitch. You've got WSR Esports with Eric Grove making progress. There is the car in fifth of Olivier Jan Yashak who is then 5th position for Team Checkmate Spark Services. So they're going to be hoping that their qualifying time is going to work, but it's looking like at the moment that the longer that they've gone here in this session, they haven't been able to unlock the tyres in the way that maybe they would have wanted to in other circuits out there. Maximilian Dam is the car in front of Olivier Jan Yashak at this point in time. Finley Jones just behind for Thomas Enger, and it's pit lane, looking at Sven Groot, pit lane, and Niels Kerr will also do the same. Will Ayrton Reutemann follow in suit? Yes, so it looks like nobody's going to be able to find a lap time by the looks of it. I go to Go Esports and hope they've got something. They will push for the line in the 4.32, and they do a 3:11.8, so they were just short there. Tobias Sanchez over the line, so that will just about cost, as the likes of Grow Sim Racing will still look to try and improve in terms of time and placement. They have a 3:11.8 and won't manage it. There's Timothy von der Broek, who is hoping for Prestanda Nomad, that this is going to be a chance for them to jump up. They are right down at the bottom on a 3:16.3, and that is an overshoot into turn 34, so that will cost them. And I believe only after that, Remy Fortin will be the last car coming, as Graham Sanders is 15th fastest, 31 in sport for this opening of the season. That should be that in terms of qualifying effort then, as the last few cars, Jordan Bachmeier will push down into the pits. A tough qualifying session with such a long lap here on, but Pro Sport Sim Racing getting the qualifying time early and critically getting category result.
Putting in the right time at the right time in this session, jumps up into that pole position. Not a big gap between that time from Element and Leo Dragata, slotted in P2. The driver of that 444 car, oh so close, less than a 10th between those two Porsches up at the front. And speaking of Porsches, look at the dominant run from the Porsches. 8 of the top 10 made entirely out of Porsches. You have to look at Niels Core to find the first non-Porsche, that being the BMW, and that Satellite Racing team slotted in 8th. And then you look at a group of Mustangs slotted outside the top 10, but those Porsches seem to be the cars to beat, at least here in qualifying.
Top 7 all Porsches. We look back down to likes of Satellite Racing with Ben Idris Abdillahi there in 21st. The likes of Enosis SRN are there with Ryan Huff, and Orbit Drop Bear Motorsport with Ayrton Reutemann in at 27th. Gail Gruber 28th. Then Shane McNeely for Orion, and Spencer Reitzmer for Echelon Sim Sport there, making up the top 30. Final car being the Nomad team there, Prestanda Nomad 456 with Timothy von der Broek then in 31st position. It now brings out the Cup category for position here to try and say what can they do over the course of this run. Cup, in terms of what it's been looking to be, has been a category since 2023-24, and in control of Cup, ATRS Esports taking it 23-24, Impulse Racing, the reigning champions then in the Cup category. And Cup has an interesting position when it comes to racing action. We see it a lot in the 24-hour esports series, what used to be the Neo Endurance series, here with us on RaceSpotTV. And it does create a unique style of racing. It is something that, when you put it in an endurance spec, I think it's very different to the sprint spec that you see, for example, in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup.
Yeah, these cars are fascinating, and they provide a unique style of racing. And here at this unique racetrack, going to crank that up just a lot. Here's Matt Carana behind the wheel of the Project 91 racing team car, a driver who I believe earlier on today was running in the FF1600 festival at Brands Hatch, as our producer, Mr. Ramiro Agustin Cisneros, was actually on the cameras for that. And that was an absolutely fantastic event earlier on today on the iRacing Esports Network, and of course here on RaceSpotTV, but showing off his versatility behind the wheel, going from a plucky little Formula Ford car into a Porsche Cup car. These cars are super duper quick as well in a straight line, so keep an eye on them, heading their way down that start-finish line to have a whole head of speed as they head their way down into the braking zone of 1.
Well, you start thinking about Matt Carana, for example, as a driver. He is someone who qualified the best overall over 12 races in the FIA F4s for the Skip Barber Sim Series, looking to race for a $500,000 seat. So Matt Caruana is lightning fast. He sometimes gets the nickname of MC, the main character out there. Kazuki Fujita then for Visceral Esports, number 44. Very weird to see a car running 44 out there in the Porsche Cup category, and the reason why is you're not supposed to. You've got to start your car with a 9 out there for the 992s that you've got there of Porsche, and because they haven't followed protocol, they have been slapped already with a 30-second time penalty that they will have to serve at their first pit stop, and will have to serve within an hour and a half. The other cars that will be caught out by doing so will be the number 28 today, who has jumped in and who's got the all shades of wrong. That 28 is in the GT4 category, or your sport category. That's Fiercely Forward Pink, who qualified 20th in division, and the other one is the 98 of PT Autosport X Sim Terrell. They got Benjamin Nelson behind the wheel. They will also have to serve a 30-second penalty.
So already on the back foot before the race even gets up and rolling, but let's follow Matt Caruana as he heads his way down into turn number 1. This heavy braking zone going to be a fantastic overtaking opportunity and a real trouble spot here in these Porsche Cup cars. Now off through 3. This section feels vaguely similar in an odd sense to the first few turns at the Bud International Circuit in India. Feels like it's slightly more cramped than that. Turn 3 really comes out of nowhere as you head your way out of 2. Now through this quick section down into the braking zone of 6. Another heavy braking zone could be a good spot to get a move done. Some runoff area there as well could provide these racers with a bit of comfort as we get farther along in this event. Off through the likes of 7 and 8 right now. About to head his way off into the middle sector. Already 50 seconds into the lap, and he hasn't even gone into the double digits for the turns. This track is just absolutely massive.
It is a huge lap, and so you're working over now at the top end of the circuit. You are at the furthest stage away from what is the part of the track where you've got the pit lane all situated and put together. So I would say right now you are trying to hold yourself steady. You're trying to say, can I put my lap time together? You've got Benjamin Nelson as well trying to work through, and now here's 18, 19 and 20. Really got to attack the curb. Out then through 21, and you've got this long right, you're going underneath the power pylons, and then into 22, this jutting left-hander, and then you've got the hairpin at 23, which will immediately follow, and this connects up the other side of the circuit. This, of course, the east side of the circuit. The west side of the circuit is on the other side of this track, but you know that Matt Caruana is looking to open up now the middle phase of this lap towards the final phase through 24 and then into 25 and 26. You are thinking about these corners, and with longer laps like these, with a lot of corners, this is a circuit that can very easily blend if you're not paying attention quick enough.
Yeah, this is one where you have to keep on your toes, stay with it mentally, just to know where you're going and what exactly comes up next. You just said it right there, Jake. This track can feel like many other turns kind of blend together, and a lot of them you have to kind of keep the momentum rolling. It's like a rhythm game where if you miss one step, you're going to get sent right back to the start. Around this racetrack, there are so many turns where if you miss up the entry into a turn about 5 corners prior, you will have a really messed up run through that section of the racetrack. So in this qualifying session, super vital to keep the rhythm going, keep the momentum rolling strong as we see Matt Caruana head his way down into turn number 34, about to head his way off through the final turn right about now. Down on the brakes, he's going to go bang, down a gear. He's going to hit that apex, try and maximize a run out of the corner, runs off into the grass. Not sure if that would count as a lap time as he comes across the line and sets a 3-minute 4.8, but I think that lap time may have been invalidated.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. Won't count that opening effort out there. There is Pavel Gebski, who is there for Team Checkmate Axis Project, hoping for good lap times. Carla Esports Cup with the first big attempt down. That's a 3-minute .679 from them, almost 2 seconds clear of Visceral Esports. CSM by Burosud plus Hybrid. Then Jaden Conright goes second, but is upstaged by LionGPFenster.com. Antonis Despadakis then taking that one. So Despadakis for Lion GP, they move up to second, and they are just a couple hundredths off the pace of Carla.
As we see this qualifying session roll along here in these Porsche Cup cars, I wonder how much the draft will play a factor in setting those good lap times. I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword, though, because as much as you have the advantage of getting some higher straight line speeds, this is a sort of racetrack where you have so many medium to high-speed corners that dirty air may come back to bite you in the butt heading off through many parts of this racetrack. So keep an eye to see the gaps that these competitors have between one another as we keep our eyes locked on that 997 car of Paul Gebski. Was going to note, as we were following some drivers on their first qualifying runs, drivers hustling, heading off through that 18, 19, and 20 section. That is a brutal run with the wax of the curves. I think we may get a good view of it as we follow that 997 car to head his way off into that racetrack here in the not too far off future as he tries to go down a couple of gears, keeping tow with the driver right in front, that BS competition car running right in tow. And there you can see the wax of the curbs. I feel like the curbs around this racetrack, these competitors will have a love-hate relationship with all throughout today.
Yeah, we're not a million miles away. This circuit actually finds itself on the A8 road in Australia, which connects itself over through Tailem Bend over the River Murray, which leads out to Lake Alexandrina in Australia. And of course, that A8 then connects with the M1 that goes all the way to Adelaide to make sure that this is a wonderful circuit, very close to a very big major city out there. Mark Bowser then for Team Nitro, looking to push that Porsche 992 as quickly as possible, working through the final stages of the lap through 31, now looking to 32, now looking to get the flick of 33, back on the power, no worries at all. Final couple corners will arrive, hit the brakes and try and take as tight of a run as possible down to under 80 kilometers an hour there to try and get the pace sorted. And you're looking at this car and saying, what can it do? How much pace has it got? Well, at the moment, it's about 10 seconds quicker than what you see GT4 capable of doing. And Team Nitro go fastest on a 3-minute .293. And that a great time from the 992 car there of the Porsche 992. But they are beaten by the reigning champs, Impulse, Pascal Costa, there with a time that is 6/10 clear of the field.
And breaking below the 3-minute bracket as well. Fantastic time from your reigning champions. We'll see if anybody can beat that as we get closer and closer to the end of the session. Lion GP get closer, now about a half a second within that 9:15's lap time, but still not enough to be able to jump into that pole. What a time from that 9:15 team. I was thinking, okay, can we see a team break below that 3-minute barrier? Well, we have. There's only been one team and one driver to do it thus far. As we get closer and closer to the end of the session, we'll see if anybody can break through that bracket in their own regard as we follow Kazuki Fujita in that Visceral Esports number 44 car. Of course, with that numbering infraction, they will be on the back foot come time for the start of this race, so that could give them a little bit more what's the word I'm looking for, a little bit more incentive to try and do well in this qualifying session. It's not going to completely usurp any sort of damage that gets done with that penalty, but can lighten the blow somewhat.
Well, they know that there's only 9 cars in this division, so they are the least represented out of all of them. So if they want to try and get up with high pace and high speed and say this is what they're capable of doing, Kazuki's really going to have to work. We'll be with PT Autosport Sim Surreal with the penalty that they will have to serve. So if they can get themselves up the order, they can give themselves a good opening hour or so before they need to make those pit stops count. But working down the hill, you're really getting a sense then how much you have to do it. Back up the climb again and into 23. And so you're now trying to pick this final section. This is a long, long lap, as we've said on many occasions so far. But when you hit the final section, you're trying to just string it all together. You know that one off-track penalty anywhere over the course of this lap brings about the end of prowess, and there are a lot of corners around this place which have that long profile that you just have to fight for the grip through the middle of the corner and then stamp it down on the exit. It's a profile that is going to be known for just shredding tires.
Yeah, I remember many, many moons ago, back when I was still in high school, I had a driver's ed class, and they would always teach us about highway hypnosis, how eventually you'd get into a groove and swing of things, and you would just make safe, conscious driving decisions and not even realize that you were doing it. Around a racetrack like this so long, you get into that groove, and you get to the certain point where you can just hit those apexes and run around this racetrack and not even think about doing it. With these top running competitors in these types of events, they get into that groove rather quickly. They have that raw ability whereby they don't even have to think about what they're doing. They could just go out there and do it. Garana jumps into a pretty good lap time there, second at the moment in that 911 machine, as we see Fujita heading his way off through the final corner, comes across the line now. Will it be an improvement from that team? Jumps up to a 301.909, improves on the time, does not improve on the position.
Very tough. It's late for Kazuki in Japan, so you get a sense of that. Jaden Conwright moving CSM by Burosud plus Hybrid up then into position number 5. So 989 on 3:0.5, but again, it's proven to be tough. We note that Project 91 by Rao Racing, Matt Caruana up to second on 3:0.1, but Impulse Racing still have the control of the division at the moment, and we are on the squeaky time in terms of how much they've got left. So around here, you'll feel 1 minute warning. That's not enough to decide, oh, am I going to make it, am I not? You just have to stay out there for the course. This is not a qualifying session where you can come down in. It didn't quite work on the first couple laps. You can go and get the tires back out into window again. It's a very unique scenario that you have here around the bend.
Right on board with the racer. This time it's a 996 of in this Lion GP team, heading his way off in through the middle sector at the current moment. This is such a long racetrack that I talked about the thing of highway hypnosis a few moments ago. I think these racers will experience racetrack hypnosis all throughout, but let's see what they can do as we get closer and closer to the end of this session. Getting into crunch time for these racers here in qualifying. Let's see if anybody can break through into that sub 3-minute bracket. I still think there is a little bit of time out there on the racetrack, but if anything is to go by after what we saw in the first bits of qualifying here today, then maybe a little bit easier said than done. We'll see if anybody can improve as the session goes along. As you can see, I'm looking at the stamp and sending it off through 18 and 19, trying to let the traffic go by.
Yeah, so this will be a cool lap. That was those trying to navigate away on through, and just looking at that would be Jan Winter, who would have gone through for Carla Esports there. So it really shows that if you're going to pull it off to the side, you realize my lap's not going to work, you're going to be in a very sticky situation of unable to really gain the improvement out there. They will be looking at that qualifying time, realizing there isn't much left of it, and there is Pavel Gebski in the 997, 1.5 seconds off the pace. I wouldn't be too perturbed by being a second and a half off around a 3-minute lap time, because at a regular circuit, you're only off by 7/10.
Yeah, that's the thing, and I'm surprised we didn't really beat on the drum too much after the GT4 qualifying a little bit earlier on. The fact that your front row in the GT4 cars is only covered by less than a tenth of a second. To do that on a 3-minute lap is absolutely absurd. Really shows you the level of talent here in this series, as we see Gebski heading his way off into the final sector. That section has been one that I've kept my eyes on all throughout this qualifying. 31, 32, and 33 pretty much feels like a total carousel section, always turning, always running those tires down to the ground. As we're going to see a time from this 997 car. Will it be an improvement? It will not, as he comes down pit lane.
So the checker flag is out. Impulse have gone to a 59.3 and have absolutely blown the category apart. Carla do improve. They go to 5th with that effort there from Jan Winter. So that was only as much they can do, but it now just relies on Matt Caruana to find about 0.8 of a second on the lap. I would say he's an open wheel specialist rather than closed cockpit. He's not really a tin top guy by his prowess, but he's really working and having to fight the understeer as the LMP3s look to line themselves up down on pit exit for their qualifying effort. But Caruana, I think, is backed out of it. He has, and so that will be that as far as your Cup division is concerned. The 915 of Impulse Racing have gone and mastered this by almost 0.8 of a second in qualifying ahead of Project 91 Racing Team. Ron, that is a statement from the reigning champions.
To grab the pole is one thing, to do it by 7, nearly 0.8 of a second is another, but to be the only team in this qualifying session to break below that 3-minute barrier, that is a huge statement from your reigning champions. Keep an eye on Impulse Racing to hit the ground running here in the 2025-26 season here in IVRA. That is a darn good performance in this opening qualifying session of the season. 0.7 of a second is a huge gap. I mean, this is a huge track, so that does line the blow a little bit, but that is still a statement here in qualifying.
Yeah, the Project 91 Racing Team car with the Abruzzi sponsorship there on the side, working back onto the rejoin on what is the international layout that Supercars runs. It doesn't run the full GT spec. It has the run through the middle of the circuit around this place, and then looks to try and figure off the run on to the exit. So there is a lot to try and uncover here and say, look, this is where I am going to find maybe a tiny bit of improvement that gets the job done. But for Matt Caruana, he will be looking around and saying, can I go and make this mine as I figure out how I go about making a very important decision on this season, getting that Project 91 car to jump up the order and say, this is what I'm all about. There's the dive into the pits. That all but confirms that the lap time was abandoned. And so Impulse Racing with Pascal Consta 0.8 clear of Matt Caruana and LionGPFencer.com and Tonis Despotakis there in third. Mark Balzer for Team Nitro and Jan Winter for Carla Esports 4th and 5th, with CSM by Burasud plus Hybrid 6th. PT Autosport Sim to Real and also the 44 Kazuki Fujita Visceral Esports will have penalties. They're 7th and 9th. In between them, Team Checkmate Access Project, and that is Pavel Gebski then in 8th position overall. So about a 10-second difference between the top of those divisions, but now it is time for the dentist machinery to come on out, because those Ligiers are about to hit circuit, and LMP3 can be, in terms of its category of class here, one of the most interesting to see. It is one where you just take all the pace away from it and say, how do you want to build your skills to get ready for prototype style racing?
Yeah, these are fascinating cars to drive in as well. I remember buying this car when it first got brought out into the service many, many moons ago and really falling in love with it. It may not have the best vision, really. You've got some pretty severe blind spots with the sides of these cars. They've got a beautiful sounding engine, though, in these Ligiers, and produce a unique style of racing. These cars, I could best compare them to another car that we broadcast a lot of here on RaceSpotTV, that being the Radical SR10. And I usually see a lot of crossover, in fact, between SR10 competitors and drivers in these LMP3s. So keep an eye on these cars. Fascinating little machines, really good sounding as well. And here's a driver that I've seen do very well in the past in these machines. That was Mobin Khan that we were following for a few moments. A driver who I first got to see in PRL competition here. Another driver that I got to see back in the PRL days, Adam Brockway. In the Muratins car, I believe he was your last LMP3 champion in that series. Very quick competition in this LMP3 class, so as much as we had some super tight qualifying in the GT4s, relatively close qualifying in the Porsche Cup cars, now that we're in LMP3 with these spec race cars, I gotta imagine this will be the showdown to end all showdowns here in qualifying for the opening round of this championship.
They got some very big teams, of course. Dulatra Automotive are here. Corsim Racing are the reigning champions. They have the #1 on the side of the car. Hydro Geodesic were the inaugural LMP3 champions back in 23-24. But you've got two Solprec Precision cars. Satellite Racing, Maradness are in looking to make the challenge, and I'd actually argue 2 Dullatra Automotive teams here today. And then you've got Yuxi Esports and Delta V Racing looking to make their pushes. And a little bit underrated is the driver Guillaume Darunia. He comes from the F1 esports background and has moved into prototype style racing on iRacing. So a very different train of thought going in. But endurance here today, I do have to point this out, a lot of the French contingent love prototype style racing.
Yeah, prototype style racing feels like it is holding on to French roots. You think about prototype racing and you think about the development over the years that have gone on at Le Mans. Every single year for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, new teams bring out new equipment. Some of the greatest stories to ever come out of the 24 Hours of Le Mans come from the prototype ranks. I personally love prototype cars. As a kid, growing up watching racing, I would always just have my eyes focused on these prototype machines. I grew up in an era where we had the LMP1s, had the DPIs. I remember the old Corvette DPI cars that we had in IMSA here in stateside a matter of about 10 years ago, and I just fell in love with multi-class sports car racing through the prototype ranks, and I adore to drive them as well. I'm definitely more of a prototype racer than a GT driver myself. However, a lot of other racers adore these cars. They put on some awesome racing, so let's see what these competitors can do. We'll get a good idea as to how close this class is going to be, not just for this round, but throughout this season as we tackle the toughest qualifying session of the year.
Dullatra then working through the second sector now and through 11 and looking at 12, and now trying to open up 13 and 14, and you'll have the small flick right after this, right at 14 here. It's tiny left, that's turn 15, and then you're into the S's here of 16 and 17, 180 kilometers an hour down to 120. Now you hit the sling at 180 clicks and trying to work through the exit through turn 21 and over to 22 again, 190 through this section. And for the moment, Alexandre Dullatra, of course, the big team boss over at Dullatra Automotive, and really trying to work through and say, this is what they want to do. They want to be challenging in prototype style racing. We often find them being the creme de la creme of LMP2, moving down a category to LMP3. There is Igor Ogorodnikov, who is there for Yuxi Esports, the 41, trying to work through that section as well and really trying to open up this lap.
Yeah, Ogorodnikov heading his way off through the middle sector right now, about to head his way down to the heavy braking zone of turn number 23. This hairpin could be a sneaky overtaking opportunity in the race that lies ahead, but here in qualifying, these competitors just have to worry about mastering the braking zone. I talked about this section earlier, turns number 25 through to 29, a never-ending, relentless assault on these race cars, having to turn constantly from 25 through into the exits of this turn right here, 28. A brief little reprieve before you have to once again turn to get onto another flat out section. Looking at Milgen behind the wheel of this undercut car, the number 9 car, heading his way down into the turn right now. This is into turn number 31.
Well, for Milgen at this stage, it's about, can you open that lap? Very aggressive going through. Delta V Racing and Guillaume Darunia sets the pace on a 46.3. Solpeck then take control with Austin Young on a 45.3. Then with that effort, Satellite a second, and Nexus Esports go fourth then as they go. Corsim Racing, the reigning champs, they go third. Here's Milgen over towards the line, and they are fifth. A second off the pace in the number 9 car, a 46.4 out there on that go. There is Ogorodnikov for Yuxi Esports. They go fifth now. It is getting very tight in and around fourth to, I would say, 8th right now.
Yeah, the top 8 covered by just a tick over a second and a half, as we still have a decent amount of time left here in this qualifying session. These drivers will find their groove sooner rather than later and set some more compelling lap times as we look now at Dullatra behind the wheel of that number 88 car, about to head his way off to complete another lap here sooner rather than later. Looking at Delta V Racing heading off through one of the sectors right now. This is a long racetrack, not a lot of opportunities for these competitors to set some times, and in these LMP3 cars that can fight and fight hard, this is the time to master this machine and make sure you can set those lap times, make them quick, make them clean, keep it on the road, and smack those curves heading off through the sling.
Yeah, really trying to work through the lap, knowing how critical it is going to be to navigate through the middle sector. That's where all the time is going to be won and lost today, with Solpec looking like they want to make it their decision to go up to the top and be as good as they are. It's Guillaume Darunia who are with at the moment in the number 11, and really trying to navigate through this long final sector as it starts. You are really trying to pick up the corners as you go to 26 and 27. 28 is about 160 degrees back the other way, and into turn 29 you're just waiting. They've extended the road there, so drivers do get a little bit chippy on the outside. Very easy to sneak an off track through that section. The shut right of 30 leading to the 90-degree left here of turn 31. Very easy to run wide here as well. You can see there by how much damage there is to the grass on the outside through 33. And now looking to charge up. Will be looking to try and pick a tiny toe from Alexandre Delatraz, whose first lap was invalidated on effort, but this is where you're looking at the first lap didn't go right, the second one surely needs to, and we will start seeing lap times find in. 46.2 from Delatraz, good enough for fourth, but can Delta V jump up? They can, they're third.
Yeah, nice time there from the number 11 driver as he completes another lap and starts a new one. That's a jump up for the other Delatraz automotive car. That's the 88, jumping their way up into P5. Seeing some more drivers set some good times next as the Esports jumps up to 8th. Core Sim racing up into 2nd. Now about a quarter of a second between your front row pole sitters. Mike Polic behind the wheel of that Core Sim racing effort, jumping up onto the front row, but Solpec Precision Racing still holding onto that top spot for now.
Yeah, 12 that have set times and none have not, so just 12 in your top category, with Team Hoisting-Veld currently down at the bottom. They were masters of the TCR and took the first 3 TCR crowns with no TCR division anymore here in the IVRA Clubsport series. Jan Senkowski's had to go to a different category. Hoisting-Veld love this endurance championship, but they are currently 2 seconds off the back of Maradness.
Yeah, so they're going to have to find a little bit of time behind the wheel of that number 48 machine. They find themselves in a whole heap of traffic currently, so that may be a bit easier said than done. I mentioned the traffic dilemma, especially going to be a factor in the race, but even here in qualifying, finding the opportunity to be in the clean air, not have to worry about feeling some pressure from cars that you're running alongside with, can be important in this session. Just find the opportunity to run by yourself, and then you can get a very good lap time out of it indeed. You see them heading off through the sling section. Not sure if we should call that the sling or the trebuchet. Either way, it feels like you're getting fired out of something, fired out of a cannon as you whack the curbs off through that section. These LMP3s, the smallest race cars that we've seen thus far, really see how severe the curb whacks are off that section of the racetrack, along with the entirety of the circuit.
So when you're looking around and saying, what can you do? You are really hoping to say that these final 5.5 minutes on the clock are going to be enough for you. You've got the Solpec 60 of Oleg Lovkov, who is currently looking to try and jump up. It's getting very close in and around the various sections, but you're seeing here, these are the 2 at the bottom who would like to jump themselves up. Maradness, who have been there, part of Daniel Morad's stable, of course, with Adam Brockway working, and then Jan Senkowski trying to get the launch that is necessary. This is a very critical 3rd lap section that is about to come through, and some drivers electing here, Ron, to go for 2 push laps and then a cool lap for another push.
Yeah, I think that may be a good strategy with how long of a racetrack this is, and with so many turns, you gotta worry about keeping those tires underneath you. Make sure you can set the good times consistently instead of just running those tires down to the canvas. Mobin Khan jumps his way up into 2nd as we see the 48 car come across the line. P6 for Jan Senkowski, as that's a pole time from Polic.
Yeah, Mike there moving up then to the top. 2:45.1, that is brilliant. Adam Brockway then crossing the line, stays down at the bottom, but now you've got all 12 split by 1.4 seconds out there at the moment. It's now a case here in terms of this, of looking at the 62 of Solpek and saying, well, pressure's back on you, young Austin. You've got to start thinking about what more can I do to go and gain that time. They haven't been able to do a third lap because they were trying to cool the tyres off, so this is a critical lap.
Yeah, this is vital. It can make or break your session, how well you can cool off the tires and how well you can cook them back up, get them back into that operating window, and really begin to fly. Who can set the good times here? It's important to start off this day of racing action with a good qualifying session and start off this season with a good qualifying session as well. We've talked about the challenge in this round, but we got to talk about the momentum game with the breaks that we have in between the races here in the IVRA Clubsport Series. Got to be important for these competitors to have a good run in, especially the opening round of the championship. It's just good for the mental side of things to say, you know what, no matter what happens, at least I had a darn good first race, and it could really put some wind in your sails as we go throughout this season.
That looked a bit too deep there from Austin Young, coming through at 22, so that might have invalidated the lap time that they were on, and so they're going to have to rush to the line to get their final attempt in. It is that critical that they find themselves another chance to go and make it work. Mobin Khan for Satellite Racing LMP3, the Canadian, doing a wonderful job, currently in third overall. We'll have Adam Crane to go to over the course of this, and look at that, backing out and trying to find a little bit of a gap, a little bit of space to go and have another attempt. So that is rather critical out there. There is Satellite Racing and Mobin Khan hoping to try and get that form sorted. I know you've certainly had a good look at what they've done in the Americas scene. Now as they bring themselves to international, it's about how do you put yourself on a plane.
You can hear a little bit of that rev limiter heading down into the second to last turn for Mobin Khan. That number 64 car currently qualified in third. Make that fourth as Alexander Delatrez. Make that fifth as drivers all setting some good lap times. Two drivers jumping up into the top spots. But let's see what Mobin Khan could do coming across the line. About a quarter of a second off of the pole currently. Not a representative lap time there, but here we go. Mobin Khan now on this final push to the end of this session. I know that the driver behind the wheel, that number 64 car, is fast and comfortable in these LMP3s, so let's see what he can do in this second.
200ths the difference between Mike Palish and Guillaume Darunia. Then up at the top, Dulatrot Automotive by Majors Garage find themselves third and Solpek fourth. It's just a tenth and a half between the top four, a quarter of a second. Then splitting your top five, Ogorodnikov moves up to sixth fastest for Yuxi Esports, so they will have the chance to jump on up. This is where the final lap, Ron, is going to be so critical. They turn around and say, well, if the difference between first and fifth is 2/10, here, this is going to be where every corner matters. You're trying to maximize every exit around these long, aching corners.
We may have 35 corners around this racetrack, but a matter of inches and millimeters to an apex can make a huge difference, especially with how razor thin the margins are up at the front. 24 thousandths of a second between your current front row sitters is minuscule around a massive racetrack like this with these super long lap times, so it can all come down to this. Even if you hit an apex just a little bit, maybe whack a curb a little bit too much, it is such a small thing that can add up here. So let's see what these competitors do as the time ticks down. 20 seconds left in the first qualifying session of the season, and just as I expected, we have a shootout for the pole.
Mobin Khan is the first car on track who will cross the line, so Satellite Racing will have to wait for everybody else to cross depending on where they are out there on this GT circuit. A 7.77 kilometer track. Only Le Mans and the Nürburgring Nordschleife have more. Checkered flag out through 29 goes Mobin Khan, and now working through the final sector 30, the flick right that you've got to really keep yourself poised in with. Turn 31 immediately follows afterwards, and you're trying to open up these 90-degree left corners, 32, and this one takes an eternity, but you can attack off the exit of 33. Little kick up of grass there on the exit, might have caused a little bit of wheel spin to go through, but Satellite realizing that they need something into stellar if they want to go and take pole position quite comfortably away. They'll run themselves through the final corner. Mobin Khan to the line. What's it going to be? It's going to be a 44.8. It's good enough for second. They're short 5,000. Herbinho moves up then to fourth fastest for the second of the Dulatrar cars. Nexus Esports find themselves moving up. Delta V will see Course Team Racing go top. And Solpack over the top by half a second. Austin Young with a thunderbolt from the blue. Oh, what a time that is to go and get that sorted. The last drivers come through in Maradnas. Oh, what a stellar lap that is by Solpack.
A hammer blow time there from Austin Young. What a lap to get the pole in such a close qualifying session by nearly 0.6 of a second. That is impressive. Team Hussenfeld jumps up into P9 just a few moments ago. The driver, the number 48, going to be about a second and a half off of that pole time from Austin Young. What a lap right as the session was drawing to a conclusion. I was expecting it to be a full-on shootout, and that it was, but Austin Young was quick on the gun.
Austin Young had shown the early pace in qualifying. They held the control at the halfway stage, but then 2 cool laps needed after it wasn't quite going together. Okay, reset, reasituate, and my goodness, what a brilliant lap time was found over half a second, nearly 0.6 clear of the reigning champs. Mike Palush would have thought that he would have had it all done there in second for Core Sim Racing, not quite. Guillaume Darunia third for Delta V Racing is great pace for them, with Mobin Khan fourth for Satellite, and then the 2 Dulatrar Automotive cars. It's PC Design ahead of the lead car, which is Major's Garage, the number 8. Then Ismail Jean, therefore, undercut in 7th. Nexus Esports 8th, with Team Huisingveld and Maradnas making up your top 10. The final 2 being Yuxi Esports there in 11th with Egor Ogorodnikov, and then Oleg Lovkov there in 12th with the second of the Solpec Precision Racing cars, the number 60 there, that got 12th position overall. Magical, just magical there in qualifying, and it's a tough qualifying then you get yourself out there. This is going to be a back-heavy style field with GT4 very popular here today, and that's going to create its own unique challenges for those categories up at the front.
It's going to be a challenging race for everybody to get this season up and rolling in the best way that they can. A lot is riding on this event. Everybody looking to start off the season with a bang, and some drivers in qualifying certainly did that, and then some.
They absolutely are, and they know how critical it is to get those wonderful lap times showing and saying, look, this is what we're all about. This might be today a very busy race control room for Anthony Hilton, for Kasper de Kort, for Joscha Meyer, and for Marcus Fox, who are doing the duties here today. They will know that this is a circuit that has a lot to offer for it, and it is surprisingly narrow in places as well, too wide at best. This has a regional feel with an international length.
It is a huge racetrack, and this is a huge race for these competitors. 4 hours of racing action. That's all about to start in a couple of moments' time. I'm looking forward to being a part of this. This is going to be one heck of a way to get this 2025-26 season for the IVRA Clubsport Series up and rolling.
Yeah, and so if they want to try and make their season work, they know they've got to be at their absolute best today to say, look, I can go to this level and get this done. They will have the opportunity to give themselves a warm-up, but I think now is as good a time as any to say, well, what a lap we were able to see out there overall from Austin Young. You needed to be at your A game, your absolute 100% A game, to go and take that pole position away, knowing that everyone was firing a quick lap time here, a quick lap time there, saying this is all about what they can do. So I would say what a wonderful bit of work was able to be done at the front, but I think there is a long story to be played out there. Let's take a look at this Solpec Precision Racing lap here on board with the number 62 and Austin Young here on, heading to the opening corner out there on track, turn numbers 1, 2 and 3. It is a fast start to the lap.
Oh, it super is. You got this long run heading down into this heavy braking zone. Gonna be important in this session. Was important for him. Mastering the apexes as you head your way off through this relentless assault to begin the lap. I said during the qualifying section that it was going to be vital for these competitors to kind of pace themselves as well as they can, master these clumps of the turns, and then get the runs coming out of them. You had a long flat out blast out of 3 through 4 and 5. Now into the heavy braking zone of turn number 6. Gonna be a good overtaking opportunity a little bit later on here today once it comes time for the race. Got that hairpin to worry about, and then you build the speed once again through 7 into 8 right now. This turn gonna set yourself up heading down into turn number 9. Gotta worry about the exit out of there, and now you head your way off into another clump of turns. 9 through into 15. You've got turn after turn after turn after turn. Keeps these drivers on edge, keeps these tires on edge as well. Turning a lot, turning all the time. Keep that momentum rolling as you have another quick section to worry about shortly thereafter. Here we go into the S's. 16 through into 17 right now. Now we've got the Trebuchet section of 18, 19, and 20. Look at him battering the curbs. I think I would see some curb wax like that in a kart race, not even in an LMP3 car. Now, the turn number 22, that fast kink to end off the S section. I talked about that in qualifying. Super vital corner, can really get messed up easily. Now you've got the hairpin at turn number 23, that heavy braking zone leading into it. Got to worry about the exit though. You have the kink of turn number 24 to keep you on your toes. Into the braking zone of 25. Now another clump of turns is 25 through to 29 section. One that I mentioned a lot in qualifying as being one that these competitors have to be on their best behavior through, and you can see it right now. Delicate on the throttle, delicate on the steering. You can't run this car at the ragged edge of control too much, because it's a car that can bite and can bite really hard. That's turn number 29. Gotta get the good run out of there. Small little cutouts of the runoff through there. Now into turn number 30. This uphill kink, super vital to get a good run through there as it leads into the heavy braking zone of turn number 31. This 31 through 33 section feels like you're constantly turning. Gotta line up the steering a little bit between 31 and 32. Then you got the kink of 33 to keep you on your toes as you exit that section. Now another flat out blast into 34. The final 2 turns around this racetrack. The last heave ho, a heavy braking zone, a good spot to maybe get a move done and a good spot to gain some time as well. Now into turn number 35. A little bit over 90 degrees as you head your way off through that section. A little bit under that, I should say, as you head your way onto that start finish straightaway. Got to maximize the exit, maximize the run. That's exactly what he did to jump up into that pole. As you said, Jake, a thunderbolt lap time from Saltpack.
You needed to be on your A game to make that lap time work. You've got to be so concentrated over 2 3/4 minutes to get that lap time sorted, and it was wonderfully done to navigate that through. Now, I do want to talk about the pace of the different categories that you've got out there. So it's a 15-second difference between LMP3 and Porsche 992s, and then from Cup over to GT4, a further 10 seconds on top of that. Because it's a long lap, you're going to get the unique scenario where lapping isn't going to happen as much as it would do at other circuits. You're going to find that lapping comes along a little bit later, and because of that, it's going to allow these drivers in each category to have a good scrap of it for at least 20 minutes before they realize, right, now we settle into an endurance style of going through the traffic.
And that is usually the time to strike for these competitors. They want to set in the good lap times, maximize the run before they have some more headaches to worry about. The best way I could describe it is if you know that you're going to have some sort of surgery done or something of the sort, you look to try and get all your work taken care of beforehand. Then you know, okay, I got to be on the recovery. I got to take it easy. These competitors know that as we get into the start of this race, before the lap traffic plays a role, they got to pounce. They got to set in the good lap times, and we will most certainly see that in this race that lies ahead. Then when it comes to the lap traffic dilemma itself, getting those overtakes done as quickly as you can, as clean as you can as well, gonna be vital for these competitors up and down the field, whether they be in LMP3s, Porsche Cup cars, or in the GT4s. You gotta deal with the lap traffic as smoothly and efficiently as you possibly can. Be there at the very end, and around this challenging racetrack in an endurance race, you could have a great shot to win if you can just be there at the very finish.
Well, you know that you've got 4 hours, so it is a very known quantity. in terms of how they are going to be scrapping out there here today. In terms of the weather, it looks like we're not under any immediate threat of rain at this point in time. Quite sunny out there, bit blustery, but that's the only thing really that they're having to worry about, is a little bit of bluster around this circuit, which is going to be creating a little bit of the scenario. Focusing here on Jaden Conright here with the CSM by Burasud Plus hybrid car. You can tell it's Burasud with the black and white zebra stripes there on the side, and trying to work through and say this is what we're capable of. And we're seeing a lot more of this here, from sim to reality, that sim racing is becoming that brand new element out there as we're just about to get towards the end of warm-up. It's this brand new element of everyone wants to jump on and say, look, this is better than karting, we can get up to speed quicker.
And I've actually gotten the opportunity to get myself familiar with many of the drivers in that BS competition, a hybrid team, one of them being Andre Kasher, who I've really seen rip it in the Radical SR10 side of things here on RaceSpot, actually the reigning Radical Official Series champion, another racer I got familiar with many, many moons ago, back when I sold him a card way back in 2016 before he moved off to eventually be a driver in IMSA. Morgan Burkhardt, part of that stable as well. Very good drivers in that BS competition, a hybrid team. They're going to look to try and pounce here in the opening round of this season.
Yeah, there's Victor Eileman for Pro Sport Sim Racing. He's your leader in GT4s for the start of this race. So when it comes to the sport division, they'll be looking around and saying, where can we go and jump by? It's a case of they are the ones that have to be dealt with. So it is now about settle yourself down. There is a qualifying infringement that has also come through, and that is regarding car number 438 out there overall. So they are going to pick up 20 seconds worth of penalty, and so that is the RJD team then of Florian Denzler, who was behind the wheel at the time. So 20 seconds worth of penalty will affect them as far as they go in this start of the race. And penalties, of course, when we say 20 seconds, 30 seconds, they are served in a specific penalty section as the checkered flag comes out here in warm-up, and they will have to be served over at their first pit stop. So Solpec Precision Racing in control with Core Sim Racing alongside. It is then Delta V in third and Satellite Racing in fourth. Dulatra hold both 5th and 6th. PC Design ahead of Majors Garage, then so 88 ahead of 8. You then got Mail Jean in 7th for Undercut, and Nexus Esports then in 8th for LMP3, with Team Hoisingveld able to jump tonight, and Maradness rounding out your top 10 with Adam Brockway there. Yuxi Esports 11th, and then in 12th it is Solpec Precision Racing making up the end of the category. Over in Cup, it is Impulse Racing, who had a sterling qualifying ahead of Matt Caruana and the Project 91 racing team. LionGPFenster.com are third with Team Nitro in fourth. That then leads to Carla Esports and CSM by Burasud Plus Hybrid in sixth. You've then got PT Autosport Sim to Real in seventh. They'll have 30 seconds, as will Visceral Esports Kazuki Fujita in the middle of them. Pavel Gebski for Team Checkmate Axis Project then in 8th position. 9 only in Cup today, and a big field for GT4 to sort themselves out. So your sport division is going to be the one with the most amount of interest. Victor Eileman for Pro Sport Sim Racing is on the front, with Orion Race Team second and third. Leonardo Dragotta and Akira Iwata second and third. Miko Nurmi for Core Sim Racing fourth, with Team Checkmate Spark Services there in fifth, with Olivier Jan Yaslak there in that fifth place. Justin von der Linden for Altura Esports starts in sixth. You've then got behind that Shara Esports and Satellite Racing 7th and 8th, with VGTR Esport 9th with Vegard Johansson, and Grow Racing Team with Jorge Felipe Diaz there in 10th. WSR Esports will go from 11th with Sven Groot for Impulse Racing there in 12th. You've then got Delta Sports Sim Shop and Delta V Racing by Key Shop. Their battle of the shops on row 7, as Solpec Precision Racing have 15th through Graham Sanders, and Timo Hayden then for Impulse Racing 458. They are 16th. Nathan Lafroigne for 56 Racing Team is 17th. And and then Go Esports, they're in 18th position through Sergio Sanchez. You then got Core Sim Racing and Fiercely Forward. They round out your top 20. That 20th position Fiercely Forward car does have a penalty attached to it. Andre Felipe Villela. Satellite Racing will then have Sim RC with Sven Janssen. They're in 22nd. It is then Enosis Esports and Smilai Esports then through Maximilian Dam. They're in 24th. SRN with Ryan Huff, they are 25th with RJD in 26th with the 20 seconds worth of penalty. It's then Orbit, Drop Bear Motorsports through Ayrton Reutemann, and then Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab, Gail Gruber, they're in 28th. Shay McNeely for Orion, 29th, and Spencer Reitzmer for Echelon then is 30th. Then the final two cars, Timothy Vonderbroek, the last one who sets the time for Nomad, and no time set for Thomas Enger Sim Racing. They will have to go to the very back of the field to get themselves ready for action here today. Track has heated up. We are in the middle of the Australian sun here, 1:30 in the afternoon, 39 degrees, which means this track should cool as this race goes on. And I would look around today and say it is a bright day at the office, a great day for racing.
An absolutely amazing day for racing. All these competitors going to look to start off the season on the best note imaginable. 4 hours of racing lies ahead for these competitors to try and get the season kicked off in the best way imaginable. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, if you want to go and be the absolute best that you can, you know that 4 hours of your season starts here. You can't win this championship at this point, but my goodness, have we seen so many times that this championship, you can lose it. Remember, you score a third of your points at halfway, and remember, you score another full 100 points if you get the victory by the end of this race. So Austin Young will have control of the field. Mike Palush will be alongside. You've then got Guillaume Darunia, who will try and sit back, and Mobin Khan will look for a good launch. Green flag, and yeah, big check-up because they're waiting here for the launch to go, and they finally get it. They can't pass before the start line, and so that really caught a couple out there who thought, oh, we got the jump. No, we got to jam on the brakes. Fortunately, no dramas of that, but it's clearance there as here come your cup cars.
Yeah, looking like a pretty clean start for those racers. So GT4 is about to grab the green a little bit farther in the backstop. Aside racing all throughout this field. I wonder if we will get any start violation penalties as a result of that mad dash and mad scrambling in the LMP3s.
Well, fortunately, it didn't lead to too many dramas as they're 2 and 3 wide through the opening corner now in your sport division. A little bit of rubbing and racing there between Sven Groot and Vegard Johansson, but it's all about giving yourself as much room on the opening laps to settle down into single file and work where the position is. Justin van der Linden looking for a pass then through turn 5 into turn 6. Will look like we'll manage that on Mikko Nurmi. Look at how they fan into 6.
Oh, and look at that. They're nearly 4 wide. They're heading off into the turn. This heavy braking zone can lead to overtakes, can lead to disaster, though, as that's a Mustang spinning in the mid-pack.
Well, not only that, it's creating more drama. So with Timo Hayden, who was caught up there, that Impulse 458 that was there. Similai Esports caught up. Delta Vita, that's Remy Fortin. Timothy Vonderbroek then pointed the wrong way around as well for Nomad. But there is a change out there because Project 91 have moved to the front. Matt Caruana's got the lead then in your cup category. So there's been an important change there as they look to try and work themselves through the S's out through turn 21. This long looping right that leads to this jutting left at 22. And you can only think that in the early stages, Pascal Costa will be happy to let this go to try and gather it back later.
He will be happy somewhat. We talked about it in the warm-up session how these competitors really need to strike while the iron is hot before the lap traffic starts to play a factor in this race. So he may be a little bit tentatively happy about just letting that go and deciding to let bygones be bygones and tackle it a little bit later. That's a bizarre moment. Look at that Mercedes getting yoinked up into the air. Thought it was a puppet tied on strings as they headed their way off through turn number 6. The contact through there. A good spot to get a move done, but at the beginning of this race with some cold tires and some cold brakes as well can lead to some disaster, unfortunately, for those racers in the mid-pack of sport in those GT4 cars. And it was a little bit of a catastrophe, but overall a very clean start here at the bend.
Can't blame Timo Hayden for that spin. He had a little jump up the inside from one of the cars they're trying to move on through. Very difficult for them, but Austin Young holding control for Solpec Precision Racing. Here's a second look at it here. So look, there's just nowhere to go. You're just trying to find a lane to go through, and then up you go, just effectively launched up through like it was a case of battle box there for the moment going by. So that made it very tough. Into turn one, Mail Jean getting the pass done. That's on Alexandre Delattra then for position. So Mail getting the move and saying, right, it's time. Let's post up another place here. Mobin Khan will be the car in front in fifth.
Yeah, Meljean looking to try and close up that gap that stands at the moment at about 1.3 seconds between himself and Mobin Khan a little bit farther up the road. Khan, meanwhile, trying to apply a little bit of pressure to the 888 Delattra car right in front. So keep an eye on these competitors in LMP3 as we get farther along in this race. That was a UG Esports car, though. I think that ran a little bit wide a couple of turns ago. May have just dropped down to the back of LMP3 as a result.
Yeah, we've got a car in the pits. It's Fiercely Forward who have decided they're going to need to jump in and serve their penalty. So Fiercely Forward, Pink, then getting it done on the opening lap of the race. So they will have to serve their 30 seconds worth of penalty as they dive in and make sure that they are getting that out of the way. So as they look to launch themselves in and get themselves through, they have to go all the way down to the end of the pit lane to serve penalty before they can go out. Caruana still with that control, but Impulse under pressure right now because Lion GP Fenster are looking to try and put themselves into play here in P3 with Antonis Despotakis then trying to work on through into the middle sector on the west side of the circuit now, really trying to work through these corners. And behind that team, Nitro Color Esports Cup in the line, CSM by Burasud Hybrid. They haven't really had that moment here in this category where it breaks and suddenly the groups fall apart. It's very much been a case of we can all hold together.
Yeah, the pack's still strong. These drivers packed in like sardines in this cup category. You can see not a big gap forming throughout any of these competitors, all running in a line. It's like a speed skating event in the Winter Olympics as these racers try and get into the swing of things here in this race. We're already 5 minutes into it, which is rather saying something considering we're not even at the end of the third lap. This is a massive racetrack. These competitors are going to be seeing very low lap counts, but still the same fantastic 4 hours of racing, trying to settle it into a groove. This is a sort of racetrack where you do have to feel comfortable out there on the road to be able to push that car. If you're not feeling comfortable with your car, or most certainly the racetrack, it can bite and bite hard.
Victor Eileman then in control, 1.1 over the Orion race team out there, and it's Leonardo Dragotta who will try and chase in the 444, the 445 of Akira Iwata playing rear gunner there in third position. So we'll be looking at Altura, who have made a great start through Justin von der Linden there in that fourth position, and then Team Checkmate Spark Services and Yashlak then in sixth place, who will be trying to jump on up through and say, what can Yashak do to move on by and say, look, I can jump, I can gain. And you're seeing here, couple pluses, couple losses, and no sis with a great start, up 8 in the early goings of this 4 hour at the bend.
And Torque Freak Racing a little bit farther behind, up 10 spots. So lots of competitors in that sport category cutting their way through the field like a hot knife through butter early, keeping their nose clean, negotiating the chaos at the start, and just picking off any sort of moves that they can get. That's a good strategy at the start of these races, as much as we talked about these first 20 minutes being a source of calmness for all of these competitors, whether that be the LMP3s who will be catching up to lap traffic the quickest, or those sport competitors who will be getting lapped the quickest.
Here we go.
It'll be a nice sport in time as here we go side-by-side racing at the front cup.
Pascal Costa looking for the move on Matt Caruana and not necessarily getting it here at the start of this race. Despotakis watches on again. 6 is going to be one of the best places to get a pass done. You're going to struggle to find places now coming out of turn number 9 and in through 10. You're going to have to wait all the way for turn 22, really 23, for the next great place to make a pass. That's what makes this GT circuit so difficult. You're waiting for places to pass. The challenge is difficult. There's not really any corners that open up and say big braking zone and make it happen. For 7.7 kilometers, there is a lack of big long straight to go make passes.
I think this track, more than anything, is a test of these competitors' patience. Patience can be a huge factor in deciding whether or not you do well in this race, or whether you go for a slightly ill-advised move that will turn your race on its head in the blink of an eye. So as these racers continue to battle in Cup, keep an eye on when they go for the moves, where they go for the moves. More importantly, if you start to see that frustration grow, we're going to see a little bit of desperation grow as well. It can be very tough to just stay in the right frame of mind to say, hey, look, we've got 4 hours of racing in front of you. Jake, I'm sure you've been in the situation that I have been in, where you're stuck behind a car for a little bit, and eventually you just grow sick and tired of seeing the back end of the car that's been right in front of you for so long, that you want to get past for so long. Can be very mentally wearing if you're stuck behind a car for too long.
When you get bogged down, you get frustrated. That's where the chances come. And there is now Dulatrat Automotive by PC Design up to 3rd position. Ahead then of those that need Delta V. Down then on that lap goes down to 5th. So Guillaume Darunia with a mistake out there on that lap has cost him the time, that has cost him 2 places out there. Just trying to work out where those places would have been seeded, and it looks like it was done in the first half of the lap.
And we speak about this Cup field and how tightly packed in they were and how tightly packed in they still are. I mean, you can see pretty much the entirety of the Cup field covered by not a whole lot of time. There have been some drivers dropping down, obviously, but all in all, it is very close with these top 4 covered by just about nothing at the front of this category. I think mistakes will probably play a bigger factor as here we go. They're chasing each other's tail down to 1.
Well, Caruana's going to defend this off as much as he can. He's got the inside of 1. He tries to push off the road and pinches through at turn 2 to hold 3. But again, it's a case of Pascal Costa holding around the outside and almost feeding him a door as he goes through. Despotakis sees this, looks to try and go through. He's going to get boxed in a little bit here through turn 5. That's going to open up the door on 6. There's contact, and the reigning champions go around. Impulse Racing with a massive hit that causes a massive avoiding action moment there for Carlisle Esports, who goes sailing off into the gravel there at turn 6. But my goodness me, that is a chain reaction of massive proportions.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate for Jan Winter to get a piece of that drama in the Carlisle Esports 960 car. Nothing that he could have done, just had to take evasive action, clip the grass on entry into 6th, and nothing he could have done as much as you can drop the anchors in these Porsche Cup cars with the massive brakes on them. There's only so much you can do. Disaster breaking out in that Cup category. I'm sure Race Control is going to have many looks, and that incident may be some penalties coming out of it too.
Well, the first one we're going to see, it's the number 41 of Yuxi Esports, who are going to get a incident responsibility. That's 20 seconds for them, and that was contact on the start of the race. So they're going to have that in terms of a hit that they don't want to deal with, but I see them stacking up. They've got 1 under review right now and a further 5 behind it. So it is a lot of penalty that they're having to look at, and now they're hitting cars. Andre Felipe Villela, who, remember, came in and served the penalty early on in this race, and critical clearance then before the final corner. Mike Palisher hurrying on caution with the first car there, knowing that 9/10 of a second is still very much a reelable gap.
Oh, that certainly is. I mean, 9/10 of a second, that is not a vast yawning chasm. Even if this was a 1 hour long race, that is very easy to try and gain back. We've still got 3 hours and 48 minutes of racing action to look forward to here at the Benzo. A lot of time left for these races to pounce, as that was a pounce a little bit farther behind to side-by-side racing. I believe that was a battle for P9 at the moment in LMP3. Keeping an eye on these battles in that top class. This is Delatra Automotive by Majors Garage in that number 8 car, and Nexus Esports running right in tow. This is battle for 7th at the moment in that LMP3 category. You can see those 2 cars covered by about 2/10 as they head their way down into turn number 6.
Yeah, Nexus Esports there with Charlie Pouillet behind the wheel, trying to work by the main Dulatrat Automotive car of Alexandre Dulatrat, just about working away through there through 8 into 9 and 10, and so the clearance is there. And I'm seeing a lot of locking going on in these LMP3, struggling to get the car slowed down to an element that they need to, and those brake biases so important if you're going to be continually wearing out both of the fronts in each and every braking zone.
So Also got to worry about the tire management in this event as well. We touched on the other track conditions right before we grabbed the green. It being the summer in Australia, we got to worry about the tires probably screeching in agony as we get a little bit further along. Actually, I will amend my statement. I believe it is spring down there, down under, but it's more hot than it is here in the northern hemisphere, so these competitors will have to worry about that a lot. The track will be baking under the sun. These tires will be burning. The only thing that these competitors have to worry about, though, is making sure that the tires don't just melt into big black puddles that are left around this racetrack whenever they go for a slide.
No, that is very true, and if they do have a circuit on here where it is very hot to begin with, they are going to have to navigate through what are elements of understeer over the course of the start of this. When the track gets colder, it gets slippier for the tyre, it goes to more oversteer out there, and drivers prefer a bit more play than a lack of it. Victor Eilerman then in control for Pro Sport Sim Racing, but that gap has not ballooned out the way that they would have necessarily wanted it to. Leonardo Dragotta has been able to hold that pace steady and has stayed with Von der Linden and Yashak have kept themselves steady, but at the moment it's behind Kira Iwata, doing the job that he needs to. Allow a calm, free moment for Dragotta, just focus on chasing down Victor Eilerman at the front.
Yeah, and Dragotta has kept Eilerman at a arm's distance. He hasn't necessarily closed up that gap to only a couple of tenths, but it's just close enough whereby if there is any sort of trip up from that 419 driver, that could very well be a change of spot at the front of the sport category. So keep an eye on Dragotta. I mentioned this during qualifying. He's a racer that I've gotten the opportunity to cover both as a driver and someone working in race control for series as well. He's a quick driver behind the wheel of that 444 car. Dick, I'm sure you've been able to cover him as well. You can speak to volumes about how that driver is behind the wheel of any sort of race car that you put him in. I've seen him do well in IndyCar competition. I've seen him do well, of course, here in GT4s. I've also seen him win in Ferrari Challenge machinery. A very quick driver behind the wheel of that 444 car and doing everything he needs to do to still be in it to win it come time for the end of this race in that sport category.
Hefty over the curb there, back there for Akira Iwata, and 10 seconds of penalty coming in for Charlie Pouillet over at the top. So that is the number 78 Nexus Esports team. So they'll have to serve 10 seconds at their first pit stop of the day, and that will really hurt them in terms of what they're trying to get out and do with this race. So you're starting to think about, right, if I'm picking up penalties early, you can manage it, you can deal with it, you can factor it into your decision making. If you can't, if you do start picking up these penalties and you pick them up late, there's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, so the penalties will be a big worry in the back of these competitors' heads all throughout this race. Race control, I say this as somebody who has done race control himself. I know it is a thankless job, but for these racers, race control can kind of loom over them like a dark cloud. So we'll have to see what these competitors will do, try and manage that aggression, make sure you don't pick up the penalties. There are 2 points in time where a penalty can be the most demoralizing. It's right at the very start and right at the very end. This is still that trouble spot. If you pick up a penalty in the first hour, it can be such a kick in the shins and really take the wind out of your sails before you even get rolling out the dock.
And leaders have just started the lapping process. Then the LMP3s will now look to lap the sport category. So this is a chance for Nexus Esports to jump Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage through the slew of cars that will have to be dealt with in the next few moments. Your leaders, for example, have just gone by Shane McNeely in Orion and Dominic Engel at Core Sim Racing Black. Matt Caruana, by comparison, as we watch the back of the 7th LMP3, your lead battle on in Cup. It is all about the lapping process at this moment, and for the moment it is Matt Caruana who has the Greek driver behind, trying to figure out where is a way we can go through and gain these places. These are all important jumps in as in comes Satellite Racing then very early on in this race, and that feels strategic to me after just 18 minutes.
Yeah, I was looking through thinking there may have been a penalty for the number 64 of Momin Khan, but no, there was not. So that is a call on merit to come down pit lane. Fascinating stuff to see the strategy already get brought up into these battles. Momin Khan making that early call to peel off the track, come down pit lane. I can't necessarily say I dislike that call, though, as these competitors have to worry about the sport class traffic backing up into a spot where you can run the quick lap times, not have to worry about the drama out there on the racetrack, not have to worry about doing what Course Sim Racing just had to do, slicing in and out, really cutting shapes as they try and negotiate this sports class traffic. Once we get to the lap traffic discussion, we'll have to talk about the game of lap traffic chicken a little bit later on. These racers already bringing the aggression up.
Ayrton Reutemann, who's got a 5-second penalty at Orbit Drop Bear Mercury, tried to shut the door on Mail Jean Undercut Racing Team and very much got bumped out the way for it. So, oh, there it goes. Fabinho goes around, and just like that, Mail Jean is caught in it. Guillaume Darunia will go by. Disastrous through the S's section, and we talked about it a lot. That was Kazuki Fujita there, one of the Porsche Cup cars trying to work its way back through, that completely slammed the door shut there on the LMP3.
And when it comes to the lap traffic, there are two sides at factor. You got the lappers and the lappies. It takes two to tango. You got to have these competitors trying to get those moves done as cleanly as they can, but you got to worry about the lap traffic, trying to stay heads up. There's only so much they can do, though, in a section of the racetrack like that. I got to say, at least from my personal opinion, we'll have to see what race control says. I feel like the both of them really played a factor in making that incident happen. Not really too much the Porsche could have done there as you go for a dive in the case of the LMP3, going for a move off into turn 18, a section of racetrack, which is, it feels like it's not even a car width wide in terms of the racing line through there, let alone two.
It's got the Singapore sling about it, is what I've said earlier on. It is one of those corners where you are single file through there in endurance spec. You do have to respect that section of road, and if you do not, then you're going to find yourself in a world of hurt, as we have seen there with the Belgian Christophe Fabinho there, who had himself in all sorts of stitches trying to get around one of the Porsche Cups out there. It now means it's a 1.6-second lead at the front, but it's a huge gap now back to third position. It's now 2 seconds back in comparison, so Guillaume Darunia will have a lot of work to do to reach Mike Pallock here at this stage. So Pallock is going to be in that second place and doing what is possible to try and keep away at this moment, and Mike's having no love with the traffic at the moment. He just had to shake left and right to get by Eric Grove at WSR.
Take a look at another replay to see that moment for Kazuki Fujita. You can see the drivers having to take evasive action. Look at the stacking up. That was a driver getting shuffled off the racetrack in the P3s. I believe that was Adam Brockway who had to get sent off into the grass as all of that shuffling and chaos broke out. Drivers trying to avoid that incident, avoid that spinning.
Whoa! Scherer. Sorry, we've got to go to Scherer. They've just gone around 416. They were 7th position. There they are, actually on the inside of the circuit there, turned around. Tobias Dernberger was having a massive scrap out there with Core Sim Racing Orange and Miko Nurmi, and Satellite Racing now off the road with Ben Idris Abdullahi, so it's doubly getting difficult out there. So that's 2 different cars that have found themselves wrong place, wrong time, and Satellite then find themselves as another one who get turned around at exactly the wrong moment, and they're right by the fence out there by the marshal's post, so I doubt that will cause a caution.
Yeah, but with the spinning cars, it really underscores what we've seen as of late in this race. The first run through lap traffic is always the most terrifying and unnerving. And bearing in mind the fact that this is a season opener too, it really just adds into the terror factor for both the LMP3s trying to get the moves done on the sport cars and the cup cars. The cup cars trying to get the overtakes done on the sport cars, and those sport cars getting lapped by what feels like just about everybody. We always talk about the LMP3's perspective, trying to weave their way through as if there's rolling roadblocks out there on the racetrack. But imagine the perspective of a sports class driver. If you're a sports class racer seeing an LMP3 rapidly approach, your car from your rear view mirror. You just look at that car, and it's as if you're looking up just on your regular morning walk. You look up, and you just see a falling meteorite about to slam directly into you. It is a horrifying perspective for those GT4 competitors. So as much as it's challenging for the P3s, it's equally challenging for the GT4s just to keep their heads on straight to make sure they don't get completely spooked with those cars trying to lap them.
Moradness and Yuxi then together. Moradness have gone through and made the pass, but the move on, looking out for second and third. One lot of traffic dispatched of and trying to work through Core Sim Racing and Delta V Racing then together, and they are being shadowed by the Undercut Racing team, who started 7th in this race and have jumped up 3 places over the course of this one. So they've done a good job. Look as well, and it'll be important when the pit cycle comes into play. Pit exit funnels right onto the racing line.
And one more thing to raise in reference to the pit exit and how horrifying it could be. Of course, it does funnel right back onto the racing line, but the pit lane speed is super slow here as we take a look at contact going on between the LMP3s and GT4s down into turn number 6. But no, the pit lane speed limit here, 40 kilometers an hour. That is 25 miles an hour. That is painfully slow. So if you're a car coming up to traffic that's coming out of the pits, you gotta wonder about the speed differential. Even if you're a sport class racer in a GT4 machine catching up to a P3 that's coming out of the pit lane, it is such a huge speed differential. It's going to make it even more nerve-wracking, that run down into turn number 1.
That side swipe there by Yuxi diving down the inside. It means that the Satellite Racing GT4, they're in sport category, has to go over to the side of the road, take the tow, and come back to pit. So that hurts, and the damage for Kazuki Fujita in the 44 is enough to be down in the pits for over a lap now. 3.5 minutes out there at this point, weaving through the west side of the circuit, and it's a case of finding what you need at the moment. Jean, Darunia and Palush then are there together, 2, 3 and 4 on the road, 4.8 behind your race leader, but able now to just settle down and find some rhythm at the moment. And speaking of which, it's a case of still staying close between Matt Caruana and Antonis Despotakis at the moment as they work themselves through the final corners. They are about a minute and a bit away from the lapping process starting on them, so they'll be looking around in the next, I would say, 5 to 6 laps at whether they're going to be looking at an easy time or a difficult time with their lapping.
Yeah, as all the pandemonium has been breaking out all throughout this field at the front of that Cup category, it has been a peaceful drive. Not necessarily peaceful, these drivers still feeling the tension of battling for the lead in the early stages of this race, but compared to all the chaos that's going on around them, it has felt like a walk in the park. Now, though, as they feel that looming, impending sense of dread, for lack of a better term, with the LMP3s rapidly approaching their possession, they gotta wonder how exactly are they going to go about this battle. Will they try and crank up the aggression before that lapping process starts, or are they going to try and settle into a groove, say, okay, we've had our fun and games by ourselves, now we have to settle into that groove of it being an endurance race. You touched on it right at the start of this race, Jake. Now, you gotta have different mindsets at different points in time, and look at a dive for second in P3.
Guillaume Darunia gets it done, has a bit of a wiggle on the exit then through 2, leading into 3. Look how loose that car is, trying to work through, oversteer aplenty. Mike's going to get it back here through turn 3, so Palush able to hold. Now here through 5, here comes the crossback looking for the move at 6. So who's got the patience on the brakes? Answer is yes, sir. I'll dive back through, but you can cut back up and under. It's one of those lines that you've got, but Mike's going to have to go around the outside and be very clever with that piece of traffic in front. That is the Prestanda Nomad car of Timothy Van den Broek there, that AMG Mercedes GT4, just about gets out of the way. Mail gets back into position, Mail Jean, and so great move there by Guillaume Darunia. A good pass then that puts back Delta V into second.
Yeah, Darunia behind the wheel of that Delta V number 11 car, doing everything that he needed to do to hold on to that spot, but it is still far from over in this battle for second in that LMP3 category. 3 cars covered by just about nothing time-wise, covered by just about nothing distance-wise, but with the bit of drama that they had, we just talked about the Cup class competitors, how they're feeling a little bit smooth at the present moment. These LMP3 drivers just probably felt like they had, I don't know, crossfires of some sort of shootout going on. Now, however, they settled back into a groove. They can focus not on the cars they're trying to overtake to lap them. They can focus on their class battling now. So this is a brief reprieve for them. So we could see the tension rise in the P3s just in these interclass battles.
I'm going to say the tension is about to rise in your Cup class because Pascal Costa for Impulse Racing is about to rejoin the leading battle overall. So that will tell you all you need to know there about where drivers' mentalities are going to be found. But 7/10 now the gap, so it is starting to extend out a little bit here over the course of the lap. You can see that over the crest through 30 and over in towards 31, how difficult it is, this circuit. It does test every element of a car. It is very much one of these long challenges that you see time and time again, and they are not a million miles off of the likes of the group in front. There into third now is Olivier Jan Yashak. They're in that third place, so now looking to try and jump then and keep away from Altura and Core, and WSR have had a great start, and the satellite GT4 of Niels Keur. So you're looking around and saying, okay, I want to try and break away from this group. The top two already have, and the reason why is that Orion 445 has dropped a mile down the order with a 319 on that last lap. So Akira Iwata and that Orion car that was third has had a moment somewhere that has dropped them way down the pack.
Yeah, not sure what it may have been, but either way, a slice and a disastrous moment. The thing is, with these early setbacks, you can go about in two separate ways. Think, okay, it's fine, we still got a whole lot of racing action left to go. I mean, hey, with the drama we've already seen, we still have 3.5 hours left in this opening round of the season. But for some competitors who may have to worry about being in the mental side of things, you can get very demoralized having that sort of setback early on. It really tests the will of these drivers, tests the will of these teams too, to see how they deal with adversity throughout these races. Nobody can have a perfectly smooth 4 hours. That just really defies the laws of racing. Everybody's going to have their fair share of adversity from the drop of the green through to the fall of the checkered. It's all a matter of how well you can think on your feet and keep with it. That decides who's going to walk away from the season opener with the win and who's going to come up short.
Yep, battles on for third, both in sport and in LMP3, so they've got all that to deal with, and LMP3 has just caught the likes of or is about to catch the likes of those in your Porsche Cup category, and there's not much difference. So when we talk about prototypes, traditionally, prototypes gain their advantage through high-speed corners as the move is done for third, and Mail Jean up to third ahead of core sim racing prototype. We talk about how prototypes gain their time in the corners because they're built for downforce. So when you find that they struggle a little bit in straight line, they've got about as much roar as a GT3 car does.
Yeah, these LMP3 machines super quick around these cars, and as we take a look at contact in the sports category, that's heading down to turn number 6 and nearly a lazy flip from the 445. Iwata hit that gravel trap, stopped on a dime, and nearly grip rolled that car. That's the thing about the reworked gravel physics here on iRacing. I have seen drivers flip just hitting the gravel. I've seen people do it in the spec race before, and I've actually seen it happen in the LMP3s. That may be a little bit of a detriment about the two gravel system, but hey, it is realistic. As we take a look at that, that is terrifying.
It is. The gravel digs, and you just hope that the car doesn't go with it. Jaden Conright, by the way, in at CSM by Burosyn Plus Hybrid. So they're making their first stop of the race at about the half hour just gone. So that is a little bit off kilter compared to everybody else. And Akira Iwata was able to get back into position and try and fight back in this race. So Orion coming together then with Team Checkmate Spark Services, and that will cause a little bit of concern out there. 10 more seconds have been added on, by the way, to the UXE Esports team, then in the number 41, who are 10th in class at this moment. So they've now got 30 seconds to serve at the pit stop, and there is a lot to try and unpack and uncover then for the steering team at this moment. But clearance is necessary right now for the likes there of Yashak, who is running about in third place. Will have a bit of work to do there. That's the car in front, a whole straight ahead. And so you are looking to chase a shadow at the moment of Leonardo Dragotto, who is still 1.7 off the back of Victor Eilerman.
One thing to keep in mind as we get out of the first half hour and get out of the first round of pandemonium to get this season up and rolling, we get to the stage of the race where these competitors will put their nose to the grindstone, try and set in those fast and consistent laps, and just settle this race into any form of groove. We speak about the comfort level for these competitors, just running comfortable around the racetrack, but being comfortable in the position that there are on the circuit can be super key as well. If you have a good gap, you're going to be feeling nice. And let's say, for instance, your current leader in LMP3 of Austin Young, if you have a big gap, you're going to be feeling comfortable. These racers at the top of the sport, they're not going to be feeling too comfortable. As look at Nurmi going for a dive, heading down into turn number 1, side-by-side racing for P4 in that sport category. Who's going to win out this battle of the Porsches?
Trying to dive for it, and can you get the drive on the exit? The Mustang behind of Eric Grove, trying to figure out whether I can get myself involved. The nice, nimble clubmen are working themselves well, and so Justin von der Linden will lose out to Mikko Nurmi, and Nurmi will gain a place back out there to move up to 4th. Overall, this is Sven Janssen here, the 475. This is Sim RC, who find themselves on the brakes trying to work, and that's a little bit too far back by SRN Motorsports there, and Ryan Huff turns him round, and I think will be very, very sheepish on that one as he looks to try and leave, and I think trying to redress the place as he goes by.
Unfortunate moment for those competitors. Small little bits of drama like that can catch race control's attention, but here on this racetrack, super narrow, super challenging to try and go side by side as cleanly and efficiently as you can, even disregarding the lap traffic deal. Just the battling between drivers in the same category can get a little bit frenetic out there, so keep an eye on these races, try and get the moves done cleanly and smoothly all throughout this race. We jump to the action in LMP3 and right on board with the number 60 car. That's Silver Precision Racing Machine, currently being piloted as it stands at the current moment by perfect time for a call.
Yeah, Christophe Fabinho will look around and see that it's Alexandre Delatrat behind the wheel at the moment of the Delatrat Automotive by Major's Garage team, three abreast as they look to try and work through the mid-sector of the lap. 10 seconds then have been added on in penalty for Christophe Fabinho, which is the number 88 car out there. So that'll be in 5th place overall. They'll have 10 at the stop, and then there is a stop-go penalty added for car 989, which is the car of CSM by Burosub Plus Hybrid. They just come in to make their alternative strategy. They did not use the fast lane in the pits. You have to run the fast lane, then hit the pits before jumping back and going again, before making it happen. That's what you got to do. And look at how Alexandre Delatrat has to sit and wait behind Pavel Gebski there of Team Checkmate Axis Project. It checks up the whole line as they went through, and so nowhere for Setkovsky and nowhere for Oleg Lovkov to go.
Yeah, Oleg Lovkov behind the wheel of that Solpec car. Second tries a charm, this time without choking in my own water, as we see contact being made. That is the Sport and the Cup cars. That's Andre Philippe Villela in behind the number 28 machine, making contact with the Cup car. We talked already throughout this broadcast about the LMP3 drivers trying to get past the lower class drivers, but the Cup cars have their own lap traffic battles to worry about as well. And unlike the P3s, those well-tuned downforce factories that those cars are, those Cup cars do have to worry about getting those moves on a little bit smoother, as we got a fantastic view inside the UG Esports car of Igor Oganov.
Ogorodnikov looking for a way by. Adam Brockway is saying, no, I'm not letting that one go. I can't afford to. And so working away in towards turns 31 and 32 as coverage once again needed at this stage in time, knowing how critical it is to just hold yourself steady and keep yourself in for the opening hour. So Brockway holds himself well through turn 34. Ogorodnikov looking about, knowing he's got penalty to work with. here at UXI in about half a minute. So there's going to be a case of where they go and find their strategy. Now, these Ligiers, they're not going to make the hour, I don't think, out there. I think they're not a million miles away from that pit window opening. I think 45 minutes probably is what they're looking at, 45 to 50 at best is what they're trying to manage around here. But this isn't a circuit with lots of long, powerful straights. So I would say as well, despite it being a long track, I think this is actually one of the better tracks for fuel saving. What a save over the curbs there for Igor.
Yeah, Ogorodnikov mega crossed up as he headed his way out of turn number 3. Keeps it going in a straight line, is still within striking distance of Adam Brockway as they once again catch up to lower class lap traffic. But that's a fantastic point that you bring up there, Jake. I was turning the gears in my head to think about that as well. And it really is true. This track, fantastic opportunity to do a lot of fuel saving. We think about the long flat out blast, and outside the start finish straightaway and maybe the run between turns number 3 and 6, there really isn't any. You've got a lot of medium to high-speed corners around this racetrack. Lots of times where you do have to tap on the brakes, so good opportunity to do a little bit of lifting and coasting, save a little bit of gas. May not seem like much, could be a matter of, I don't know, we'll say a gallon or two every stint, but those gallons could very quickly add up. So keep an eye on these racers to maybe decide, you know what, I'm going to do the fuel saving, I'm going to enjoy the draft heading down the straightaways, and outside of that, I'm going to do a heck of a lot of lifting and coasting to try and win this race through strategy. It's so difficult to get the moves done out there on the racetrack that the moves in the pit lane could be the right spot to do it.
And you're seeing every category out there at the moment as they work through. So this was Ogorodnikov. Then as he watches, and it's the one bit of contact you don't want. You know, the Porsche 992 there in front. It's not going to have much turning to go by with. It's the Team Nitro 992 then that sees one car go through, and you're trying to just make sure that you're okay. You're holding the line. It's open. It's open. No, door's closed.
And I mentioned this a little bit earlier on. Once we had the first round of traffic, it's both the overtaking car's responsibility to make the move clean and the car that's getting overtaken's responsibility to make sure that move can get pulled off clean. The lap traffic game going to be so vital here in this race at the Bend. We talked about before we got this broadcast up and rolling, Jake, right as we were chatting before we went live, talking about the lap traffic dilemma. Always such a factor in races at the Bend. Doesn't matter what cars are running here. Getting those overtakes done cleanly and efficiently on this very long GT circuit can be a real test of driver skill.
It can. Ryan Huff, the incident that we saw earlier on, has been warned for the incident that went on through, but as they're navigating through that, Jan Senkowski then will lose a little bit of contact then with the car in front, and we do get a car to dive down then into the pits by the looks of it. So we are seeing now a couple drivers making that progress, and it is Antonis Despotakis who has made that jump. So now the Porsche's deciding that they need to make some strategy calls out there.
Yeah, I wonder how many of these early calls to come down pit lane can be spawned by the fact that it's so frenetic out there on the racetrack as we're 3 wide in this battle for 4th in the Cup class. Got the LMP3 car right on the outside line, going to add a bit of a pick. That's not going to work.
Jan Winter just about avoids it there. It was Benjamin Nelson who was the catalyst to it. Nowhere, as it was the UXI Esports LMP3 that was trying to keep itself out of trouble. And we know that it's an elongated braking zone as well for the Porsches, who have very good, the Cup's mechanical grip, and it really catches out. And so it continues on for third as Checkmate Axis Project sees Team Nitro go through. And so the move made as we are fully now into a bit of a pit stop scenario. Joey Petrick now in for LionGPFencer.com. Here's the look then for Carla, who just try and get it done on the inside. You have to say there that the LMP3 does not leave the door open.
Yeah, I think the LMP3 just closed that door very, very fast. As soon as I saw that P3 car right in front of those Porsche Cup machines heading down into turn number 1, deep down in my heart of hearts, I had a bad feeling about it. The problem with these two cars, completely different ends of the spectrum in sports car racing. You got that P3, it's so much smaller, so much, so lighter compared to everything else that the Porsche Cup car is, that heading off into the turns, the LMP3 can simply do things that the Porsche Cup car cannot. And the same goes the other way. The Porsche Cup cars are rather quick heading down the straight lines. I remember the last time I covered this series at Portimao last season, the Porsche Cup cars were actually the quickest at the end of that start-finish straightaway there. So there's just so many factors that really affected and caused that incident to take place.
Now, something's happened to Guillaume de Rougnier. He's now third, trying to get back to second past undercut. They've dropped 6 seconds then over the course of the lap, and well, you might as well call it 7 or 8 as they've gone by. So something has happened to the number 11 car on this lap, and they almost overcooked it with Yashak and Mikko Nurmi, who are scrapping it about for third in sport at this moment. So there are a lot of changes going on, and I'd love, if it's all possible, as we're watching this battle, to see what happened to the 11.
See that battle for third in the sport category. LMP3s playing a factor in it. I don't think I described it too well, kind of talking about the LMP3s and how different they are from the rest of this competition. So when we have these lap traffic dilemmas, it can really affect these battles in other categories. Take this battle for third at the moment in sport was looking close between those two drivers. Now an 0.8 of a second gap grows as we see the UCI Esports number 41 machine. That's a spin, hit the curbs, the killer curbs around this racetrack. One of the flatter curves, which you'd think would be a better section to run on, but no. Contact being made with that curb, and around he's going to go as we take a look at a moment involving the Orion Race Team 445. That's a spin.
Yeah, that's why. That's where Guillaume de Rougnier got caught up in it. So Orion goes around out braking themselves in the 445, lock themselves up. That was on the back of Eric Grove, spin around, and then de Rougnier nowhere to go. So another look at what we saw then with Yuxi into turn 1, and you know, no matter which angle you put it at, you can't really look away from that, but this is where it happens. So there's the Grow Racing Team car that finds itself in the middle of all of this, tries to hold itself steady, and just gets tapped about one too many times, and there goes the spinabout.
Yeah, one bit of contact, then 2, then 3, then 4. It just gets to the point. It's a case of death by 1,000 cuts as we see a wiggle from the 8 heading off through turn number 22, and that's going to be a change of position for P6 in the LMP3 class. That's Solpec Precision Racing Team jumping their way up into that spot. Speaking about the challenge of turn number 22, we've seen it already in this broadcast, both in qualifying and the race. A small little wiggle on entry, a small little wiggle at the apex, or running off into the grass can affect it, unfortunately, there for the 8. A small little sideways snap going to bite hard.
Yeah, into the pits comes Benjamin Nelson then from the Porsche Cup category. And so that is PT Autosport Sim to Real out there at the moment. And they are looking to try and get themselves back into play with a stop. And it looks like they've been down in the pits for well over a minute now at this point. So this is a very long pit stop by the looks of it, and I am just keeping my eye out, and I believe that Benjamin Nelson has jumped out of the car, so that is really going to hurt them. And on a day of Sim to Real, they'll be lucky at Sim, because if they've picked up any damage, it's tough. In comes Meljon from the Undercut Racing Team, first real team of the front to make that pit window work. As we take a look at the Nomad car, and live in the bottom of your screen, it's a slow spin for Timothy Vonderbroek there, and I think that's the sort of spin that says I didn't have enough downforce going through to get the grip of the tyres to work.
That is a classic GT car spin. Nothing you can do to try and stop it. You pretty much just have to let everything happen, let that car finally turn around, and then just say, okay, thank you very much. I'll get back on my merry way now. Here we go with the pit stops throughout a decent chunk of that LMP3 field. We were saying that it would be very tricky for these Ligiers to make it the full hour, and that is certainly being proven the case as a decent chunk of that field now deciding to come down the pit lane.
And we're not going to see much variance on strategy here today, even though we've had a couple cars that have come in early looking to try and underfill to get where exactly they want to in the early parts of racing. But it is going to be about, can I give myself options? Can I give myself a way to jump on by and gain those places, knowing that you've only got about 45 minutes. Now, speaking of which, we got all types of cars in here at this moment. Pit lane is a hive of activity.
Yeah, it's a hornet's nest there at the current moment, and once we see these racers trundle down pit lane, I'm keeping my eye on who's going to leave first. I'm keeping my eye on that start-finish straightaway. We talked about this a little bit earlier on, so we're going to see a driver serve a penalty. The pit exit, terrifying for both sides. If you're a car coming out of the pits, you're going to see drivers approaching your position at a rate of knots, and it is going to be horrifying for those racers out there on the circuit running at close to terminal velocity as they head their way down into turn number 1, seeing a slow car trundle out of pit lane after that 25-mile-an-hour speed limit. That's going to be scary for them as well. Pit lane, generally speaking, is usually a bit tense, but throw in that very sketchy exit and gets even more scary.
So we know now that more penalties are coming in. Yuxi now up to 40 seconds of penalty for their first pit stop that they will have to serve, so they'll go way down the order. But now Dullatra Automotive by PC Design and Christophe Herbigno will start to close on down to Guillaume de Rugna here, who is there in second position. We know that the PC Design car's got 10 seconds worth of penalty it will need to serve, so effectively it's not a direct battle that they've got at this stage, but they work through. I'd expect both these cars to come in, because in comes Austin Young from Solpec Precision Racing to make that call, and they will chase each other down to just a 40-kilometer-an-hour pit lane. That is less than what they're doing going by the circuit itself on the road.
Yeah, it is super, super slow, and it is just so agonizing for these racers heading down pit lane, because you're just going to hear a vroom, vroom. You're going to hear those cars blow your doors off as they remain out there on the racetrack as you trundle down the pit lane at such a slow and painful speed. Compared to the high speeds out there on the racetrack, they will feel like they are at a standstill, but they are at a standstill now. Seeing a driver swap, I believe, for the Dullatra car. I think I saw that car blink in and out, and maybe a driver swap, and nevertheless, here we go as the driver's up on the jacks.
Yeah, Kalyan May is into the car, taking over from Herbigno, and there will be a change out from Alexandre Dullatra as Romain Buchler will get in behind the wheel. So Buchler will jump in and make something happen. Moblin Khan is going to jump on through and will now move up to what is second position now after making that stop. So clearly the early stop call from Satellite gives them off-kilter strategy, but they're looking to try and play their position to an advantage. So get yourself some clean air. Don't worry too much about the lap traffic. It's played off quite nicely in the early stages.
Yeah, the lap traffic, we've already mentioned that at length in this show, but can affect the strategy somewhat in terms of where you can exit out if you find yourself in a good, comfortable window of not having to worry about anything and being fine. It can really help you out. It's helped that Satellite as they've been able to reel in that gap now, 3.3 seconds between themselves and your leader of Austin Young behind the wheel of that number 62 Solpec Precision Racing effort. Just got some more sport class traffic to worry about here, but overall, looking around the racetrack for Austin Young, I think he finds himself in a nice little cushion of not having to worry about too much traffic. Sure, an occasional car here and there, but it's nowhere like the first run through traffic where you pretty much had a new car to worry about overtaking every single corner, really every single foot at a certain point in time.
Yeah, the car they've just lapped there, Eilerman, this is Sim RC. Oh, the back steps out, tries to fight it, and it just goes the entire way around. Sven Janssen finding out how tough that's going to be. They've just actually changed over to Thomas Marks Burgess then in the pits. So they are in strategy mode at the moment with control of that category, still with Pro Sport Sim Racing and Victor Eilerman. Orion are still there close, but it's now 3.8. the gap at the front of Sport as it stands. Delta V Racing and Undercut back together once again. So for Guillaume de Rugna, look at the push as they work themselves over to turn 25 and 26, and you can't turn in with a car there on the inside. Mail John finding that one out then and realising, nope, Guillaume de Rugna has command of the corner.
Yeah, that was oh so close to disaster. I think you can see a slight flashing of the lights there. Saw the lights dancing around on the front of that undercut number 9 machine, but now they're closed up once again. You can see that Cup car trying to choke this battle off a little bit. Yeah, that is your leader in the Cup class of the Project 91 team, currently affecting this battle for some of the final podium spots in LMP3. Close quarter stuff, 3 classes converging in on one another as that's the undercut car running wide down down into turn 31. Going to cause that gap to balloon out just a teeny tiny bit, but still oh so close as they have more and more traffic to worry about.
Yeah, these are the leaders that they're battling with here in sport. So that would have been Leonardo Dragotta that they would have gone by. So for Leonardo, just about leaving enough room, 4 seconds the margin. It was as, into the pits. We are going to see a few cars in. Victor Eilerman jumps, Matt Caruana jumps, and Pascal Costa jumps. So that tells me something here today, that if you're going to play the long game strategy right now here, Ron, Cup and Sport have the similar style of pit length.
And that is fascinating. I wonder how that interclass mingling is going to work out with those racers sharing the pit lane at the same time, and everything that goes around about it. I think the pit exits and entries may be going to be a source of trouble for those drivers. The Porsche Cup cars and those GT4s brake at different points in time. They accelerate at different points in time. I wonder how that's going to work with the pit entry and exit here. Maybe a source of contention a little bit later on in this race. For now, though, they're coming in the pits around about the same time. We still have our eyes focused on this battle for the final podium spot in LMP3. As Austin Young feeling the pressure. I was going to note this about a lap ago when I saw the gap at 0.6 of a second between Young and Khan. It's now half that, 0.3 the gap as they head their way off through the Essence.
Yeah, and with the pit stop of Raphael Scholzek, then it will now be for Cup Jaden Conright in control, but is due a penalty at this moment for not taking the transit lane properly. So there is that as well, which is in play. But Mobin Khan, I think, now settled into a rhythm, is late in a stint. It's a lot earlier in the stint for Solpec, so I think they're not 100% at this moment in time. We know that car is due a pit stop. They're the number 64s because they came in pretty much at about 20 minutes, half an hour. But they are looking to try and reverse engineer this race. So they are looking to get their quick stop out the way early and then build it back. And part of it will be to get track position at halfway in this race.
Yeah, and as we get closer and closer to that halfway mark, going to be a nice checkpoint for these competitors, both when it comes to the points that are rewarded at the halfway mark, and also got to worry about just being there at the very end. When it comes to an endurance race, you always set small little checkpoints. We talked about this about 1 week ago, Jake, when we were on the call for the MX500 broadcast. Very different style of racing with those MX5 cars running at Martinsville, but here, though, it still remains the case. These competitors got to set these small little marks for themselves. These mental checkpoints can be a nice little goal to run by. But nevertheless, these competitors not worrying about that halfway mark at the front of LMP3. They're just worrying about getting in front of one another, as it's 0.2 of a second between these two.
Yeah, they had to move a little bit for Graham Sanders there, and Solpec Precision car has just come out onto circuit. So now for Mobin Khan, it's about, okay, I couldn't get the run on the straight. Maybe I can get a run out of 3 here that will give me all the launch that is necessary here just before the hour mark has made itself into 4 hours. Gets a good run through 5. Mobin Khan to the inside. I don't think there's going to be much of a fight here for this one, and that is wonderfully done. Young might try and cross up on the exit then of 6 through the long turn 7 and into 8, but Austin Young will lose the lead. Mobin Khan, your new leader here with Satellite Racing LMP3.
And Khan looking to try and lead that challenge for Satellite Racing. We talked about a little bit earlier on in this broadcast, Jacob, at Satellite, breaking into the international sim racing scene. Got an opportunity to cover them in PRL and Mobin Khan and his fantastic performances over in that series. But he is still a great wheelman behind the wheel of these Ligiers and wants to lead that team to their destiny. We'll have to keep an eye on them all season long to see what Mobin Khan and that entire Satellite Racing team stable can do here in the 2025-26 IVRA season.
Well, infectious there through the S's and trying to work out of the exit. This is Gail Gruber in the 461. Back steps out on the Porsche there, going through turn 29. And that very much is a tough pill to swallow going through there as your leaders in. Dragotta hits the lane, and so too the likes of Parsons, who is in there, Huff, Diaz, Grove has also made that stop. So they've changed drivers over at Core away from Miku Nurmi, so keep an eye out on who is where. off the exit. Orion, no, they've only got one car to worry about. That one that's just gone by. Victor Eilerman reassumes the race lead in sport.
And as he drives off into the sunset at the present moment, everybody trundling their way on the pit exit. We're going to talk about this every single time the pit stops come about, but that exit going to be nerve-wracking for all competitors involved. And we talked about this right before we got the broadcast up and rolling, Jacob, at the pit lane here at the bend. I may have to hit the books and do my own research, but I think your original theory about this being the slowest pit lane on the entirety of iRacing may very well be correct, unless there's some dirt track that has a 13-mile-an-hour pit lane speed limit. It is super slow here, especially in a series with high speed, highly quick, and highly tuned race cars to go that slow down the pit lane.
Yeah, this is a slow pit lane. And the reason why is because it's a very narrow transit lane that you have to work in. We call it the fast lane out there, but for a circuit of this length, of this caliber, they built the pits very small around here. And so to get all the crews in and to have them safe in what are very tight, very cramped working conditions, they've had to bring that pit speed limiter all the way down.
And that certainly makes sense. Want to prioritize the safety of those pit crews. That's the reason why we've gotten pit lane speed limits in the first place. But it is still a pretty big quirk and feature, so to speak, here of this racetrack. We were talking right before the broadcast got up and rolling as well. Just looking at the iRacing track map of this facility, 35 turns in all. Of course, a massive racetrack, one of the longest on the entirety of iRacing for that matter. We were saying, I can't tell if the pit lane is just super, super small or if it's just shrunk down to scale, considering how large of a racetrack it is. It is quite narrow, though. A unique pit lane. You think, oh yeah, it's a straight shot in, straight shot through, and straight shot out. But we've already talked at length, and we will continue to talk length throughout the show about the pit lane and how troubling it will be for racers.
Von der Linden round the outside at 23, inside at 24, and going to try and pick this off, but not going to get much help here from Marcin Schweck, who's going to try and hold his station. Schweck holding on through 25 into 26 and 27 coming up, then he's right. But look at this. This is well held at the moment. That's absolutely sensational stuff then by Von der Linden, who will move back through and get it sorted at 28. Magical move. Altura, by the way, pitted slightly earlier than Team Checkmate Spark Services, and getting themselves up to speed quicker is giving them the move.
Nice battling all throughout this field as we got closer and closer to the first hour of this race already being in the books, the first hour from the season in the books. All of these competitors have driven a very clean and smooth race with the nature of this track, how long it is, how strong of mental fortitude you have to really compete well here. The fact we've only had a handful of incidents throughout the field that Race Control have dealt with really speaks volumes about the level of talent in this series. The fact that even on such a challenging and troubling racetrack, for lack of a better term, the fact that everybody has kept it clean, kept it smooth, and given us these amazing battles in all three of our classes.
So, Benjamin Nelson, who is down in with damage, has picked up 20 seconds worth of penalty out there for what has gone on. So that's tough for them to try and deal with in the 988. I also want to note 5-second rule violation, so the penalty not served properly for Ayrton Reutemann over at Orbit drop there, so they're going to get a stop and go.
And that's going to be a big kick in the shins. I talked about the way that penalties can affect your mental state in a race like this. The early penalties can really bite, but we're in that window where the penalties are certainly going to sting regardless. You know, you can't really say that a penalty will feel fantastic. That's not something that a racer feels whenever they pick up any sort of time penalty, especially on top of something. However, this is the point where it feels a little bit easier to kind of brush it off. If it happens in the early stages, it'll take the wind out of your sails. If it happens late, it's going to hit the hardest. But at this point in time, in the middle 2 hours of this 4-hour-long race, that is the point where it's still not easy to brush off, but it can be, relatively speaking, easy compared to other points in time.
So there's the stop for Andre Felipe Villela, who goes in, serves his penalty in the number 28 Fiercely Forward Cup, and then looks to try and get back out and going again and back up to speed. So that's just an indication of penalty served. Solpec having a lot of trouble through this traffic now, and it's a 7-car lane. Satellite goes by satellite then, and they could have made that difficult there through Niels Kerr there for Austin Young to get by, but they've managed to get through Chris Short. A big lunge down the inside of Sweck, and Sweck's going to go nowhere, and there's contact there for Austin Young, and that will be 2 places lost there for the Polish-based team of Team Checkmate Spark Services. Schweck will lose out, but then has a chance to dive back through, and there's going to be contact on the X as they tag Eric Grove, and then Niels Kerr's going to pick up 2, and trying to dive by both of them then is going to be Jordan Backmeyer, and on top of that, Pavel Gevsky there, the Porsche Cup car, trying to work its way through too.
As we take a look at a replay to see the bit of contact that really started it all, that was the dive from Austin Young in that number 62 Solpec Precision Racing LMP3 effort down into the turns. That's a spinner off the track in wild fashion. That, I believe, was heading down to turn number 29.
Well, that's cool.
And there you can see. Oh, it is.
Bennett Parsons going around, and that has been another tag with Austin Young on the exit there of turn number 28. So it goes from bad to worse for them as they go through, and Solpec, who looked like they were going to be the team to beat today, they might find themselves in penalty purgatory. Course Sim Racing, who are pretty much nowhere. Look, you can see they're just running their line at the moment, and it's just trying to cut back on the exit. Oh, they ran out of road.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think that may be a penalty impending for Austin Young. 2 bits of lap traffic contact in this series of about 30 seconds. You can tell the frustration was beginning to brew behind the wheel of that number 62 car. Had about a 3-second gap back to Moment Khan once the pit stops were fully dealt with and taken care of, and that gap slowly but surely got whittled away. He got that move put on him, and then once the lap traffic started coming back, Austin Young was feeling the burn, feeling the pressure, and making those mistakes. For the driver who set that quick time in qualifying to grab the pole, for the driver that was seeming to be in the perfect swing of things in the first hour, things have really fallen apart as we've gone into hour number 2. There may be a penalty impending for the driver of the 62.
Well, this is what we call a tough day at the office. You can think you can have a nice early start, and then suddenly you hit the mother load, and that's what we've just had. Grove currently in P7, working to try and get by Jordan Backmeyer for position, which will be for 6th place if that can be managed. But for the moment, that Delta Sports Sim Shop team, they've done a very good job of just quietly working themselves up into this group and keeping the pace on. Backmeyer working well now into 9 and 10.
As we keep an eye on these competitors battling all throughout these classes, I do want to touch on something that I kind of hinted at a little bit earlier on in this show, something that I like to call the lap traffic chicken game. You see these competitors go for the gutsy moves, trying to overtake the slower traffic. We get into a point of the race where drivers start to go for more gutsy moves, more audacious moves. We saw it with Young as he went from the move down to turn number 22 a little bit earlier on. We saw it at the start of this race, heading off through that exact section where it was contact involving a Porsche Cup car and an LMP3. I believe it was Vegeta that got spun off in that right towards the start of this race. That's really detrimented their event as they're running down in P9, 2 laps down from your current leader of Conright in that Cup category. But you get into that game of lap traffic chicken where these racers feel compelled to go for gutsier moves. They see one racer that they're battling with go for a ballsy move, and then it just snowballs from there. One driver goes for a lunge that's a bit on the opportunistic end, then another, then another, then another, then another. It just snowballs out of control from there, and eventually you have LMP3s going for dives that are never really going to work on unfortunate sports class drivers that just get caught out in the crossfire. I'm not saying anything bad about these racers. It just happens to all of us. We get compelled seeing another racer that we're running around go for a move. You're going to try and one-up them, and eventually it'll snowball out of control. So keep an eye on that as we develop and get these lap traffic encounters more and more between now and the end.
Good credit to see a BMW up this high in the field with Delta Sports Sim Shop, and we talk about a lot out there, and actually Satellite as well doing a great job. Balanced performances, in comes Mobin Khan on the alternative strategy to make that pit stop. I just want to touch on this point quickly here, Ron, but you know, balance of performance in GT4 isn't talked about as much as it is in GT3, but today when you've got all these drivers trying to work hard through a circuit with a lot of twists and turns, the nimbleness of the Porsche is showing itself outright right now.
Yeah, this is a racetrack where if you have a light and agile car that can run through the turns quicker than anything, you are going to come out of this race smelling like a bed of roses. One thing that I adore from this season calendar is to see a driver swap in that satellite car. Adam Crane now behind the wheel of the 64. But no, with the amount of different racetracks that we have from this season, of course, here at the Bend, twisty and technical, 35 turns in all on this GT configuration. But when we look at some of the tracks that are a bit more straight line heavy, go Miami. That's going to be a very fun race. See what sort of configuration they run. Masano, a bit more straight line heavy. The GT4 drivers are going to be tested all season long to see what car will prevail at a wide variety of different circuits, all with different characteristics.
Kalyan May will be looking around and saying, what can I do next? But it's Mail Jean who's got all of the focus. Let's listen in with Mail on this battle. This is RaceSpotTV, fan immersion. Chase very much on here by Mail Jean, and it's been well staved off over the last few minutes then by Guillaume Darunia, who has done a great job. Jake Sperry and Ron Mones here bring you all of the coverage of the first round of the IVRA Clubsport Series here from the Shell V-Power Motorsports Park around this section. Big lockup, not getting much help there from Team Nitro, and Mark Bowser, who has been there and has been turned around more times than I can count over the course of this race. So there's been a lot to try and get through. Austin Young, by the way, has been given 5 seconds worth of penalty for Solpec Precision Racing there for responsibility. And then as well, the 4-3-4 team have picked up a stop-go penalty for 5-second rule violation, and so the 4-3-4s are not going to be best pleased about picking up that in terms of stop. That is Thomas Enger Sim Racing and what they'll have to serve over the remainder of this race.
Yeah, so the penalties coming out for incidents, some of them involving lap traffic in the case of Austin Young, just as we expected. The tensions flaring behind the wheel of that number 62 effort. Still holds on to a good cushion at the front of LMP3, but that will go down once he comes in to serve that penalty a little bit later on in this race. Gotta wonder what the mental state is behind the wheel of that number 62, whether or not Austin Young is feeling the fatigue of this race already. We always talk about it in reference to shorter tracks where you're putting in so many laps, but the inverse can be true on longer circuits where it does feel slightly monotonous running around this super long racetrack, or even in that quick LMP3 category, the quickest series that we have got here. It is still a 2-minute and 45-second lap time at the quickest. It can be a little bit stressful mentally for those racers up and down the field just to run these laps and try and keep it on the road lap after lap when it's such a long lap to try and negotiate here at the bend.
Well, we do note that Jaden Conwright's got the lead here in the Cup category right now for CSM by Budderston plus Hybrid, but they do owe a stop-and-go penalty in this race for not serving their pit stop properly by running through the fast lane incorrectly. So they will have to serve that at some point over the course of this race, and if they don't, it's only going to get worse and worse for them as they go about. So this is a tough scenario for them right now, where they've got the lead, they're going to have to surrender it and a bit more. There's a bit of side-by-side as Schweck then looks to try and hold that position through, and Martin Schweck does well. Martin Schweck over Jordan Buckmeyer. So that pass goes through. Taylor Lane in then at 4.56. That's the Prestanda Nomad team car.
We've seen the pit stops continue to go on here in this race. We already saw it in the first hour. So many split strategies, so many different competitors deciding to tackle this race in various different ways. I think part of the reason why that could be the case with so many racers running different strategies is down to the lap traffic. We already see it once again here in this stint. LMP3s and sports class drivers all converging in on one another. Cup drivers going to have to worry about traffic in their own regard as well. I think it is a pretty darn good call just to say, you know what, I'm not comfortable about this position. It's an odd comparison to give, but if anyone could just hear me out on this, it's like when you're running a big NASCAR-style plate race at a track like Talladega or Daytona, when you feel like there's tension growing in the battle that you're in, you say, you know what, I don't want to be in this anymore, I'm going to back out of it, let everybody else battle, I'll slip back in tow, I'll be in the cafe, sipping a matcha and reading a nice book while all the chaos goes on out in the parking lots.
Yeah, you want to try and have the most risk-averse style race and keep yourself away from trouble, as Team Checkmate Spark Services have done a relatively okay job of that. Delta Sports Sim Shop, I think, have done a lot better than them on doing so, and so the BMW has held itself steady there, as the Porsche has been a little bit more of a tiptoe job around various elements of this circuit. But for the moment, it's been about the gaps that have slowly started to grow up. 15 seconds in LMP3, it's 10 seconds in Sport for Joey Petrick in the 996. LionGPFenster.com came in a little bit earlier, took a shorter stop to try and get themselves to track position, and now will be paying that back over the race to Matt Caruana. So for the moment, Joey Petrick with a great position. The net leaders as it so far stands, as the Satellite Racing 464 has the 427 behind for a little bit of company. That is WSR Esports and Eric Grove trying to work out, well, can the Mustang go and charge forward? I tell you who else has been doing very well. That 457 Mustang has had a wonderful start to this race. That's Chris Shorter in the Impulse Racing car.
Yeah, we talked about in qualifying in reference to those Porsches who absolutely dominated that session, with 8 of the top 10 starters in that sport category all being in that Porsche 718. Now, though, in the race, it looks like those Mustangs are coming into their own. I gotta wonder how those Mustangs are going to be run through at this.
Caution! So that will bring everything back to a close. As the early stages now, there will be a car somewhere on track that is around, and there is some hefty sounds from our producer right now, which says that it might have been a very large incident.
Yeah, it's pretty big to bring out the first yellow of this race, the first yellow of this season. Let's take a look at it here, Jake.
Florian Densler, then RJD trying to get up on the scene. Oh, it is a complete T-bone with the Nomad car there, who ends up stranded on the side through turn 18. And I can only think that it was the 456 car out there that had just come out of the pits that had caused that. So that would have been Taylor Lane who would have been then in that car. So a dramatic moment, to say the very least, for them. And so that, a massive shunt for RJD, that they will be able to come and get that repaired, but it will cost them a lot of time and a few laps. Look at it. Look at that rear tire up in the air.
Yeah, driving around the turns like a go-kart as he headed his way through the hairpin. Huge damage on that Mustang, going to bring him down in pit lane to repair the major damage on the front end and put us under yellow for the first time, not just from this race, but in this season too. As much as we've been talking about the lap traffic, this will neutralize it at least for a little bit and give these racers all throughout this field the opportunity to stay focused on their own class battles and not have to worry about all the drama going on behind. I think in some aspects, it will bring some tension to this field, but in others, it may actually calm some parts down.
So 53 cars took to the start of this race, with the majority of them in the sport category division, and so they found themselves with the day that they have available. So that will be the likes of Delta V Racing, the first retirees, and I think Prestanda Nomad will be the ones quickly soon after that. But it's 9 cars in the Porsche 911 category, or Cup category. You then got 12 in LMP3, and then the rest are all there in sport. But as we go, this is now going to be a big shake-up of the field, because we're about halfway through stints, or just heading towards halfway in stints. So now this becomes the stick or switch scenario. You're going to be able to save fuel as you go by. This is what we call an IVRA caution. They are the progenitors of this style of caution, where you run about as many laps as you can here under caution. This can take 4 or 5 different laps to get this all sorted and situated, but it's about bringing the field back together to allow close racing to form. The categories all come back together again, and so you're looking around at it and saying, well, who benefits and who loses out? Well, who loses out? Those who have found themselves in the wrong place. I'll tell you who gained the most out of all of this one here, though, Ron. Satellite Racing LMP3, who just come in and made their second stop. They will now get track position back again.
They're going to get track position, and they'll be able to hit the ground running in this stint with a refreshed driver behind the wheel of that race car. They're going to be smelling like a bed of roses come time for this restart. I'm looking through the field, though. One group that may get hit by this the hardest, if anybody had outstanding penalties that they're looking to serve maybe a little bit later on, that is going to sting, because now the field is going to be packed in like sardines. That penalty is going to sting even more. So for anybody that had yet to serve outstanding penalties, that is going to be a big kick in the shins for them. But at the front of this field, it's going to breathe new life into the race for others and really be a hard reset for more.
Yeah, so this is going to be important as well, because you're not going to be able to serve your penalty while you're under caution. Otherwise, that is what we call a very unfair scenario out there. So I would look around and say, how do you go about this and give yourself what you can? Pro Sport and Orion 1 and 2, Altura have moved up. Impulse +8 on the day. Talk Freak, 13 places gained, your biggest movers in the sport category. They've done a wonderful job of jumping up through the order, but those who have had penalties to serve will not have the ability to do so as they go. But as we have been talking about, it is a near 3-minute lap around here today, and so everyone now needs to find themselves the right place, the right time, and an opportunity to go and work. But this is what happens here. You build a gap, that gap sort of depreciates and goes away again, and so you have to rebuild that up. That's part of what endurance racing is, and you know, it's not your fault out there if you've got a gap of 15 seconds. You're at the whim and mercy of everyone else.
And that's a fantastic way of putting it here, Jake. We've got, in an endurance race, so many things that are in these drivers' control and in these teams' control, and there are so many others that are completely out of these drivers' hands. You pretty much just have to let go of the steering wheel at other points and let the fate do whatever it would like to do. So for these competitors, there is that mental side of things of willing to let bygones be bygones, for lack of a better term, and allow yourself to say, okay, that may have happened, but there wasn't really anything that I can do about it. You can't get too upset when a falling anvil comes down to strike you on the top of your head, even though you may be suffering with a headache the next morning. You gotta say, okay, there wasn't really anything I could do with that. That was out of my control. Let's just roll with the punches, so to speak, and try and still tackle this race as best as I possibly can. We'll see the change of mindset as we get closer and closer to this restart. Some teams that are really feeling the burn, and others saying, you know what, it is what it is.
There's something quite unique as well about a circuit like this, where you get race control saying the pacing line is at turn 30 out there at the moment. So there is a huge amount out there that says, look, you got to go about and say, what can you do, and pull yourself onto the back of this train. But there are teams that have done a very good job. I'm really impressed with Lion GP today in the Cup division. I think they've done a wonderful job of holding themselves steady, saying, look, we've gone and given ourselves the advantage. We've got our driver change done quickly and early, and we're looking to build it. CSM by Bursa plus Hybrid, yeah, they're in control. They're in the race lead. Issue they've got, yeah, it's all right being in the race lead, but when you've got to stop and go that you still got to serve, you're not going to keep yourself in the race lead for very long. With the field bunched up like this, they're going to fall right down to the back of it and down a full pit stop.
Yeah, that's the worry about those penalties. I talked about the change in mindset into how the penalties may affect a driver and a team's ability to really focus on the prize, focus on that checkered flag. I said that in this mid-portion of the race, if you pick up a penalty, it may sting slightly less. That was barring that we would run through this race completely green, which clearly we have not, as we are under yellow for the first time here. That changes the mindset on so many things, changes the strategy up. We talked about it right as we got this yellow flag out, Jake, talking about the fuel saving. I wonder what these competitors are doing under yellow, especially in this front pack, running in a train, running at these slow speeds. I can imagine the lifting and coasting is plentiful at the current moment. We can run on board with one of these racers and listen in to hear how much they're off throttle, maybe even shutting down the engines, in fact, as they run into train under safety car speeds. Just listening, you can hear the curb and the tires running over the curb more than you can really hear the engine. These competitors, in some aspects, are going to be enjoying this yellow and enjoying the nice fuel saving numbers they can get out of it.
Well, I also want to talk a little bit right now, because we do have a little point to talk schedule just for a session, because they get one of these races a month effectively as they run through. So they'll have November, December, and then I think they'll skip January, and it'll be February, March, April, May as they go to the end of the season. But the next round after this one is Misano, and so Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli is always going to be a track that, when you pair it up with the Bend, you know, Misano's been around a lot longer, but by the way that Misano's built up, it will feel like the Bend's baby brother.
Yeah, it will feel like that in an odd sense. Misano, a track that has played host to a fair share of sports car racing and just four-wheel racing period, but of course is predominantly known for hosting motorcycle events. I believe MotoGP still runs there every single year. When I think of Misano, I think the first time I ever saw a race there was the opening race in the history of the W Series. I believe that's where they're actually running. Actually may have been a little bit farther along in that season, but regardless, it's also a track that I really adore on iRacing. It's got a unique feel to it, a whole lot of asphalt runoff area, which does set it apart from this. But you are right there, Jake. Has some long flat out blasts, but overall it has got a lot of twists and turns. Going to be a technical round for that. And thinking about the pit lane troubles that we've talked about here at the Bend, have you ever seen the pit lane at Misano, the entry and the exit? It basically feels like you're driving down a very tight and narrow alleyway more often than not.
Yeah, and so you'll feel that next time that they're racing, they will have an understanding of how close quarters a season like this is going to be, and has been out there. Now, when all of that gap has gone away, we do need to know there are 5 seconds for Solpec to need to try and serve in the penalty box too. So they're going to need to build 5 seconds on Delta V and undercut out there. Guillaume Darunia, Mail Jean, who's there behind, Mike Palish, who really didn't have much of a great first stint. The team, of course, Sim Racing dropping back from their qualifying pace, but still brought themselves through. This will extend out that margin because they're running into what they can. But now at this stage of the caution, they now have the pit lane open. So those who want to come in and pit and those who don't, now I'm interested to see.
And before we see these pit stops, I just want to wrap up on the point that you raised in reference to the penalty for Austin Young and that Solpec team at the front of this field. You've got a driver who's had to battle adversity throughout this stint of the race. It has not been a smooth second stint for Austin Young at all. Had that penalty as a result of some incidents with lap traffic. So to try and pull that gap may be a heck of a lot easier said than done. We'll have to keep an eye on that number 62, how exactly they try and build up that cushion, whether or not it may be smarter to just say, okay, Austin, just bring it home, get to the end of the stint. I'm sure they'll probably be doing a driver swap in the not too far off future. So I wonder how Solpec is going to play this with trying to extend that gap. Will they do it now, or maybe try and make up that time a little bit later on once they have a refreshed driver behind the wheel of that LMP3 car?
Through turn 34, they will lead themselves to turn 35, and the pit entrance will be open. And it is very rare to see a pit entrance because pacing car speed is 90 kilometers an hour. It's rare to see that down at just 40 kilometers an hour, as there will be, yes, there will be a lot diving down in and making that call. So staying out will go a number, and that was a big checkup there for Delta V and Guillaume Darunia there, who was running in through. But everybody pretty much deciding to come in, and the exceptions then to the rule, Ryan 445, Akira Iwata will take control then of your category out there in sport.
Yeah, so fascinating call, trying to do something a little different and avoid that pit lane. As you can see how crammed up it is. All of the racers trundling down the pit lane at this exact moment. May see some driver swaps here as well. Drivers getting into their respective cars. Let's see who is going to swap. I think we have seen a swap. Yes, we have Brandon Roseborough now behind the wheel of that number 62 Solpec car. They're going to spend a bit more time down in pit lane than everybody else. But the driver swap out of the way, right as we were talking about the refresh driver maybe getting into that car. Now we have seen it.
Yep, so exit now is open. They've been really waiting for it, and that's the issue that they've got. Look at it, they had a closed pit exit. Nobody could cross the line, so it was all about who would jump out first. And critically, it's Core Sim Racing who've got the jump and the category lead and overall lead.
As we still see these racers stopped in the pit stall, some driver swaps afoot, some strategy calls afoot as well. I wonder who's going to come out of all this smell like a bed of roses. We'll just have to see as we're about to get the field stacked up here in the not too far off future to get this race back into green flag conditions. I wonder how much tension these drivers and these teams felt too when it comes to these yellow flag pit stops. May not be as vital as a green flag stop where you can lose out on a boatload of time, but in these yellow flag stops you can lose out a lot of time in a different way by losing track position with a small little mistake, either overshooting your pit stall or maybe going a bit too slow on pit entry. A lot rides on yellow flag pit stops.
So Satellite have brought themselves back onto strategy then, making a pit stop. So the number 1 reigning champions are in first position, but Satellite Racing LMP3 now with Adam Crane find themselves in second because of it. So that's critical. Matt Caruana and the 911, Project 91 by Rao Racing, they moved themselves now into second position as Lion GP and Joey Petrick then fall a little bit further back down the order. So this becomes a case now of, can you go and gain what you can? Changes in drivers as well. Undercut Racing Team go to Matthew Sasho as their driver. Berkler remains in at Dulatra for the moment. So it might be a case here with these stops of, if you didn't change driver, now it's a good time to. But Brandon Roseborough in, and a driver with a lot of experience, used to run, of course, did Brandon when it came to the Hydration Geodesic team, now a part of Solpec, as a lot of drivers from the Geodesic group now have become.
Yeah, so the complexion of this race has most certainly been turned on its head as a result of this yellow, result of pit stops, and it has been a big reset. Right as we saw that yellow, we were thinking in the both of our heads about how big of a reset this would be for racers who had some trouble early on, maybe on alternate strategies. In the case of that satellite racing team number 64 in LMP3, this will breathe some new life into their race. It was going to be a tough road to try and make that alternate strategy fully work, even though they did do themselves a lot of favors. They're now back in it to win it, and all throughout this field, many a team who may have been down in the doldrums thinking, oh, we're going to be on the back foot massively, we're going to have to hope for a miracle. Some teams throughout this massive field of drivers were keeping their fingers crossed, hoping that a yellow would come. Well, that yellow has come, and now we're going to see a varied amount of ideas as to how to go about this restart. Some are going to look to hold on to any sort of spot that they can. Others going to look to try and pounce. I have a feeling that the tensions may flare on this restart whenever it may arise.
So Orion 445 were down the lap, so they got the lap back, and it is now, in terms of your sport category division, now in the control of WSR Esports and Eric Grove. So with Eric Grove now in control, you look around and see who's behind, who's going to be gaining out of what. Team Checkmate Spark Services now second, and VGTR Esports, Laszlo Gyuri, the Hungarian driver. We haven't seen anything of VGTR today, and they've now got themselves up to third.
Yeah, it shows you how quickly these races can change in the blink of an eye. One yellow, and what may have been feeling like a bad day in the office, a bad way to get the season up and rolling, can change completely. As I just said a few moments ago, many teams are going to be feeling like there's been new life breathed into their season opening efforts here at the Bend. We've already seen drama in the first hour and a half, now with 2.5 hours left to go, and a bit of a soft reset, shall we say. We're not completely starting from fresh. These racers still have that memory of how things have gone thus far, but it will feel like a new beginning of this event. So drivers all in the field, whether it be at the front of LMP3 or the back of sports, they're going to be feeling like they have a new opportunity to hit the ground running once we get this race back up and rolling, and can just settle into a slightly better groove than they were settled in earlier.
In comes Ben Idris Abdullahi then in the 465 machine. That is the Satellite Racing GT4 car that is a lap down, and so will fall to the back of the queue by coming in, taking a little bit of quick service and getting back out and making something happen. A couple laps extra certainly won't hurt at the end of the day. Orbit, Drop Bear, Mercury have been given an end-of-line penalty, so they will drop back to the rear. But a key as well, that 5 second I don't think was, I think was potentially served in the pit and could do, but that closed pit lane certainly plays a huge factor into it. And it's amazing what one closed pit lane can do. I always go back to the most famous incident of a closed pit lane ever, which would have been the 2008 Canadian Grand Prix in Formula One, where Lewis Hamilton ran into the back of Kimi Räikkönen, which gave the first ever win for Robert Kubica.
You know, what's funny is it was 2 years in a row with some odd pit lane infractions there at the Canadian Grand Prix, because the year prior, I believe two racers, I think it was Nick Heidfeld and Felipe Massa, actually got disqualified from that race for leaving a closed pit lane. I usually see it on the NASCAR side of things, being a commentator from the States. The amount of NASCAR races that I've seen be turned on their head as a result of some pit lane infractions, either a driver entering a closed pit or exiting a closed pit, can really ruin your race if you get the short end of the stick when it comes to that regard. So I'm not surprised that we have seen that play a role in this race with the pit lane. I mean, we talked about the pit lane under green playing a factor. Even under yellow, it can play a big role.
Now, the drivers have been instructed here to warm their tyres up, and the reason why is because the pace car is going to come down, or the safety car is in this lap. So that will mean for these drivers that they will have to get themselves up to temperature, and they'll know that if they put new tyres on, that they are going to be as cold as ice. And one of the most sketchy places to be on circuit is on cold tyres on a restart.
Especially on a racetrack like this too. You know, if there was any circuit where I would want to have warm tires and be firmly in a groove, this is one of them. I'm just thinking about the first few turns of this lap. Turns 1, 2, and 3, a relentless assault on the tires. Very grip dependent. If you skid off through there, you're going to be in for a world of hurt. So frankly, these competitors going to have the hot tires, get back into the groove really quickly. Talk about a race and talk about a restart where you gotta just flick a switch, go from, okay, we're running under yellow, running at caution speed. Now I've just got to hit the ground running and absolutely go for it. This is a racetrack where you gotta pounce on these restarts. And if a driver makes a mistake, it could be a real detriment, doubly so with the field that's packed up as they are.
So, Core Sim Racing with Control, Satellite Racing followed, then it's Delta V who have yet to make their driver change in this race and will do at their next stop. Solpec are 4th and 5th at the moment, 62 ahead of the 60, and then Team Huizenveld in P6. In Porsches, CSM by Budosud plus Hybrid are in control at the moment, ahead of Project 91 by RAL Racing. They've got Impulse Racing 915, the reigning champions, Lion GP, Fenster.com, and Carla Esports Cup with Hendrik Augustine behind the wheel, your top 5, and then WSR Esports in pure sport category. Team Checkmate Spark Services with Marcin Schweck. You then got VGTR Esport with Laszlo Gyuri. Pro Sports Sim Racing have controlled the early running of racing in sport through Victor Eilerman, and then Bennett Parsons. Then for Core Sim Racing, GT Orange will be looking to go and make this work. Pace car there, your iRacing, I would say that is your sedan safety car out there, will pull away from the field, and so Mike Palosh will have control with everybody else behind. Adam Crane will be watching to try and get a good jump. Guillaume Darunia, you then got Brandon Roseborough for the first time getting in behind the wheel, and Oleg Lovkov, who will be sat there in position number 5. They'll only have a couple corners. It will be at the behest of Palosh to go and say, right, we're the reigning champions. We will lead this field by example and do what we can. The weight is there and the patience is needed. So, with Core Sim Racing now sat in control, they get a lovely launch. Oh, they absolutely catch Satellite Racing napping there, and a wonderful get and go, and it's immediate as they now launch. One car there missing the wing, that's Egor Ogorodnikov who's missing that. Green flag out in the air, and we are back racing again here at the bend.
I wonder if there's contact under yellow for Ogorodnikov as he had to come down pit lane to repair that damage. A missing rear wing and an LMP3 is absolute catastrophe here. So smart call to come into the pits, can push through something like that. You just need to come in, suck it up, and repair that damage. As it was a fantastic launch there from Polish as he came out of the final turn, pretty much gunned the throttle immediately as he hit the apex through the final turn, and really caught Adam Crane napping. I'm not sure if there was too much of the 64 code done there, though. If he goosed up the throttle as soon as that car did, it probably would have been even worse for him.
Yeah, and Jaden Conright still in control, but there's a change for a second as Rafael Scholzek then moves on by for Impulse. That puts them to second, Joey Petrick to third, and Matt Caruana has dropped in Cup. Down now into P4 with Hendrik Augustine now trying to work through the Borussia car up through 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 and 15, and now there's one of the Dullatra cars then battling. That's Kalyan May up against Matti Sasho for position.
And speaking of that cup swap of spots for the final few podium spots, Caruana, I saw, had a big moment down to turn number 6 on that restart, locked it up. I think he went for a move to try and jump his way into the race lead, and in the midst of all that, bit off more than he could chew, slid wide, ran off the circuit, and now he's down in 4th. So that's the reason why the swapperoos have gone on in the cup class. At LMP3, though, it is still tense all throughout this field. In fact, it's very, very tense.
Well, in sport, it is Grove and Schweck who have got away from Victor Eilerman, who is through on Laszlo Gyuri for that 3rd place, and everyone else will be lining up on the VGTC car to try and jump through, to try and gain the position and to say, look, we can jump through, we can make these places, there's going to be no problems for us as far as this race will go. And you can see the nature of this circuit, how there's always cars on it here, there and everywhere. And Darunia round the outside of 30 on Adam Crane gets it done.
Yeah, that was some gutsy stuff. That was a beautiful move to jump his way up into second. But in all that battling, look at the gap that Mike Polish has been able to extend in at the front of LMP3. 4.5 seconds, nearly 5, as they complete the first lap back to green flag running. Do want to touch on your current leader in the Cup category, the 915 of Rafael Stodzlik. I saw some big damage on the back end of that 915, so the battling in Cup may be far from over.
Yeah, so Stolczek's going to have a lot to do then for Impulse Racing, especially considering that they've taken the lead away from Jaden Conright, who will be due that pit stop. Joey Petrick will be trying to chase, but we know the outright pace that Porsche's got, and so it will be about can they maintain the margin and build on it as they go. Delta V Racing now to second, but look at how much time they've dropped. 5 seconds, and here comes the stop-go.
Yeah, so that is going to sting a little bit as they trundle down in the pit lane, but really saw the pace begin to fall off of that car as we jump back to the battle. This is for the final 2 podium spots. It's the fight for second in the Cup class. Look at that LMP3 car trying to negotiate all of that. That, I believe, was Ogorodnikov trying to get the move done down into turn number 3. Close quarter stuff as we once again have to worry about those battles between LMP3s and those slower class drivers, as Petrick trying to battle for P2 in that class with Pekarana, trying to get back into the swing of things in that Project number 91, Project 91 911 machine, slotted in third in class, had a trip up on the restart, getting back into the swing of things as they try and slowly but surely reel in the 915 at the front in class.
Well, 3 green cars in a row, 3 different varieties. You've got Petrick, you've got Caruana, you've got Augustine, and so when you've got green and black liveries, it reminds me of 2011 and the Irish World Championship Grand Prix Series. They were all in red and black back then as they were trying to work forward with it, but at least right now, it is all about who gets the run, and a great run heading over towards 16 there for Matt Caruana, but it's a closed style corner. It's not easy. You've got to get alongside to command the apex. And having that advantage at the apex is going to be crucial. These competitors, if they try and go for a move off through this tight and twisty and very technical middle sector, they've got to get it done with authority. They got to stake their claim on the move, be a little bit aggressive, and maybe even break the elbows out to a certain extent. Got to worry about race control. Always looming over these racers, looking at every single moment to see whether or not it is penalty worthy. These competitors do have to play a rather dangerous game when it comes to getting some moves done all through the middle sector. Really turned on 23 at the end after the S is the main spot as far as I'm concerned to make a move stick. Up to the mid sector, that really feels like the only spot. In fact, that and turn number 9, turn number 6, I think still is marked off as sector 1 around this racetrack, but regardless, all through that middle sector, we talked about this right early on in this broadcast, a game of patience that these competitors really have to play if they want to stay in it to win it and make sure they don't pick up any penalties. So I'm just confirming then with the contact, the 4-2-3, that Austin Young also picked up an extra 10 seconds worth of penalty, and for Taylor Lane, if they do get back out there again, they will have a 60-second unsafe rejoin penalty then to serve as they look to go back out and deal with it. So a lot there to try and navigate through. Solpek under a lot of pressure right now with that 62. Brandon Roseborough really having to fend Jan Sitkovsky off here. And Jan will be looking around seeing, well, they've swapped the car, 62 and 60. It's now Oleg Lovkov who will be looking to try and chase down. But Hoisingvad will feel like they've got a shot here now as they have that little search over to the inside. Roseborough is just going to see that side-by-side, will hold it off at 6 and through 7 and 8, commands the inside and keeps the place.
And speaking of Roseborough, behind the wheel of that number 62 Solpek Precision Racing LMP3 effort, running in 5th in class at the current moment. I gotta ask you this question here, Jake. We see driver swaps always be a role in endurance racing. You gotta do it at some point, but when is the spot to do it? Do you think it's more tense being put in the car under yellow, getting to get in the swing of things and being behind the wheel under yellow before you have a manic restart to worry about? Or is it maybe a little bit easier for these racers to get into the swing of things if they get in that car under green flag running during a green flag stop? I think both are really tricky for these drivers to manage, but I'm going to ask you, which do you think is the easier spot for a driver to be in once they do that swap?
100% under green flag conditions, because you can get straight to work. You've prepared yourself for an hour, doing your hot laps, maybe in a private session, getting yourself ready to go and jump, and then into play. I think the issue you find is if you see yourself under caution conditions, you're going to see those drivers have to sit and wait, and then they've got cold tyres which are not really there with undercut, then still battling hard as the 8 behind of Romain Burkla looks to try and get by Mathieu Sachaud for position. Kalian May is just in front. That's 3 French drivers then in a row, 7th, 8th and 9th at the moment here in this race as they focus on here and try and work with what they've got. Impulse out to a 3-second lead in Cup. It's 8/10 at the moment in sport as it goes, but for the moment LMP3 continuing on with some close scrapping right now, but no one truly close enough to start diving about to make some moves.
And we said it in qualifying right at the start of this broadcast when it came for that LMP3 qualifying session, how important it was just to have a good grip on this race car. These are spec race cars, these LMP3s. They're all the exact same. These cliches, super quick. They've been around the block on iRacing before. I can't remember exactly when they brought it in, but it wasn't a matter of 1 year ago. These cars have been a fixture of iRacing for quite some time now. These competitors know how to run it. That's part of the reason why this class is as close as it is. That qualifying session was insanely close. At one point in time, it was only a matter of thousandths of a second separating some of those racers. So here in this race, despite the fact that we're coming up to the halfway mark of this 4-hour-long event, the fact that we still have most of the field in this LMP3 category covered by only a matter of 15 seconds speaks volumes to how competitive this class is and how great of the racing these P3 cars can put on.
Now we're just 13 minutes away from points being scored here, and I think this is where it's going to get really critical for drivers after a restart. They're going to want to gain places, they're going to want to gain them quick, because they know that there's 34 points on offer for being at the very front. And I would look to the sport category to see just how close it's getting in terms of race lead, because you've got 1, 2 and 3 together. Sikorsky dealing with a bit of blinking in front there from Brandon Roseborough. That's going to be doing no favours then. Up to 14, 15. I can only drive and see what's in front of me. And again, nowhere to go. 16, 17, now through the sling, 18, 19, 20. And for Jan Sikorsky, this is a nightmare.
Yeah, what a troubling spot to be in at the current moment, having to deal with that dirty air, having to be in a hornet's nest like this. It can be very, very tense behind the wheel. We've talked at length about this racetrack and how these competitors have to tackle if they find themselves in a little bit of bother when it comes to either traffic in their own class or traffic in others. You gotta stay with it. This track can eat away at you mentally, especially when you're stuck behind a car. I also raised this a bit earlier on, how it can be very taxing on these drivers just being stuck behind a car for quite some time. You see the back end of that car that you were tailing, and you eventually grow sick and tired of it. You wait for the day that you can see that car in front of you just explode into a million pieces and see that car strike the moon. You get angry, you get tense. I know from my own experience racing both in the sim and in real life, there's been many times where I've been stuck behind a car and I've grown frustrated to the point where I came up with new insults to call that driver. One time I drove in an endurance kart race back in 2022, and I was so frustrated being stuck behind my competitors that I got past and called them a pinhead as I got the move done.
Well, Cup getting a bit busy as well as Team Nitro try and figure out whether they can move themselves up the order a bit here and gain themselves third place points, and they would certainly be, I would say, gracious of them at this moment in time. So this is going to be a very important battle that we're seeing for Mark Balzer at this moment, with Hendrik Augustine dispatched of. Team Nitro are deciding, right, this is going to be crashing racing mode. Caution again!
Second time we are under yellow. Wonder what this was for. We saw the drama that broke out to cause the first yellow. Gotta imagine as we got closer and closer to having lap traffic may have been
racing
a factor
team
of that as well.
It's the 489. Marcelo Eusebio was behind the wheel when the incident took place. So the 489, the reason why the safety car comes out for a second time, there was a car that came straight across the road and absolutely T-boned them at 6, trying to avoid contact. And so that is going to be a very, very sheepish driver after an incident like that. So the Grow Racing team and Marcelo Eusebio there's not much you can do. I believe it was the 446 Orion car of Shea McNeely here. Watch McNeely here in the back. He outdoes his braking zone. Watch out, everyone. I'm going straight on. Bang!
And nothing that he could have done to avoid that contact. The driver barreling into the turn. The braking zone's so tricky here, especially when you've got a turn leading up to it. But unfortunate to see that incident put us back under yellow for the second time here, and that resets things once more.
There's not much you can do, but because that safety car has come out so quickly after the first one, I don't think we're going to waste much time getting everyone back into position. So I think this is actually going to be a lot quicker than the first one in terms of what we've seen. So that's just going to tick more laps off. It's only going to make life easier for those drivers who have come in and have made their pit stops and got their line. I wouldn't be surprised to see teams nearer the back like Maradnus or Nexus, for example, come in, get a bit more fuel, try and keep themselves on strategy. But, you know, this is what you want. You want time off the board just before the halfway stage of the race, because now you can't go and pass people for points.
Yeah, so this just about settles it in terms of those midway points that will be awarded. And I'm not sure if anybody really expected it to go this way, but you gotta be quick on your feet, think on your toes, and worry about that sort of incident taking place. So now with this yellow, it looks like all of the drivers in those points-paying spots will not have to worry about it, and it will settle this field down once again. I wonder what this is going to do for the drivers on the mental side of things as well. I keep talking about the mental game as someone who drove in karts for as long as he has. I know how much mind games can play a role in it, and in an endurance race, it really rings true. You gotta have the right mindset to do well in a race. So I wonder what this yellow is going to do for these drivers on the mental side of things, along with that strategy.
It's a hit there back in the sport category that brings it out, and so this will give a chance to just settle and realise that you can't really race for these halfway points anymore, because we are under these pacing conditions and they are stuck at these conditions which they have to work for. And so if you made moves off the start, great job. Impulse Racing, I think, did the best job of everybody, because the reigning champions in Cup, they will now have that control and say, right, there's not much that we have to do to worry about that. I am looking around, so Taylor Lane would also get 120 seconds worth of penalty, so that Nomad car have 180 seconds of penalty when they come back out, so a whole lap for a safety car procedure infringement, which is towing without permission from a safe position. And then for the number 9 car, which was a 5-second rule violation, so that will really hurt then Undercut Racing Team. So there'll be a stop and go for Mail Jean. And then the big one that goes along in the pits, there was contact in the pits between the 996 and the 48. So that will be LionGPFenster.com, who will get 10 seconds worth of penalty.
And that is going to be a big kick in the shins for those competitors, as we see a case of double vision here. Yeah, the Dulatrar car comes down pit lane, virtually nose to tail.
So Dulatrar, and Maradnus come in and make stops. So I think that is a great call by all three of them. It will put them with slightly less or slightly more fuel in the car now as they go through. They don't lose that much track position, and so by making that stop, they're now going to be looking at this going, right, it's only 2 hours to the end of this race. Let's do what we can. You can see very short stops there by both Roman Bokla and Kalyan May, waiting for the pit exit to open. So a lot longer service then for Alec Bergstrom. There's one car in the back just trying to move through. So this will be Eric Grove and co as they look to try and join up the back of the group here.
I think that's the first time these drivers have been stopped out there on the racing surface outside the pit lane for what feels like quite a while. It'll feel like a nice little point to catch their breath more than anything else, but can be a little bit unnerving at their stop in the pit lane. It never feels good to be completely stopped in a race car, whether it be out there on the track or down in pit lane. You're so used to going fast. You've been going fast for so long that once you're stopped, it's just gonna feel a little bit uneasy for these competitors. But as we get closer and closer to that halfway mark and those points being awarded, we You gotta wonder who's setting themselves up the best for the second half of the race. I've already seen 2 yellows, a lot of drama breaking out there on the circuit, and so many different things that these teams have probably been doing behind the scenes.
And so after all of that, pit exit was still open.
Huh.
They just sat there for a minute, idling their engines, getting to the back of the line before getting themselves then going again. So that would have done their engines too much good, but ultimately, they're not going to lose anything from it.
Yeah, they won't lose anything outside of maybe a little bit of coolant. I know from my own experience, these LMP3 cars can overheat rather quickly. I remember there was this one series that I was commentating where for the full course yellow, they would do a virtual safety car style procedure where everybody would have to run around the track on the pit lane speed limiter button, and drivers up and down the field would end up blowing up their engines, having to run on the pit lane limiter for as long as they were because they are in the lower gears. So that is it's fascinating to see them stop there. I don't think that would completely overblow their motors too much, but you know, if I were the designer of the radiators in those Ligier LMP3 cars, I would probably be keeping my fingers crossed and running some numbers to make sure that they can handle that for too long.
Yeah, I would also be looking around at it and saying, okay, this is going to be where you're trying to hold yourself steady, and they are just 3 minutes away then from going through. And if the pace car goes another lap, which it will do, whatever order they find themselves in at the end of that lap is the way that they're going to score some points. So they have sacrificed effectively, you know, 5 points in the championship to go get themselves better positions to make the rest of it work. But for Mike Palash, you know, and that #1 course sim racing prototype, you talk about being at the front of the field. It's not about being at the front straight away. It's about strategizing to get yourself exactly where you need to. And they will have to change drivers at some point away from the #1. They've got Pascal Stix, who has been the effective wingman for a number of seasons for Mike Palash, the Austrian, then. So they definitely do have to make it work. And they have got themselves what they want at the start of this season. Early points.
And that's going to be music to the ears of these competitors to be able to score some points. That, you know what, no matter what happens in the final 2 hours, I'm going to leave this race above 0. That is, it's so good to have that sort of feeling, thinking, you know what, I can go for all that glory. I've done well enough in this race. Granted, you still get a heck of a lot more points for being there at the end instead of being just at the halfway mark. So I don't think these racers will be going for all that glory just yet. However, it can be a nice little time to settle down and think, you know what, no matter what happens, I'm not going to leave this race completely empty-handed. It can be a slight little, I'm trying to think of the best way I can describe it. It can be a slight consolation prize in case there is any drama that befall these competitors between now and the end.
So, if they are trying to avoid any dramas out there, this is the time to do it, and they will now know that as they cross 2 hours, 1 minute and 35 seconds on the clock, they are very well aware at this point in time that they cannot do anything more to go and gain those points, and so they will be affixed as of the next lap. One of the Porsches there in the back diving down into pit lane, so that I find a little bit interesting. So you've got VGCR and Laszlo Gyuri down in on the pit lane. So they make that call, and so they will put back in Vegard Johansson in. So that was a very quick stop, get the driver change sorted, and so if they've done that effectively, they'll be looking at their fair share requirements to go through over the course of this race and say, yeah, we can tick off a bit more of it.
A lot of teams have a checklist that they usually go through in an event like this. Say, you know what, okay, here's step 1, step 2. It doesn't go down to that. Obviously, there's a lot of free thinking and people having to think on their toes as we go throughout a race like this. However, you can have those small little things just it's like whenever you get ready for a flight, if you're a pilot, you have a checklist to go through to make sure all the engines are turned on, make sure all the electronics are taken care of, turn on your anti-ice if you're flying in the cold. There's a lot of different things that these teams can go through in an event like this, and when it comes to the strategy, that is no different. You have a small little checklist that you go through to make sure you can remain on schedule. There are some times, though, where that schedule can come back to bite you somewhat. It's like having plans for a day, and something changes, and then everything else goes awry as a result.
So they know that over the course of this race, they have a maximum limit of 2 hours and 40 minutes in the car for each driver. The only difference is in Sportsman, where the Pro and Onyx rated drivers cannot exceed 2 hours in the car. So in terms of this, let's say, for example, you did 2 hours, 42 minutes in the car, and you go 2 minutes over. So in your fastest lap time is say 1 minute 40. 2 minutes divided by 1 minute 40 is 1.2. So when you round that up, that's 2. So you get 2 laps worth of penalty at the end. So you will be very heavily hit if you go over the control out there at the moment. But for the time being, it's a case of they will quickly get themselves back to running, and the points there. Rafał Stolczyk there for Impulse Racing in control of that category right now of the cup, and going, yeah, exactly how we drew it up.
Yeah, everything's going to plan at the moment. Some of these teams feeling good about their chances as we look to hit the second half of this race, hit the ground running, try and put together a really good drive as we get closer and closer to the very end. Some teams have had a fantastic first half, others looking to try and turn things around. We look at your current leader in the sport. That is a WSR Esports Mustang that is at the front of this field. I was talking about the Mustangs a little bit earlier on in the show, and be fascinating to see how exactly they can do. It looks like those Mustangs have been able to run smoothly, as much as those Porsches had the proverbial stranglehold on the field in qualifying earlier on. It looks like here in the race, those Mustangs have come to form.
Yeah, those Mustangs, brand new for this season as well, by the way. So we didn't have Mustangs in 24-25, but here in 25-26 we do. And so there is a big difference now that the new car that comes in is looking to try and make a statement and try and get a result that is necessary out there. Working through over the top, you can see some weaving being done, which is the indication that the lights are off too, on top of the iRacing sedan safety car, which means we will be going back to running as we go through turn number 31 and over to turn 32 out there on circuit at this point. So they will know that the halfway points have just been conducted, and they'll know that Course Sim Racing will take 34, 31 for Delta V Racing, and so on and so forth, and they drop down the order. So critical points already scored, but the second half of this race now is all about a sprint, I would feel, from this point onwards, because everyone's got themselves in line. Everyone knows now that they've got to just execute their strategies that have been truly shaken up thanks to 2 quick back-to-back safety cars here in the middle of this race. Now, will Delta V Racing and Guillaume Darunia be a little bit more alert to it than what Satellite Racing were on the restart? I feel same place again. In fact, I'd say they were a little bit worse, if I have to be quite honest about it. Course Sim Racing with another great launch. We're back to running. Oleg Lovkov now looking to put the 60 up to second place. Immediate weaving to try and get tyre temperature into play. It's defended, but Lovkov now tries to work this one around the outside. Project 91 also going for it. 2D from Darunia. He'll lose the place, and back in Porsches, Caruana to the race lead.
And righting the wrongs of what happened on the last restart when he went deep down to turn number 6, gets the move done smoothly down into turn number 1, as now going to be the Pied Piper of that Cup class. Meanwhile, in the sport category, WSR Esports still leads over Team Checkmate Spark Services in the 488 car, so keep an eye on that battle. That may flare up as here we go, and dive nearly down into turn number 6. Impulse Racing thought about going for it with some damage on the front end, as we have seen that right there. I think that's a number 70 and P3 going off.
Yeah, that's the Maradnas car that's had a tangle, and so they've dropped down. So Alec Bergstrom, who was there, was trying to go through. He's overcooked it, and he's tagged someone else, and off goes Jan Senkovsky. now off the road. So that's going to be a huge hit for them at Team Hoitingveld.
We're seeing these P3s run into trouble on this restart. We talked about tire temperature right before we got up and rolling, and I talked earlier on in this show about the comparisons that can be drawn between the LMP3s and the Radical SR10s. Those cars usually have some trouble building tire temperature, and capitalizing the run early on in these restarts can have some slides, have some moments that can really catch you out. As we take a look at the moment that caught out the 48 Team Hoitingveld car, contact being made heading off into the turn. Nothing that they could have really done, just carried too much speed in there. Contact being made. Tough moment for the 48 down to, I believe that was turn number 9.
Brandon Roseborough ended up going in stitches trying to get himself out of the way of all of that. So that really hurt in terms of, oh, in fact, no, sorry, that was Stephen Cross of Nexus Esports. So that made life so difficult. Half a second now for Project 91. The issue that they've got there at Project 91, the 911, they can't run Matt Caruana forever. That's going to be their issue right now. They're going to be looking around and saying, well, at some point, Hayden Bramley's going to have to get in behind the wheel.
And when that swaparoo goes on, we're going to see some new life get breathed into these cars. Those driver swaps for some still in the not too far off future. They got to worry about them sooner rather than later. And once we get those refresh races behind the wheel of these cars up and down the field in all three of our classes, we're going to see the dynamic shift. So as we look at Cup at Caruana, holding on to that race lead, he's been in that car ever since the drop of the green flag. We'll have that driver swap soon. We go to the sport class where Eric Grove's still holding on to the race lead in that WSR Esports Mustang, as two Porsches right behind him though, feeling the burn as he negotiates the mid-sector.
Yeah, this is where they've tried to break away, and just like before the last one, they've got the jump on Orion and Mike Dam, who is there, the Canadian, in 4th position. Sven Kroot is there in 5th place, and then Delta Sport. So it looked like Core Sim Racing GT Orange and E. Bennett Parsons has really dropped the time, but Horston through with Delta Sport Sim Shop. So there's a lot that has to be unpicked on these opening laps, but for the moment, WSR and Team Checkmate Spark Services have what they want, but in comes WSR from the race lead.
Yeah, breaking away is Eric Grove in that 427 car down in the pit lane. He's going to go. So that's the pitter from the lead in the sport class, and he's going to get out of that car. And Ashley Finch will get in. Driver swap for WSR Esports right around the halfway mark of this race. Probably not going to see another racer get in that car. That will be a 1 hour and 52.5 minute run through to the fall of the checkered flag for Ashley. We'll have to see how that can go. It gives these two Porsches, though, the chance to battle for the lead in sport, as it's now Team Checkmate and Pro Sport duking it out for the top spot in class.
Suzuki Fujita and the 998, which is down a couple laps at the, or is down a bit at the moment. That 998 is going to pick up a few penalty points out there, or 10 seconds worth of time out there. But critically, that Project 91 car's got half a minute's worth of penalty.
Oh, as here we go, a dive and a swaparoo at the sport class. Victor Elman trying to go for the dive, heading off into the turn and through into the sport class lead. He will go. That was a gutsy overtake as they headed their way downtown into turn number 9, but he makes it stick, and the 419 car now at the top of class.
Victor Eilerman back into position as they were in the early stages of this race. Orion is trying to chase. Nothing that Martin Sweat could do about that pass there by Eilerman, as Cup still looks to be interesting. We know Caruana now has half a minute's worth of penalty needed to be served at the next stop, so they will have to get that squared off and cleared away. But they've also got to look around and say that there's now no responsibility of needing to go and make a move then in that group. Team Nitro sat on the back here with Mark Balzer. He'll need to drive a swap. Rafael Stoltesek will be just ticking this off, going, I don't really need to do too much.
Yeah, there's still a lot of things that need to go down in that Cup class for us to get a better picture as to how that battle will shake out over this stint. But for now, though, these competitors still packed in. That Cup category has been the tightest, I believe, all throughout this race. The margins have been minuscule. These drivers have duked it out. All of these cars have a slight bit of damage on them. It has gotten very physical in that Cup category. Very different than the LMP3 and GT4 machinery that we have got in this race right now. These Porsche Cup cars have some of the best straight line speed of this field. Yes, even quicker than their LMP3 rivals in the top series. They may not get around the corners quicker. They may not be able to stop the best, but these Cup cars are a unique challenge and a pretty big challenge at that. These competitors have coped with it brilliantly as we still have an hour and 50 left to go in this race, and it is close once again at the front.
Well, gives them just a car width on that inside, and it's again Stoltijek who's trying to pinch it back, and Caruana's better on the brakes and can hold that staved off challenge. Balzer can only watch, and so too Joey Petrick, the Swiss driver there in 4th position. So it is looking like it's going to get busy here with your Porsches for the moment, working through 5 to 6. Here comes the next chance then, covered off the fence. Oh my goodness, almost into the back there as they both go sailing on into the corner. And can you carry it off for the exit? No, is the answer for Mark Balzer. He almost stole the race lead.
Yeah, Team Nitro nearly slipped through with their own "here comes Hamilton" moment, heading off through turn number 6. That was incredible stuff. Those two chasing their own tails as they headed their way down into 6, and that nearly gave the race lead to the 992 car right in tow. It is still not over. Got the green and the red duking it out for P1 in this Cup category. Who's going to win out, as this battle is still going to be intense as we move farther and farther along and move farther and farther away from that restart. Gotta say, the restart very smooth in all of our classes. That's out a little bit of drama and a little bit of contact. Everybody negotiated it very, very smoothly.
They very much did, and so navigating through, they haven't had too many troubles out there, and so for the moment Project 91 is in play, but LMP3 is looking interesting because Delta V are back up to pace here. They've dropped 5 seconds overall. That's a bit wide there from Guillaume Darunia here just behind Oleg Lovkov as they work through 30 and 31, and again losing a bit of time through the middle of the corner, and so Logkov has a little bit of defense there for Solpec number 60, so that'll be okay for them. But for the moment, Project 91 holding themselves steady right now, with Team Nitro now in position to try and put the 992 Porsche 911 bracket 992 into play.
Yeah, Nitro putting in some good time, trying to peak at the right time to jump into that race lead as we got battles all throughout this field. But this is the one that we have kept our eyes on ever since that restart. They're bringing the thunder in this Porsche Cup category. Jake, we know these Porsche Cup cars to be rather fun. I've gotten the privilege to cover the Porsche Club of America series here on RaceSpot that puts on some fantastic Porsche Cup action. These cars are so much of a challenge, but it's a driver's car. This, you gotta run at 10/10 more often than not and keep the car underneath you. It can be a little bit temperamental at times, but with a temperamental car, you've got some absolutely thunderous racing action, and we've still got these two at the front of this class, covered by less than 3/10 as they head their way into the final corner.
Yeah, so again, it's close between Project 91 and Team Nitro. And now will Matt Caruana go defensive again. It's a good run here by Mark Balzer, and it's covered off to the inside. Look at this, a monstrous run, a push onto the back from Mark, just to say, look, I'm not going to go and make this move. I'm going to give you a little bump through the straight to say, look, you're playing a defensive game. I don't really want to get by you. I'm very happy just to stay in this place. And so I think that's quite a wise decision. What is closing up, though, is what Orion Race Team are able to do in terms of pace. And actually, I'm just looking down the order here and seeing that absolutely dropped is Team Checkmate like a stone over the last couple of laps. They've really found themselves down the order, because I think by the looks of things, they may have just come down in for their pits and marching sweat.
So still seeing these racers on those split and alternate strategies make that decision to come down pit lane. And really the first hour of this race, and the amount of racers who decide to break away from their field, break away from the rest of the pack, and come down pit lane to find a little bit of peace and quiet. They're now having to lay in that bed that they set for themselves right at the start. Even with those 2 resets in the yellows, it has caused some competitors just to be stuck on an alternate strategy, and whether they can make it work between now and the end is still left to be determined. Keeping our eyes still on this Cup class battle, which is the closest of our battles for the race lead. The LMP3 top 2 covered by about 5 seconds, as it's 1 second at the front of Sports.
Yeah, so just hearing word, Matt Caruana, those 30 seconds, Shaman Neely for the big hit that caused the safety car to come out. 40 seconds worth of penalty then over for them as Cup and LMP3 continue on with their respective battles right now as they look to get their focus all sorted. With an hour and 45 minutes remaining here in this race, they are starting to think about, okay, where can I be? What can I do? Where can I find it? Little search to the inside of the bottom of your screen. Not getting it done here at the bend in turn number 1. But for the moment, Team Nitro just happy to stay where they are.
Yeah, Team Nitro very happy about running in P2, whittling those laps away, and waiting for that number 91, that Project 91 car to come down pit lane. The 911 effort at the front of this Cup field, holding onto that spot for now, but things will change here in the not too far off future once we have those penalties factored in. So very happy to be running in that spot, not forcing the issue too much. It is keeping the top 5 close in Cup. Right now, that field covered by only a little under 2 seconds, in fact, between your top 5 in that Cup category. We're all running in spec cars in this Cup class. Same can be said about P3s, but with different setups and everything of the sorts. It can separate these drivers a little bit, but it is still close spec racing in these classes. I'm not sure about you, Jake. It can be a little bit controversial about spec classes, both on iRacing and in real life. I know the discussion pops up with IndyCar. I personally love it because you got battles like this.
Well, defended over to the outside line there from Mark Bowser. Not going to do anything, not going to try and force the issue, not going to be overly accepting of it. Having to go narrow at turn 3, try and work off the exit because you have to cover off the move from every car out there. You can't just hope to carry the speed through the middle of the corner and just expect it to stick. But that's all about progress and where they're going to find it out there. Now here comes the look. This has been a few laps of waiting and waiting and waiting, and blocks it up on the exit there. Mark Bowser forces side by side with Caruana, who's not going to give this one up without a fight. And ultimately, Team Nitro for the first time today lead Cup.
Yeah, so nice and concise move from Team Nitro to jump into that top spot. I figured that they were going to go for it sooner rather than later, as much as they were content running right behind. You still want to get that move done soon. You can't just slip back in tow. These are racers behind the wheel of these race cars. They're going to go for it any single spot that they can. So Team Nitro was bringing the thunder, and I think the pace on that Project 91 effort has started to drop back a bit as well. So that could be the reason why Team Nitro felt compelled to go for that move. Right on board with your 4th place runner in the class, Rafael Stolzik, behind the wheel of that 915 effort, whacking the curbs in these Porsche Cup machines, heading off through the S's.
Yep, so they've got that in mind as they go through, as in comes Core Sim Racing, your overall race leaders, to make a stop, and there's the lunge in from the wonderful attack of Impulse round the outside. Rafael getting it done there and brilliantly covering off the line as well. Busy with Joey Petrick in the mirrors here, there and everywhere. And onto the scene comes Hendrik Augustine trying to get that move.
Yeah, the battling, duking it out. These competitors are really starting to feel racy. You know how I said that the top 5 was covered by about 2 seconds not too long ago? You can make that 2.5, but a gap has really grown between your P2 runner of Matt Caruana and Rafael Stolzik. Now about 1.3 seconds separate those two cars from the final 2 podium spots in Cup. So this battling has started to shake out as we've gotten farther along in this stage of the race. After the restart some time ago now, we're starting to see the true pace of these racers begin to form.
Yep, so we are now into that stage where you're thinking about where drivers are, what they're doing, how they're getting this race. Pascal sticks into the car for Core Sim Racing now, and it's all about set up your end of the race the way that you know you need to. We know now that Core are the first of the takers in LMP3. So we go over to your racing battle, and just like that, off the road goes Guillaume Darunia. Mistake coming through 22, and so that will give Oleg Lovkov then a reprieve.
Yeah, turn 22 strikes again. Unfortunate for Darunia with that moment. We've talked at length already in this broadcast about the challenges of this racetrack, but turn number 22, as far as I'm concerned, the most awkward turn on this racetrack. It is a shallow turn in the sense that you don't have a lot of time to really set yourself up for it as you head your way out of the S's, and then it's a rather abrupt turn, in fact. Don't have a big radius through there. You just have to lick the stamp and then worry about the elevation changes. The track falls away from you, have a killer curve on the outside, and grass runoff area that's hungry for your incident points, hungry for your safety rating too. If this were an official, these competitors have always been on toe heading off through turn number 22. It's got to be one of the most awkward turns around this racetrack, which is really saying something on a circuit with 35 turns that they have to run at anger on for 4 hours straight, many of which have their own unique quirks and features.
But Horston, then, this is the second group in your cup division, in your sport division, sorry, right now, trying to work through and see who in front he can get by. Sven Groot, who is there, the Dutch driver, third position at this moment, with Mike Dam in second, trying to desperately keep in range Victor Eilerman, who is there at 1.3, 1.4 seconds. But the issue here for Pro Sport is that they will have to make their driver change, and they will have to do it within 20 minutes, and they will have to put Gioacchino Capilio into the car to bring this one home.
As we move into the closing stages of this race, for lack of a better term, still a whole lot of racing action left to go. 1 hour and 39 minutes left on the clock, but compared to the 4 hours that we started with, it's got to feel like a quick sprint to the end. So everything is starting to feel real for these competitors. You get kind of in a point mentally at the midsection of an endurance race where it just feels like you're going through the motions, running the laps and keeping the car on the road. Then when we get to the end, you have to bring up that level of awareness, bring up that level of importance, say, okay, every turn matters. I got to maximize the speed, keep this car on the road, keep it quick, and make sure I can do everything in my power to make sure that not only I as a driver, but my team as a whole can visit victory lane in the opening race of the season.
Now, overlap on the restarts is not allowed, and 2 cars have been pinged for it, and both of their categories are right up at the top. So Solpec Precision Racing 60, your race leaders, have just been pinged for 20 seconds. So too has Matt Caruana been pinged. He's now up to 50 seconds worth the penalty right now. That 911 car in trouble. Ewan Bremer and the 429, they've just been done for 5 seconds, and then the 432 car has just been hit with 10 seconds worth of penalty. So that 432 will not be very happy about that. That's Go Esports and Miguel Toledo, who are down in the lane right now. So they will have 10 seconds worth of penalty added on with their stop.
As we briefly had a battle for P2 in Cup involving that 911 Project 91 racing team effort with those huge penalties, they're going to be feeling a little bit frustrated and hot under the collars.
Them and again Impulse. Caruana's gone straight on at turn 6. Rafael Stoltizek has gone in and made that contact, and they just can't leave each other alone. This is what happens when sim racers do not want to give anything away.
Seeing red, that red mist has descended here at the bend, and unfortunate for these competitors. Let's take a look at the moment they're duking it out so hard all through the first few turns. There's only so much he could do. There's the contact, nothing that he could do. Caruana got to take a trip straight off into the runoff area, very lucky to avoid the gravel trap, but he nearly ended up on the other side of the road there. Carried on a little bit farther along. I wonder if iRacing would have employed a automatic penalty, thinking that he tried to cut the track intentionally, not registering the contact. But here we go. We got a battle for the lead in LMP3 between Solpec and Delta V.
We know, though, that the Solpec car has got 20 seconds of penalty. It was very close with Victor Eilerman there, running through turn 4, now out through 5 and into 6, which has been a sore point for many a driver over the course of this race. And there is the little look from Guillaume Darunia, and isn't going to be close enough to make anything happen in that regard. So Solpec keep themselves steady at the moment with that number 60 car at this stage, and I think they're also a team that haven't actually switched over in the course of this race. They're not. They've got to go to Paris Charles to bring them home.
And keep an eye on that Delta V Racing entry. That number 11, even after that moment heading off through turn number 22 a little bit earlier on in this stint, they've kept their nose back on the grindstone, and Daronio's put in an incredible drive ever since that restart to apply this pressure as much as they are to the back of that number 60 team up at the front of the field. So if it were me, I would keep my eyes firmly locked on that number 11 entry. They've been quietly lurking in the background, occasionally showing some pretty strong flashes.
So yellow flag comes out. There's been a big incident, and it's the fiercely forward pink car of Julian Fernandez, who is off the road and in the gravel trap. And so that will bring proceedings to slow down again, and a perfect time for those to come into the pit and get their fair share sorted. They'll have to make sure they come in within the next 15 minutes.
And another reset, the third yellow. And let's take a look what caused it, following Julian Hernandez in that fiercely forward car down into the turn.
Ooh.
And that just simply going off the track there. I wonder if there may have been a little bit of hardware failure potentially, because it didn't even look like he had an idea where he was.
I'd love to go on board and see that there from Julian Fernandez. I think that will give us everything we need to know.
Yeah, I think I may have called it there in terms of a hardware failure. Let's see as we ride on board with him. Got that traffic to deal with the Solpec car. Everybody splitting either which way. Let's see, hang down to the turn.
Yeah, wheel disconnects.
Yeah. Oh, that's such a shame.
There's nothing you can do there. That is what we call in the real world a power steering failure, and as such, that will bring out the caution, and it will drag this field back together once more. So critically, now is the perfect time to come in and set yourself up. 90 minutes and under left in that race. Everyone's going to be elbows out. Everyone's going to be looking around and saying, can you go and make this one work? And so I was looking around and seeing that at current outstanding here, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 incidents under review at this moment, and they will all have to wait until this safety car period ends before they get tacked on, and those are applied. So there is still a lot to try and get through, and all the driver changes and all the penalties. So you start counting it up. This has been a very busy day for race control.
Oh, it really has, and running a race around a track like this here at the Bend, one of the longest on the iRacing platform, maybe has the most amount of turns, with the exception, of course, of the various configurations of the Nordschleife. 35 turns in all, many opportunities for contact to be made. Unfortunately, they're just a simple issue of hardware failure, bringing out this third yellow, but many an incident for many a racer up and down the running order. We've been expecting drama, and that we most certainly have gotten here in the opening race of this IVRA Clubsport Series season here for the 2025-26 schedule. Looking at the schedule that we have ahead, the likes of Misano, Mid-Ohio, Miami, Long Beach, and Laguna Seca to follow. But this track here at the Bend, as we said right towards the start of the show, Jake, probably the hardest way to get the season up and rolling on a track that's new, a track that not a lot of people are too familiar with. You compare that to the likes of Long Beach, which has been on the service for quite some time. People probably know that track like the back of their hand. Here at the Bend, though, is a true venture off into the unknown for these racers.
And if you want to talk about it like that, Ron, let's just talk about the fact that this season is scheduled with a circuit that isn't yet even on the iRacing service at the moment, with Miami on the horizon. And so whose vice is going to work there at a circuit that nobody knows?
Yeah, I know on the provisional calendar they have it marked off as Homestead Miami. In case there are any delays, the Homestead Miami course would be rather a venture off into the unknown too. The other oval configuration of that track used to be used by, I think it was at that point in time, Grand Am Racing way back in the day, and Formula E used it last year. But they are running on the Miami Autodrome when that track does come to iRacing, whenever that may be. That will still be a very big unknown, a question mark for round number 4, right at the time that these racers have to switch their attention from just getting into a groove with this season to contending for a championship if they find themselves in that spot. Round 4 going to be another big question mark. I mean, this schedule that we've got, it's so diverse, so many different and unknown quantities of racetrack, so to speak. Of course, here the Bend, this 35-turn GT configuration that we are running at, we knew as soon as the schedule was revealed that this was going to be a tough one for these competitors. We talked about the challenge that these competitors will face at Misano next time out on December the 13th when the series returns for round number 2. Mid-Ohio, that track and that scan is ancient. That track is about as patchy as my face when I was 14. It has gotten repaved in real life, but it is still old and bumpy for round number 3. Miami, whether it be on Homestead's Roval configuration or whether it does make its appearance on the F1 track, that is still going to be a big question mark. Long Beach, the one street circuit that we'll be racing on this season, and I don't really count the Miami Autodrome as a street track. Long Beach going to be a big question mark as well. And Laguna Seca may seem like the most normal of the tracks that we're running at this season, but Laguna Seca has its own challenge too. The elevation change of that circuit is epic. There are so many iconic turns around it, and not a lot of wiggle room too with a lack of asphalt runoff area. So this 6-round season we've got from IVRA Clubsport here in 2025 and 26 going to be a whole heap of challenges for these competitors in all 3 of our classes.
And we've seen that already here around this place. I know there's about 1 million miles of runoff area with how much grass there is and all the various layouts that you have around this track. But while that you do have that, and there are a lot of spaces to get away from a mistake, a lot of the issues that we have seen with drivers in the instance that have come along have been one car makes an issue on a circuit that is very, very narrow and everyone else cannot get out of the way. That's sort of been the way that we have seen incidents happen out there over the course of the first 2.5 hours. And so as that goes, you're looking around, if it comes back onto circuit, that's where the problems start eating up at drivers.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you bring up there, Jake. Even with the vast runoff area that we have to our advantage here at the Bend, a lot of the bits of drama, a lot of the bits of contention have just come by the way of these by the way of these cars and the way they run. Going through the classes, that sports category, these GT4s, I talk about a quintessential GT spin where a driver gets sideways and there's really nothing you can do. You can't get out of it by slamming onto the throttle. You can't get out of it by slamming onto the brakes. Doesn't matter what you do with the steering, you basically have to let the spin happen and hope that you don't rejoin onto the racetrack as drivers come about. The Cup category, the biggest cars that we have got on the circuit in that class, we have seen the bits of contact hang down to the braking zones with hard side-by-side racing. That's been the main point of drama in that category. And the LMP3s, most of the bits of drama they've been involved in is getting it dealt with that lap traffic, trying to go for some moves where they probably shouldn't go. That game of lap traffic chicken that I mentioned earlier on in the show certainly playing a role in that class. So all of our classes here in this race have caused their own incidents in their own unique way.
Yep, so no shocks. Everybody jumps down into the pits then and looks to get service to fall in line. The car that doesn't and moves on by is the Yuxi Esports machine, the number 41. Now that will give them back their lap because they will now cycle to the front of the field and effectively they can wave by the safety car out there at this moment, and that will give them the chance then to move back onto the leading position. So everyone in, service is going to be required for everyone except those who are looking to move through. So I'm looking around, Grow Racing Team stays out, RJD, but now it's about who's off the jacks quickest and who can get themselves back in place. And I would argue it will be Core Sim Racing who will be in the best position for that to happen because of the fact that they won't have to take that much service at all.
Yeah, this is the money stop. As much as it may not be the last, it is the most important one that we've had thus far. Seeing some driver swaps as well throughout this field as they trundle out of the pit lane. Looks like Solpeck going to be at the front as they come out of pit lane, as everybody else going to follow in tow.
Oh, it's very busy on pit exit there, and they were merging into a lane that wasn't quite working out for people there. You can't afford to run through not even 3-1. Oh, there's a turnaround in the pit. Someone's gone around in the pit. It's one of the cars. It's Altura. It's Ewan Bremer turned the wrong way around, and this is going to be awkward because he's going to have to wait for everyone.
Yeah, and he can't tow, because if he tows, he'd have to go the normal way around the racetrack, so it'd probably be just about the longest tow you can imagine. Finally gets the opportunity to slam that car into reverse and rejoin the track, but contact being made in the pits, some penalties will most likely arise as a result of that. As we see Ronald Grossman, he's now behind the wheel of that race car trundling down pit lane, but contact made in the pits. Ewan Bremer, unfortunate for him, in that Altura number 429 Porsche, he's now down in 20th.
That's going to be on Sven Janssen at Sim RC, who'd come out of the pits and just moved straight across idly as if nothing was going to happen there. That was really not great, with John Bertefer and Ewan Bremer side by side. Of course, it wasn't great that Ewan Bremer was side by side in the middle of the road anyway on pit exit, so that caused a huge chain reaction there that brings everybody back into position once more. So we'll take a look. So Bremer's trying to hold this one. He's technically still on the fast lane, but look at Janssen, comes across as if he's not there.
Yeah, no, that's probably going to be a slam dunk penalty call in all of that. 3 wide racing in the pits. We talked about how narrow this pit lane is a little bit earlier on in this broadcast, Jake, in terms of trying to explain why this pit lane has only 40 kilometers an hour or 25 miles an hour as a pit lane speed limit. That's part of the reason why you have not a lot of real estate space to work with, unfortunately, there for the entirety of that Altura esports team, and most certainly Ewan Bremer behind the wheel of that race car, going to put them on the back foot massively at the start of this stint, and contact being made down the pit. Some penalties will most certainly arise as a result of all of that. As we mentioned the driver spots, we have seen one in Delta V.
So this is now how the field stacks out. Course Sim Racing have control with Pascal Sticks as the leading driver, and as they now look to try and move all the categories back together into line, Brandon Roseborough will now assume the role of second position. Third is Paris Charles, which means that both Solpec cars are 2 and 3. Benjamin Cara there is into play for Delta V Racing, and so with Alec Bergstrom now moving Madness to 5th, it is then Satellite Racing with Mobin come back behind the wheel in P6.
So in all the pit stops, we now have another shakeup of this field, another restart to negotiate with. I was going to raise this right before we, right after we had the yellow, I should say, kind of talking about the nature of these restarts up to this point, the 2 that we've already have, the 3rd one that's going to be coming up, and how frenetic they have been. That first restart, a little bit insanity, as it was the first restart of this race and this season, so everybody really wanted to get back in the swing of things as to how to behave for those restarts. The second one, though, was tame. Now, though, as we're going to have a restart with, for sure, less than half the race left to go, probably less than a third of the race left to go, once we get back up and rolling, I wonder what the level of aggression will be for those racers. Are they going to turn up the wick to 10? Are they maybe going to try and rip the knob off and run it to 12? Let's just find out. I have a feeling it will be rather frenetic, but if it's too frenetic, it won't be the last restart of the day.
Well, I look around at this and I think 80 minutes at least left on the clock. By the time they get themselves all sorted and in line and together, I would turn around and say, you know what? We're going to be in one-stop territory for everyone. Everyone, I think, is going to be pretty much turning the dial up to 11 and saying this is where we're going to go. Now, off kilter, Nick Ludica there for CSM by Burasud plus Hybrid now takes the cut lead out there, and that is even with the stop and go penalty that they had earlier on in this race. Team Nitro in second with Jonas van Druyten. Then in second, you've got Hendrik Augustine third for Carla, and then it will be a case of Lion GP in 4th and Team Checkmate in 5th. Impulse and Project 91, through the incidents and the penalties that they've had to serve, now find themselves all the way back in 6th and 7th, trying to jump back through the field of Cup.
And all throughout this race, the Cup category has been incredibly tight, and it will be tight as we get to this restart. Everybody in that field, I feel like, with only a couple of exceptions, the entirety of the top 7, I think, have a realistic shot of getting the victory. We'll just have to see how the chips fold, how the chips fall down as we get closer and closer to the very end. That Cup category has been up in the air really ever since the drop of the green flag, and will very likely be all the way through to the fall of the checkered. The sport category still a lot at risk there. We've follow Ashley Finch, your current sport leader, just got behind the wheel of that WSR Esports Mustang and will hold on to that top spot in class. Lots of stuff at risk for these competitors. We mentioned how it's probably going to be aggressive on this restart. Let's just see who's going to play it, how they're going to play it, and where they will decide to play ball. I wonder how frenetic the run down to turn number 1 is going to be. A good overtaking opportunity. We said right before we got this broadcast up and rolling how that would be the slam dunk overtaking opportunity you could probably get done the easiest at the end of that start finish straightaway, which is the biggest flat out blast on this racetrack by far. So keep an eye on turn 1 and really the rest of the first lap once we get this race back up and rolling.
So, with a few drivers not taking pit stops, WSR Esports and Ashley Finch regain control of sport with safety car June in at the end of this lap. Team Checkmate Spark Services and Martin Schweck is second, and SRN Motorsports Black jump up to third through Daniel Grolty, and then it is Pro Sports Sim Racing in fourth with Gioacchino Capilio there in fourth position in line. Then it's Mike Dam, then it's Chris Shorter, then it's Bart Horston, and they're all there trying to get in line. I would just like to point out at this moment here, Ron, that in our combined last 2 broadcasts that we've done with you and me as a pair together, we've had a combined 32 cautions.
See, you've been doing this commentary stuff for a lot longer than I have. I only got into it at in March of 2023, so I'm not going to mark this up to you. I think I'm just the pure harbinger of chaos on these broadcasts. So I do apologize for any racers who may be caught in the crossfire of a broadcast that we're doing together, because I am the one that's I'm basically the copper rod that's getting struck by lightning more often than not.
Sometimes it happens, but we are going to be seeing here some amazing racing when they go back to running, and now you will start to see drivers looking to get some temperature in the tyres and get as much as they can to work into that operating window to attack this stage. Nick Ludica will be the one in control of Cup. Ashley Finch in Sport and Pascal Sticks for the reigning champions Core Sim Racing will be able to maintain law and order at the front of this field, as they have done for a very caution-filled last hour, as we've had 3 back-to-back-to-back, which has completely shaken out the rhythm of the middle of this race. And because they've lost the rhythm of this race, they will have to try and form it and find it, and this is where we're going to start seeing aggression come into play, some of which has been down to some suspect driving, others of which you can't do anything about, which is of course the most important thing, a hardware failure. You can't predict a hardware failure out there over the course of a race like that fiercely forward. A real shame for them, who have been champions in this series for a number of different areas of fiercely forward. They won Cup in 2020, 2021. They look around and say, look, what have they been able to do? You know, they took sport category in 21, 22. So they have been a team that has been able to go out there and make it happen, just not recently in terms of what they've got. So for Pascal Sticks, it's now a couple of Solpec cars behind. Delta V will want in with Benjamin Cura there in fourth position. And then Alec Bergstrom in fifth. Don't count out Mobin Khan there in sixth. For Satellite, they could make something happen of this race, but they will have just under 80 minutes, 78 and a bit less to work with. Now, when do you go? Because out of 34, they'll head to 35, and it's going to be an early launch, and Brandon Roseborough, I think, again, doesn't quite get enough of it. Green flag will come back out in the air, and we are back underway at the bend.
Looking right behind, we're back to green flag racing in the Cup category 2, as everybody gonna try and make the most out of this third restart of the season. Who's gonna go for the moves? Who's gonna go for the lunges? Side-by-side racing right towards the tail end of the LMP3 category. That's Team Hussingveld looking to jump their way up into P9 over Nexus Esports. They get that move done successfully as they head their way off through 1, 2, and 3. Core Sim Racing, though, getting off to a flyer, able to maximize that run as they gassed it up early and left everybody in their dust.
Maradness then seeing this here, trying to go down the inside of Delta V, and Bergstrom gets the pass sorted on Cura. Behind that, Dulatra through on Moblin Khan, and Christoph Fabinho will want to try and jump through as well. So there are changes aplenty going about the orders. They try and figure it out. Ashley Finch with a good start to this one, but SRN right now holding things up. So too Satellite and Go, because it's not been the start that is wanted for the likes of Pro Sports Sim Racing. They've got traffic to clear.
Yeah, now with that traffic coming up once again, we haven't had to talk about that too much with the green-yellow cycle that we've found ourselves in the midst of throughout a decent chunk of this middle section of the race. These competitors got to worry about it once again here sooner rather than later. These competitors going to be on edge as we get closer to the end. The nervousness, the anxiety as we get to the end of the opening round of this season. The opportunity for some to get a big points haul here from this opening round of the championship going to be tantalizing. For others, though, they want to just try and make it to the very end. So many different mindsets as we get to the very end that we can't really get in these racers' head too much. As a former driver myself, I can tell you that a racer's head can sometimes be a very scary place to be in. And as we get to the end, these drivers may be seeing red.
Daniel Grolty holding well in third as the battle on for the lead continues on. Martin Schweck and Ashley Finch together. It is the UK versus Poland as Daniel Grolty runs wide behind, and it is getting so busy for third, fourth, fifth at this stage. Grolty's going to lose another one to Mike Dam. There's a car trying to work its way down the inside, and no! Round is going to go Grolty then, who's got to go for a spin, and so the 474 points the wrong way, and you'll see it there in the back. No, he just won't quite the backer shot there, but it's going to be a long way down the order for them.
Yeah, so costly mistake. A spin on this restart going to be absolutely disastrous. So let's see what that causes. We'll take a look at the chaos on the pandemonium. Heading down into turn number 25, and a spin for the 474 off into that part of the racetrack. And yeah, that's a big kick in the shins for that team. Going to lose out on a whole lot of track position, lose out on a whole lot of time. There's never an opportunity where a spin will feel sweet, but even then, that was extra bitter.
Wasn't helped by Kirill Pachenkov there, trying to jump down the inside for UC Esports and get back into position, even off the exit there. Ashley Finch almost catches back up again, so there was a lot to try and uncover there for the GT field that had to work themselves by, but for Sport, they know now it's too clear, and they've got a little bit of a gap now over Pro Sports Sim Racing. They will try and build on that as much as they can at the moment. Little feign over to the inside. Let's try and get that Porsche wide in the mirrors, and not quite there. Carla and Nitro thinking about what they are doing, as well as Cup still continues to be an interesting battleground. And here comes some more side-by-side then, as Dulatron now starts to wake up round the outside. 4 straight corners. You're gonna have to do it. Oh my goodness, Alexandre Dulatron's got it done on Alec Bergstrom.
And that was a commanding move to jump his way up into P5. Gonna lead him off through the S's into that spot. What an overtake there in the number 8 car. Now you got to worry about the Muradness and the Satellite drivers maybe duking that right behind. I'm sure that Muradness team looking to have a good run in this race, was running quick early. We'll try and gain some more ground as we get closer and closer to the very end, and keep an eye on that number 64 Satellite Racing Team entry. We saw them run very quick and run at the front a little bit earlier on. Started off the race running an alternate strategy, came into the pits very early. Then they got back into the swing of things, but ever since then things have gone slightly awry for that number 64 car. Keep an eye on them, currently running in 7th, to maybe try and make hay while the sun is shining and end this race off with a bang.
So I'm looking around, and the 445 out there has just picked up a stop and go for a pit lane infringement. That's Robert Hartley, who is behind the wheel, who is lightning quick in an MX-5. He was almost a 10K driver at one stage, so that will hurt a ride. And they've just had a really tough day under the sun. Nothing they can do about that, but at least right now it is busy behind CSM by Budosted Plus Hybrid, Nick Ludica with Jonas van Druyten, with the likes of Hendrik Augustine there, with Antonis Despotakis back behind the wheel of the 996. They are sitting up, and they have Pascal Costa trying to chase down with Hayden Bramley.
As we are so focused on the battling.
Solpek's off the road, Paris Charles.
Disaster breaking out in P3 for them. We've been talking about those Solpec cars ever since the drop of the green as being heavy contenders in that category, but a big mistake right towards the end. I had to have been heading off through the second's last turn. See many a racer with a spin through there already. Solpec may have just been the latest victim.
Habinho through, then getting by Mobin Khan, Sasho through on Siegman, but this is what happened for Paris Charles. It's as simple as I missed my braking zone.
Yeah, the lockup down in there, the tire smoke going up in the air. Disaster breaking out for Solpec, and a quick little mistake heading down into the second's last corner. Doesn't take a lot, but just takes a small little mistake for it to end in tears as Carlisle Esports looking to jump into the lead in the Cup class, and they get it done over the BS competition car right in tow.
Well, Hendrik Augustine through on Burosud with not too much argument about it. They'll look at Van Druyten, who is there in third place and can't quite make anything close enough of it. They will have Yuxi Esports trying to work their way through this group then, so that's going to make things a little bit more awkward as behind for fourth. There's going to be the little look down the inside from Despotakis. That will dispatch of some lap traffic there, of Matthew Deschênes there for PT Autosport Sim to Real. So Deschênes dealt with.
So getting that move done swiftly and efficiently. The battling in all of our classes has been insane, and here it is at the front of sports as look at that, WSR Esports in that Mustang. That is a move around the outside, heading down into turn number 6. Close quarter stuff between these competitors, but still holding on to it, holding on to that race lead. We're expecting the Porsches to be dominant. We're keeping our eyes on the Mustangs, and look what we've got here. We got a Porsche in front of a Mustang duking it out for the top spots in sports.
Very good run there, and Martin Schweck then is going to move Team Checkmate into a position where they can say they have a commanding advantage, a lasting advantage. If I would call this a chess game, I think they've got a rook for a knight.
And I will swiftly and abruptly move on because I do not know anything about chess. I feel like if I did decide to play chess, I'd probably be the worst chess player in the world. Checkers is more my speed, albeit I was dropped on my head quite a lot as a child. I just dropped myself and whacked my head on any sort of thing you can possibly imagine. But these racers having to be strategic about how they tackle these battles as they get closer and closer to the end. They're getting up to a big check mark too. Once we get below an hour left in this race, these competitors are going to feel like they're in the final stretch. And for these teams, it can be a big motivator. They always talk about in running spheres, the runner's high, getting into that groove and thinking, okay, you know what? That adrenaline's fully kicking in. I'm running on the afterburner and I can make it to the very end. These teams are going to get that exact same thing going on as we get to the end. They're going to see 59 minutes and 59 seconds left in the not too far off future, and that will be a big motivator. That'll put some extra wind in the sails of all of these drivers, even in bad positions that they may have gotten put in because of some drama earlier.
Well, speaking of drama, Gioacchino Capilio is not going to be best pleased with the way things are going for him because there's been a massive off then with one of the cars, and it was Christian Menezes then as the Satellite Racing GT4 car span across Chris Shorter, then one of the Impulse cars. Both of them went straight on through turn 5. That was a massive hit between them, and it's really shaken up what's gone on now in your sport category for the last spot on the podium. Mike Dam and Orion now find themselves in third, as for the moment now it's a bit of clearance here for Carver.
Take a look at a moment that happened with Satellite Racing. Contact made, I believe now heading down into turn number 9, unless I'm very much mistaken. Huge moment for the both of them, running off into the gravel trap for the Satellite Racing team entry. Satellite Racing looking to have a good season here in IVRA. We talked about a little bit earlier on them trying to break through into international competition. It has been a mixed day for them up to this point, but they have shown some good speed.
Despotakis just there in the back of shot was trying to get through Jonas Van Druyten, and Van Druyten runs wide for Nitro, and everyone goes on through. Cookies, that's the free place.
Team Nitro dropping down the Cup class once again, having a twist and turn. We're not just talking about the ones out there on the racetrack. Of all the classes, even with the frenetic racing we've seen in the P3s and the battling all throughout in the sport class, the Cup category has been the most topsy-turvy. Many different racers having their moment in the sun, many other racers getting involved in some drama. These cars and these teams have been battle-hardened up to this point in this season opening round in that Cup category. This spec class with these Porsche Cup machines has put on some darn good racing up to this point, and still expecting the battling to be intense as we get closer to the end.
So 468 car has been dinged with 20 seconds of procedural penalty after overtaking 2 cars in the line. That will be Orbit Drop Bear Mercury with Harold Stadler then getting that sorted. Miguel Toledo's got the 10 seconds, and 10 seconds have gone and hit the 468 car again, so that puts them on 30 seconds worth of penalty that they've got underneath them at this stage. So there's a lot to try and uncover at this moment with the penalties that have come on in. So sitting down, they've had over 60 different incidents to look at over the course of this race, and another one's just come in, 5 seconds worth of time penalty then for the incident in turn 6 for Thomas Marks Burgess. That will be the Sim RC car, the 475.
Jump now to an onboard with the 888 car. This is the Delatra Automotive by PC Design. 6th place running car in LMP3 is battling in class, still very close. These races do have to worry about that lap traffic once again. In the midsection of this race, when these LMP3s didn't have to worry about the traffic too much, they didn't have to worry about the restarts, which I guess you got to take the yin with the yang, so to speak. I think it was preferable, though. We saw in the early stages, especially in that first run through of traffic right towards the beginning of this race in the first half hour, how frenetic and hair-raising it got for those P3s. And even after that, with many racers running into difficulties, notably that number 62 entry, running into some trouble, picking up some penalties because of some drama with some sport class competitors that they tried to lap. I think those LMP3s did enjoy the break with the lap traffic, but as we get to the end, they will have to worry about once again, and there's going to be even more of importance put into the getting those moves done clean to avoid the penalties and make sure you can get them done fast to keep up with your competition.
Christopher Bigno then keeping an eye on Alec Bergstrom, knows his teammate Alexandre Dulatra is there in front trying to chase down Benjamin Cura. They're in 3rd position for Delta V Racing. You've then got Roseborough, who's been able to jump clear by about 4 seconds, and then 4 seconds clear of that is Core Sim Racing, who lead this field and are doing a wonderful job of leading this field. I think second now is interesting in Cup because Nick Ludica is a bottleneck at the moment. Carla have been given a runaway here, and Despotac and Pascal Costa both need a way through. No changes they run through on the brakes into turn 31 here, but it is a case of, I think there are categories that are looking around at these final stops, and they are going to be deal breakers.
Yeah, as much as I said the pit stops under the latest yellow were going to be vital, we're getting to the make or break stops for sure. Looking at side-by-side racing for P8 and LMP3, that's Team Hussenveld battling with undercuts, and that is going to be Hussenveld holding on to that P8 spot for now, but keep an eye on that 9 car, who will likely try and give it another challenge, another bash, as they head their way onto the start-finish straightaway right now. Looking at that gap, closing up, reeling them in, flashing the headlights down along side-by-side into one. They're going to go so close to making contact.
No, there was. Absolutely there was. They weren't going to yield, and they're still going to fight through 2. Outside for 3 needed for Matthew Sacho to get by Fabian Siegmann. That is 2 drivers who both wanted to command a bit of the circuit. Siegmann now sees the crossover. Now as they head through turn 5 over towards 6, look at them, nothing between them as they head to 6. Battle of the brakes, and Siegmann's going to run it in a little bit deep, locks up the inside front. A lot of wheel smoke then coming off of the exit as the fender rubs on the tyre, and Siegmann holds the place.
And what a battle. Oh, it's still not over. Look at that. Trying to look for it around the outside. Into turn number 9 goes the number 9 of Undercut. We're going to see that move and this battle continue to shake out as we get farther along in this race. But well done to those two. Battling hard, battling tooth and nail. I mean, that was insane racing that they were putting on. But more importantly, over any of the action and the drama that they brought out there on the racetrack, they kept it clean. And that's what matters. These drivers have been keeping it clean throughout a decent chunk. These battles have been intense, but it has been smooth. Now, as you see these racers head off through the sling, nose to tail, they're slowly but surely losing touch of the likes of Mobin Khan and everybody else a little bit farther up the road. If they battle too hard, we have to worry about the racers a little bit farther behind. Keep your eyes focused on Matthias Schlott right behind.
Well, move done for second in Cup, because at turn 1, Antonis Despotakis, Lion GP, have got the clearance that they want. They're through on Nick Ludica and CSM by Bursa plus Hybrid. It now sits to Pascal Costa now to try and work a way through. And on the back of that, the PT Autosport car that's 2 laps down, they builds a gap over everyone else, and they'll start looking around with an hour and a minute and saying, well, we can burn the minute. Now it's time to focus about the hour.
Yeah, these racers have been running this race to checkpoints, but as you get into the final hour, those checkpoints going to become more and more commonplace. You're going to see these racers say, okay, we're in the final hour. Let's break it up into 20s. Let's break it up into 15s. Let's break it into 10s. And then as we get closer and closer to the end, these racers will go not by the minute, but by the lap. It is going to be gutsy stuff from these racers as they try and battle for the win. They're going to have to be on their A game as we get closer to the finish. Everybody has to run at the limit, master those pit stops, master the apex, make sure that you can be the master of this track that is so hard to master. Everybody up and down the field has had their own fair share of drama here at the Bend, whether it be veterans, whether it be newcomers. Everybody's felt the burn as we got side-by-side racing in LMP3.
Yeah, so this will be Herbinho to the outside, looking to get this pass done on Alec Bergstrom at Maradnes. And Maradnes will lose the spot then to the second of the Dullatra cars. It will bring Mobin Khan back into play then at Satellite. But it's good drive off the exit here by Alec Bergstrom. This isn't over by any stretch of the imagination. Turn 6 is definitely a place where this can be done. Gets the run at 5, covered off then by Herbinho then, who is the Belgian driver in behind the wheel. Covers off the apex on the inside. Pass complete.
As we ride on board with that number 70 Maradnes car heading off through the tight twisties of this mid-sector. Got the lap traffic to worry about. Oh, so close to contact as they head their way down to the braking zone of turn number 9. These curved braking zones, most importantly, turn 9, we have seen lots of drama break out into that part of the racetrack throughout this race, and nearly just saw it once again. The long sweeping bend in the road before then going to make that braking zone even more important and even more tricky to nail down. We've seen so many close calls off into the section of the racetrack, and just saw another one right there. This lap traffic, a huge choke point for these LMP3 competitors. We talk about just trying to worry about, imagine having to worry about slower class traffic as you're battling for position within the final hour of a 4-hour-long race that he put so much practice in for. Gonna be gutsy as these racers go for even more aggressive moves on those lap cars.
Oh, welcome to rush hour here in Adelaide as they now start trying to work themselves through. The bend is proving to be very tricky right now. The likes of Echelon and Co all try and work themselves around. Carter James there for that Echelon Supersport GT4. Ewan Bremer there for Altura, who had such a good run early on. Oh, there's a spin! Bang! In the background there. There goes Satellite's entry.
And Mobin Khan, who was in that car at the start, took a bit of time off, and in all that, the race really got hair-raising. That's another spinner. That's a Porsche. That is a spin heading off through, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, that is through turn number 29, and that right there is the VGTR 414 Porsche. That is Artemi Ilin in that race car, gonna go for a spin. Was probably expecting some drama from them already with what happened in the pits not too long ago. I believe they were at the epicenter of that collision down pit lane under the latest yellow, but things going from bad to worse for them even still. Now looking at side-by-side racing and sport, all of these racers turning up that wick of aggression, and we said it would be at 11 or 12 come time for the latest restart that we had after that past yellow, but it's going to get even more tense as we get closer to the end.
Oh, a little bit of grass there on the exit. That was never going to be too helpful to try and deal with as you try and run by car on car on car on car. Manu Casanovas there and Osis Esports having to be a little bit careful as in towards the opening corners that come along, following through. Sasho Ziegman, David Barraclough's going to have to let Alec Bergstrom go here, and now is going to get lunged down the inside. So this is the contact then, 25 into 26. You've got to leave room, and then just, he just tries to drive into the corner and then just runs out of road.
Yeah, that looked like an LMP3 sandwich down into the corner. Looked like there was contact with that 64 running into the car in front, getting run into from behind. There's a lot of stuff going on there. Let's take a look at how physical it got right before that. You can see the contact made, and then there it was. That was bizarre. Yeah, you can see, I think it may have been a slight rear lock because it looked like that car just spun around like a top. One moment going perfectly fine, next moment around he goes.
It looked like one where you need to hit the brakes, it's not there. VGTR, though, they just drop it. That is just a pure, unaffected mistake as it goes through. But what it has done is it's shaken up the field. Oh, they're going to go either side of the traffic, then in through 5 and 6 and 7. Wow! Oh, my goodness. Undercut, going for some big moves. But then through 70, 18, 19, over the curve goes Maradnes. And now they're going to scrap off the exit here through 21 in towards 22. Oh, my, how have Maradnes held on to that?
How have they all held on to it? The undercut team had a big wiggle in multiple points in time. The Maradnes car had to hop over the curb through the sling. It was probably a matter of millimeters away from avoiding all that. There's all the drama going on, as we have got some drama in sport as well. Look at the Orion team involved in the battle.
Yeah, they're through, and critically through there on the likes of Delta Sports Sim Shop. They have dispatched then of the likes of WSR Esports. They are second now, and they know they've got 4 seconds to chase to Martin Schweck, who is driving here for Team Checkmate Spark Services. So that's the chase that they're looking at next in terms of this one. But right now, LMP3 is a hotbed at this moment. Maradnes, Undercut, and Team Hoisingveld all there in the mix. They're fighting for these positions, and it's still getting a little bit chipper as they work themselves through 31 into 32 right now. Alec Bergstrom just about able to keep the pressure away.
Oh, and Maradnes had a bit of a wiggle before heading off into turn number 33. That undercut team got to apply that pressure on. He looks for the move, heading down into the second to last turn, but not close enough. This battle in LMP3, that's a car going off right in the back, a shot in the P3 category. But this battle for 6th has been so intense. These racers have been throwing haymakers at each other, but I feel like something's going to break here soon. They can't battle this hard.
Oh, something just has.
They have.
There's a spin on the front stretch. It's Paris Charles heavy into the wall at the pit straight. And so that's going to cause a lot of dramas. If he can't get back to speed again, that might throw a caution.
As you can see, it was side-by-side racing as they had their way down to turn number 1 as well. These racers may see that drama go on and decide to turn out the wick. It's still stopped there. Paris Charles in that number 60 Solpec car. Been disastrous run at this point in the race for that number 60 Solpec team.
Yellow.
Yeah, that's got to be a yellow. They tow just to get out of harm's way. Probably got to be a penalty, but that will cause us to not go under yellow.
There it is. Yellow flag comes out. A little late, all things considered, with how many cars could have been caught out by that on the main straight. But, oh my, that's going to bring things back in again. Pascal Sticks had a 10-second lead.
And just like that, that 10-second advantage is going to be reduced down to absolute nothing. It's music to the ears of the Solpec team car, Brandon Roseborough, who is rather feeling desperate as we got closer and closer to the end. Let's see the contact. That was just messy stuff. Heading onto that start-finish straightaway, contact made in that P3 class. That was getting so frenetic. Something had to break sooner rather than later, and that's what broke.
Well, they're trying to get around the lap traffic, and a little bit of awareness wasn't quite in there. So for Magnus Bendiksen, that was not the way you need to do it. You have to respect where the cars are. If they're not going to move over and give you a lane for you, you do have to hit the brakes, and that is sometimes forgotten in the fastest category of car. You're not automatically entitled to any space to get around a car. 53 minutes and 7 seconds remaining then here in this one as we find ourselves very close to the end of this race, and this might be the moment here where everybody comes in, sets their final pit stop up, and said from now on it is just whoever gets to the checkered flag first. So that looks like it's going to be the way it is in the end of this race. The first real casualty we have seen from the LMP3 division then, as that all ends up in trouble there for the Solpec Precision 60. Remember, that was a Solpec Precision number 60 car that was leading at the early stages of this, heading towards the lead early on. The 62 was the one that had the lead in the early stages. That was the 60 that was pretty much for the mid part of that race, second or third pretty much the entire way through.
I wonder if as a result of that drama with the 60 and the 62 running up towards the front, will we maybe see a change of priorities within that Solpec team? Things just not looking good at all for that 60. Had some drama a little bit earlier on. Had that drama just then, going to tow back to pit lane. I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, we'll probably incur another penalty as a result of that tow. Not sure if that was an authorized tow by the time he got out of harm's way. I think that was just a panic tow as he tried to get out of the way of drivers just arriving at the scene of that accident and barreling up to the side of him. But either way, it's sliced, and I think Solpec could maybe benefit from just shifting their priorities a little bit now in the final 51.5 minutes in this race. I think Brandon Roseburg and that entire Solpec team going to be trying to go full steam ahead to jump in front of Pascal Sticks in that one car and try and get the win for that team.
So Altura Esports have picked up 5 seconds worth of pit lane infringement for causing, apparently being the cause of the contact there that caused them to go around and lose all that time. So that really hurts them, 5 seconds. But there are still a lot outstanding at the moment, and I'm sure that after this safety car, they will have to try and navigate through all of those quickly. If not, they might have to go to post-race review because there just is so much in these late stages of the race. Pit lane closed, so that will pretty much confirm it for everybody at this moment in time. Every category now should, at this point, have enough fuel to make it home with a pit stop.
And I wonder if this yellow is going to cause this upcoming round of stops to be even more nervous than it is already set to be. We're expecting a grandstand finish. We're still expecting a grandstand finish, but those pit stops were going to be vital. They will still be, but now there's a little bit less wiggle room. Under a green flag stop, as much as you can lose out on a whole lot of time if there is a mistake, you're not going to lose out on 2 terrible amounts of track position. Under a yellow flag pit stop, however, with everybody coming in the pits at round about the same time, packed in like sardines, if it does come down to that, you are going to see a lot of worry. Some racers may be pressuring themselves to just hit their marks as well as they can. It will be a pressure-packed, a pressure cooker scenario when they come down pit lane in the not too far off future to try and maximize the run, make sure they can hit their marks perfectly. We've talked about the pit lane penalties and the possibility of picking that up. That was, I think, was a slight alliteration from me, but now we also have to worry about just hitting your marks. Make sure you don't overshoot that pit stall. May not seem like much, it could be a matter of inches, but that 1 inch could make a world of difference.
I think Checkmate might have a bit of a longer stop than Orion, for example, so this will be about who gets what in terms of position. Carlisle with control, but Lion GP and Impulse have proven they've got a lot of pace and they want to burn it, and we know that Core Sim Racing are a little off kilter on strategy. They'll have the biggest pit stop of anybody out there, so that will be advantage 62 at Solpec, and it's been clear today that Clean Air has been the biggest freedom that you can have here around the bend.
Yeah, it has been a very, very sought-after commodity ever since the drop of the green flag. 35 turns around this racetrack in all, and outside of the start-finish straightaway, they come back to back to back to back. I think outside that start-finish straight, the longest flat-out run that we have. Completely straight on the road, no need to worry about turning or anything of the sorts. I think it may be tied in the run between turns number 29 and 30 and the runs between 30 and 34, 33 and 34, I should say. Outside of that, you are always turning here. So in these aero-sensitive sports cars, whether it be the LMP3s, fine-tuned with all of the bits of carbon fiber to try and maximize the downforce, whether it be those Porsche Cup cars that have a heck of a lot of mechanical grip, but still have the wings on the cars and the splitters for a very good reason, or those sport drivers who look to try and hold on to as much grip as they can in the lowest grip class in this series. Everybody wants to have that clean air, though only a few people can actually get it.
So, your opening round of the IVRA Clubsport Series for 25-26 is in its fourth caution of the race, caused by the number 78 at Nexus Esports colliding together with the number 60 Stolpec Precision Racing car, trying to get around some lap traffic. So that caused a lot of drama out there that has thrown this field back under pacing conditions for the fourth time here today, and so they'll be looking around at this pit stop window and they know that they are now going to be sitting into it. Pit entrance is open and everybody, I think, is going to be jumping in to say this is our last stop race. We are good to go from this point onwards, including with the pacing that will come along after this, and I reckon they'll be staring down the barrel of about 40 to 35 minutes by the end of this pacing period in this one right now, Ron, and they'll know it is all out from that point onwards.
These drivers are untying the gloves from their wrists at the moment. Sooner rather than later, those gloves will be off their hands and on the ground, and then we're going to have a true fight on our hands in all of our classes. Those pit stops coming up here soon. The money stop. This is where you make or break your race. We've talked about the pit strategy all throughout this broadcast, how troubling it would be to have a mistake. This is going to be the time to pounce for all of these teams in all of our classes. If you can get a good run through here, you can really give yourself a fantastic shot at a W. Otherwise, if you make a small little mistake, either speeding and picking up a penalty, that would be disastrous. You overshoot your pit stall by a little bit, that could be disastrous. Any manner of things can go awry in these pit stops, and with the narrow pit exit, you have to worry about incidents as well. Salt under the last yellow. Drivers in the sport category coming to blows as they try to negotiate the pit lane exit. So keep an eye on these pit stops. Going to be vital to see who can get in and out the quickest, but also going to be vital who can get in and out the cleanest.
Well, remember, they got to hope that pit exit's there and there's a big junk up as they head towards pit lane. They can't go in. They can't go in. No one can go in. Nobody can get in. They're all slowing up too much. Go Esports then are the only ones who can stay out because they've lost laps out there. So that's scary at the moment when they were trying to slow it down to 40 kilometers an hour. Everyone was scattering at 6s and 7s. This is a battle of pit crews. This is a battle to see who can leave pit lane the quickest. They've got to wait for every car to go by in the train before they're able to go out. Every category now has a reason to race for this, but the 477 has stayed out by the looks of it, and that's Smilai Esports. Rafael Dupin de Oliveira is there, and look at this off the exit. What a win for Solpec. They get what they want. Baradmus into second, Dulatrar third and fourth.
And that worked out perfectly for them. I was just going to bring up the fuel saving discussion to see whether or not these racers did a little bit of fuel saving under the yellow to try and shorten up the run. I think that may have been the call from Solpec. They've been able to jump up into that top spot. Brandon Roseborough doing everything that he needed to do, executing on the pit stops perfectly. He jumps back into that top spot in P3. We still have a long way left to go in this race, though, so it's not game, set, match just yet, but he certainly did his team and did himself a whole lot of favors as we got close to the end.
And the winners then in your sport category are Delta Sport Sim Shop. They've got themselves everything they want. Long stop there for Mobin Khan. Over a minute there as they go through. And critically back into position in Cup is going to be Impulse Racing. Pascal Costa with a great stop. It's going to be Carla in second and Lion GP, who find themselves now in third because of it. What a day we are seeing here with such amazing racing action. I would look around everyone as well and say who does what. I've got Orion in third, and the 56 racing team who have stayed really quiet. They were involved in an incident earlier on in the race, and Nathan Lafroigna then is behind the wheel at the moment. Noe Lafroigna has also been there, so the Lafroignas are now third.
Yeah, the right time to capitalize, the right time to pounce. This is the shot that these racers have. And now as we get closer to that restart, I wonder what the strategy will be for these competitors. It's going to be frenetic. It's going to be hair-raising. That is pretty much a guarantee. But who is going to try and be the most tempered as we get to the end of this? You can really win in one of these end-of-race sprints, end-of-race shootouts, just by playing the patient game, not throwing caution to the wind, trying to be there at the very end to finish first. First, you have to finish. I've read that in a fortune cookie before, and these competitors should probably have that stapled onto their steering wheel, because if they can avoid drama on this impending restart, if they can do that, they may very well be in a spot to win. Forget just trying to duke it out and throw bare knuckle fists at all of your competition. If you can play the patient game, play the calm game on this restart, that can taste even sweeter.
It certainly can. There are a few drivers who are completely out of this race and not running about at this moment in time. They include Delta V Racing 14 by Keyshot, Prastanda Nomad, Thomas Engersim Racing, the Orion Race Team 446, and Fiercely Forward Pink. You can add also to that list the last car running, Satellite Racing GT4, at the moment down in 48th position. 5 retirees then from this race, but 4 caution periods over the course of this, which has probably taken off in terms of green flag running about 35 to 40 minutes off the clock. So in terms of true racing out there, they're probably down at 3 hours 20 minutes if it stays green between now and the end.
And with that run up to the very end, the tension going to be high all around the racetrack for these competitors, whether it be this LMP3 class that's all going to come down to a battle of nerves, whether it be that sport category where things have been topsy-turvy all throughout, with many different racers having a taste of the lead and many racers at this moment having a shot at victory, or whether it be that cup category that ever since the drop of the green flag has been tense. It's been close. It has been nerve-wracking at many points in that class, and really throughout this field. Everybody knows that they have a good shot to do well if they can just keep it clean. It's a matter of who can keep it clean more than anything.
I'm looking at this, and I am expecting penalty to come in from that Solpec Precision number 60, because if I've got this down the way that I've got this down, they are going to be in 3rd place at the moment, and I don't think that's quite right in terms of how they've been able to go through about it, because they wouldn't have been able to follow procedure, so they'll have to take penalty out there at the moment, and they are 3rd. I don't know how they've got away with that, and the reason why would have been the incredibly quick tow they would have had.
Yeah, with where they're positioned right at the start of that start-finish straightaway, I guess the tow probably would have been like 10-15 seconds, and frankly, it would have been a lot less time than they would have lost even running around the racetrack under yellow with how battered and bruised that number 60 car was. So Brandon Roseborough, as much as I was talking about Solpec maybe switching their attention to one of those cars, he will have a rear gunner in a sense, albeit Alec Bergstrom in the midst of those two, going to be the meat of the sandwich, and he will be in a rather terrifying position come time for this restart. But Brandon Roseborough, I think, will take some solace in knowing that as it stands right now, pending any sort of penalties or stuff that may arise, he would have a rear gunner in the form of his teammate slotted right behind in 3rd.
So, as that then proceeds itself, they know how critical this is going to be. Under 40 minutes to go, and you are now counting down the minutes. And if you're Brandon Roseborough at the front of this field, if you're Pascal Costa, if you're Rafael Dupin de Oliveira, you are looking to try and just make sure that you are getting what you can out of this. Keep counting the time. They're now allowed to weave, so the pace car will be down in at the end of this lap. Smilai Esports here. I don't think this strategy is going to play out for them here. I think they're banking on a couple more cautions to get themselves home. They've stayed out. They've got the race lead. The issue they've got is that they're probably fuel short to getting home. So, with that in mind, I will look at Rafael Dupin de Oliveira. This will be, for them, a look behind. Delta Sport Sim Shop have 1 car to clear behind them. Then it's Orion, the 56 racing team, Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab and David Barraclough have moved themselves up there. And then it's Share Esports with Tobias Dernberger as a threat. Miguel Freitas will be a threat as well, and Impulse Racing. So keep an eye on those in the sport division as they go. Impulse with Carla and Lion GP in Cup. That is the threats there, and I would say it is a free-for-all. Solpec and Dulatrar, both of two cars that can try and go for this. Miradness up there as well, and you've got that Core Sim Racing car in 7th, along with Delta V, trying to jump up the order here, Ron.
Yeah, so you got a lot of different teams with a lot of different agendas, some hoping for some chaos to break out. If it does break out, turn 1, lap 1, probably going to be where it happens, or maybe off through this tight and twisty and very technical middle sector. Either way you slice it, you've got varied agendas throughout to this field. Some drivers hoping for chaos to break out, others hoping to just have a calm, cool, and clean run through to the very end. Everybody's feeling the pressure. We have talked about the pressure all throughout this race. It's the first round of this season. Only 6 rounds to mention here in the IVRA Clubsport Series here in 2025-26. These competitors need to strike while the iron is hot. Make sure that their good days are fantastic, and make sure that their bad days aren't even mitigated down to as good as a bad day can be. It needs to be non-existent. These racers are fighting for a crown. Even though we're not even at the end of the first race of the season, they're already thinking about the points, some with championship aspirations, others looking just to score a win. So many different things going through these competitors' minds. I would love to be a fly in the wall in some of these team discussions to figure out what sort of strategy they're going to tackle in terms of how exactly they push, how exactly they tackle the final 35 minutes of this race, because there's so many different things that you can do. Will you take it easy? Will you decide to go for it? Full send or full save?
Just gun it. If you're at the front of this field, gun it. Build a gap, gun it. That's all you can do, and you'll look behind. If the cars behind are in positions to challenge you, well, you're just going to have to fight them off. That's the way it's going to have to be this late in this field. They will have about 35 minutes remaining at the drop of the green once again for what will be their 5th start of this race as the pace car pulls away with Solpec in control, Miradness in 2nd. Impulse will be looking to try as reigning champions of Cup to continue their strength as they find themselves at the front, with Carla hunting, with the likes around of Lion GP trying to get through. And then it's Smilai Esports, who stayed out and are looking to try and give themselves as much as they can ahead of Delta Sports Sim Shop and Orion, who will want to try and run on through as quickly as possible. Through 34, they will look to turn 35, the final one on this 7.77 kilometer circuit. They will look and say who's going to get themselves dirty in the Murray River as they get themselves ready. Green flag back out again and going, and a great jump. And now Bergstrom realised it. They could have coordinated it there at Solpec for Paris Charles to go and get that look over to the outside, try and make this move for 2nd place. Porsche's going, there's a big spin in the back.
Yeah, big drama heading off to the final turn in the sports category, hoping that that can get itself resolved out here. Then you can see the satellite racing team entry running at the back of the car still in this race in the sport class. Things going from bad to worse for them. Everybody scrambling as they head their way down that start-finish stretch off into turn number 1. 3 wide racing in that sport category. WSR Esports in the midst of all of that as these competitors see a shot at victory and they want to try and grab onto it.
They absolutely do. Delta Sport will be looking to be aggressive immediately, and it's more speed. WSR around.
And that's coming out of 3, just looped it by their lonesome as the side-by-side racing still going on at the front of LMP3. Solpec Precision Racing with the number 62 starting to drive off into the sunset as the Solpec Precision Racing 60 tries to apply some pressure to your P2 runner of Miradness. Keep an eye on this pack of cars, all packed in like sardines. Keep an eye on the Delatrad duo. They're right in tow. They can strike. They can find any way in the book to get past these racers, and we may have to worry about a 2-and-2 with the Solpec cars battling with the Delatrad duo, who've been stuck together as if they've been attached at the hip ever since the drop of the green.
It's been a great launch in Cup for Impulse. They've got 1.3 seconds. This is RJD who are caught up in it. So there's the look down the inside. Christian Jung looking to drive off the exit. They go around, and then look at this as they go on through. They have their spin, and then you look around and say, are they going to have any friends to join them? Oh, yes, they are. There's the WSR car joining them for company. It's as quick as that as they go. Race leaders change in sport. So Delta Sport now with Bart Horston has given that into the position.
And Horston in that 400 car looking to try and bring it home in that sport category. Meanwhile, in Cup, Pascal Costa holds on to the race lead in that division in the 915 car. 1.5 seconds a gap between himself and Hendrik Augustine. So that is still going to be a battle of note in that category. This Impulse Racing 915 entry have been up and down the Cup field like Otis Elevator ever since the drop of the green flag, but they have been consistently strong. They've shown the speed, they've shown the pace, they've shown the tenacity that they have to see this walk through and go all the way through to the checkered flag as they drive off into the sunset. The battling going to intensify for second in that Cup class as a Carlar Esports entry of Hendrik Augustin behind the wheel of that machine, feeling some pressure from Despocatus right behind in the line GP entry.
Yep, so Antonis Despotakis will need to try and work his way by Hendrik Augustine. These are critical laps. They can't afford to drop the leaders, and at the moment, Bart Horstein here is getting Smilai Esports to drop the gap as well. Delta Sport have got a huge margin. Orion have dropped on this lap. 56 Racing Team now are the biggest threat out there in this race, and so suddenly you look at Delta Sport Sim Shop, they've just been the quiet team in there. They've always kept I would say a stoke in the fire, but right now they are starting to raise a bonfire.
Yeah, everybody gathering around the campfire and starting to sing the campfire song. They're breaking out the marshmallows to toast into some s'mores, but one driver is going to have their marshmallow get burnt. Let's just see who can hold it on the fire for the longest and get that nice and toasty. Who's going to win out in these battles? We got them all throughout the field as we take a look at one driver with a burnt marshmallow. That's Carter James. Huge damage on the front end of that race car. Looking like the front left completely broken off of that 499 Mercedes. He's going to peel off the circuit. If he's still stopped there, that could very well be a yellow, as it looks like he shortcuts the track as much as he can to try and bring that home as close as he can to being in one piece.
Yep, so there's some desperation in that from the 499 to try and stay out of the way, and also to try and pull it back by a marshal post out there. So that is a case of, can I keep myself on the road and have no dramas at all and say, look, we can keep running? The answer to that surely is yes to that at this stage. So Carla now still trying to work out whether they can hold second or not, and they're seeing that gap now out to nearly 3 seconds. We've got cars that are down in the pits like Project 91 by Rail Racing. That's Hayden Bradley down there serving penalty. You've also got PT Autosport serving penalty right now in the pits too. So they're trying to figure out what they can do, and it's all closed up then for second as well, as 56 Racing Team are through on Smilai Esports, and soon it'll be Orion's turn to try and get through.
Battling intense once again in this sport category. That Orion race team entry, specifically that 444 Porsche, has always been up at the front. They've been contending for the race win ever since the drop of the green, and we still need to keep our eyes locked on that entry. Right now, they are applying some pressure to the Smilai Esports entry, slotted in third right now.
To the outside of Mike Dam, and they've shown they've got great ability over the curbs to try and make this work. That very long Ford Mustang against the very nimble Porsche, and now trying to sweep around is Tobias Dernberger then for Scherer Esports. They're bringing themselves into play. Torque Freak still in this one. Team Checkmate Spark Services then, and Yashak there, Olivier Jan Yashak will try and bring them back through. They just got by Torque Freak.
As we ride on board with the Scherer Esports 416 of Tobias Drenberger, he is going to try and bring this one home in P6 and maybe try and gain some more spots between now and the end. I don't think that's out of the picture at all, with less than 30 minutes to go here in this 4-hour classic that we have had here at the Bend. For my first ever time doing a broadcast around this rather new racetrack in the sim, it has not disappointed. This has been fantastic, and we still have some great battling all throughout this field in sport, all throughout this field generally. In all of our classes, these drivers have brought the thunder here to the Bend.
They have little wiggle there from Scherer, and they're not going to be too pleased about it, because they're going to look at the lines that they're going to have to take and figure out that Olivier Jan Yashak's wanting to get through and is going to want to jump up the order. They've got behind them Chris Shorter and Mikko Nurmi, two very quick drivers. Gioacchino Capilio, I don't think is going to have the same level of pace to try and chase this down, but they're already down 4.5 seconds on the leader. This is Arsemi Linen there for VGTR trying to get down the inside. Oh, a little tap there to to the SRN car, and that's a small little slide. 3 wide almost on the front stretch. Look at the damage on the front there for one of the Porsches. That will be the Smilai Porsche there that's dealing with that front right. Through goes Mike Dam of Orion, and now it's going to bring into play in these battles. Straight on goes Miguel Freitas, 3 wide off the Essek, and now Yashak will move through and take the place. Dernberger will try and look and won't get there.
Yeah, and it was contact being made down to turn number 3 that caused that Mustang to get a bit of a wiggle on. Well held, though, to keep it on the racetrack, keep it going in a straight line, and still finding themselves in an intense battle down now into turn number 6. This sport class really coming alive as we get to the end as Delta Sport tries to drive off into the sunset in that 400 effort. Everybody behind trying to give it 100% at the very end. This has been a fantastic class to keep tabs on. So has this in Impulse. There's your at 1 point cup leader. That right there is Team Nitro going off the circuit, and the 994's Impulse leads in that category.
Big off there for Van Druyten, and that will definitely cost a look then from David Barra. Close perspective in the Top Freak Racing by TFR Lab car at this stage. He will look around and see they're just in front. Look how busy this is for Dernberger. Nowhere to go against Rafael Dupin de Oliveira there in the Smilai Esports machine, who is the cork in the bottle. Miguel Freitas through and has lost the time then to the likes of Lafreniere and co. They've got to chase down Bart Horston here on home soil, and that will definitely buoy him with a couple tenths of a second of advantage. 1.4 the gap at the front, and penalties are plenty. So for your leaders overall, they've got 5 seconds. Impulse of 5 seconds worth of time penalty for minor contact. So I look around, they've also got a safety car infringement of an extra 20 seconds in Porsche. My goodness, cup is changing. You've got Rafael Dupin de Oliveira, 20 seconds worth of penalty point, and then the 410 of Manu Casanovas will have 10 seconds worth of penalty to be added on as well. They're a little bit further down, the Enosis Esports GT4 team, but big changes going around in Cup.
And that is music to the ears of Carlar Esports. They're going to try and capitalize on this penalty from Impulse Racing. We'll have to see if they'll be able to do it. 5.2 seconds is the gap, but I think Carlar doesn't care about that at all. They're on track to grab that race lead, depending on how things all shake out. But right now, a big change of wind, a big change of the tides across this field. LMP3 has been topsy-turvy. It's still 1.4 seconds a gap between your top two in that category. Cup just had a big shake around with Impulse picking up those penalties. We take a look at Team Husingveld having a moment that side-by-side racing with themselves in the Dallas track car. They make contact through 9, spinning off into the dirt, and that's going to take them out of contention right at the end of this. Fabian Sigmund behind the wheel of that number 48 car, but a topsy-turvy day for them. Disappointing in qualifying, was on the back foot come time for the start of this race, and they were running in a good spot. Emphasis on were.
Yeah, and they're going to hit a little bit of lap traffic now. Overall are your overall leaders. So they'll sit down. 56 Racing Team. Nathan Lafreniere in the Mustang. Mike Dam of Orion. Olivier Jan Yashak there for Team Checkmate Spark Services there. This is Alexandre Dulatrar, though. Immediately after, big wiggle, and round goes the number 8. When was the last time you saw Dulatrar make mistakes?
And that's a big one. That is a huge one. We were talking about that Delatra duo maybe going to work together at the end of this race to try and challenge for that LMP3 lead. Now been broken up, and that's a big swing of momentum in that category. We've talked about the drama that we've already seen in this race, but now is where those chickens come to roost. We're at the point now where a small little mistake, a small little trip up can be disastrous for you and your chances of tasting that champagne at the end of this opening race of this IVRA Clubsport season. And now we're starting to see those mistakes begin to pile up. These drivers and these teams, they are tired. They're sick of this track. Contact made in the battle for 5th and P3.
Yeah, that's Core Sim Racing caught up in it then as they were trying to go and deal with it. So they got the place sorted then, and it was Benjamin Cura trying to get through as they went wide, and there was a tiny tap, and Cura just lifted off of it. So I'd say no harm, no foul in that. But Undercut now move up into the top 5. A good bit of work for them. Out of the way they've been trying to go about it, the number 9 of Mail Jean now looking to try and see what he can do. Sticks just overcooks it slightly, and then everything goes through. And I tell you what, good pass, great heads up driving there by Mail Jean.
Yeah, Sean doing everything that he needed to do to avoid that drama. Still has the battle with himself and Pascal 6 that we jump to right now, running on board with that Core Sim Racing number 1 entry of Styx, heading off through the mid-sector right now. This is a run up down, I believe, into turn number 9, down on the brakes, and down the gears he's going to go. These P3 cars always so tricky in the braking zone. We've seen lockups decide to be a big detriment to these competitors early on in this race, and seeing it once again as we get closer to the end. This battle for the final spot inside the top 5, very intense, and these drivers basically in no man's land in that P3 pack as they have to go about 5 seconds farther up the road to find the racers running in the top 4 in class.
So there's a lot going on here, but the race leading cup is going to be between Augustine and then Despotakis. That's 0.2 of a second. Lafroyer's just held off Mike Dam, who's now lost the place to Olivier Jan Yashak and Team Checkmate Spark Services. They're now up into 3rd position. There is so much to look at here in these final stages of the race, because we know the impulse of 25 seconds of penalty in the 9:15. 10 seconds come through for the 464 of Menezes, then that's on the restart, and there's still 6 penalties that need to be sorted out, or 6 incidents to sort out that could lead to penalties. Here's the battle for 3rd overall.
Yeah, the amount of incidents still meant to be looked at. This could very well be decided by post-race penalties. For now, though, these racers driving to 1 goal and 1 goal alone, and that is a checkered.
Checkmate up into 2nd position. They've got the move done at turn 1 on Nathan Lafroyne, and so that certainly made some moves then in sport. Cup still looking like it's interesting, and still they stay through 32 to 33. There's a look at Nathan Lafroyne, and Mike Dam will surely want a way through. Looks to the inside, half covered on the defense then by Lafroyne, and he holds his place.
Yeah, so keep an eye on Mike Dam to maybe get a little bit touch and go in this battle. May go for a gutsy move sooner rather than later. Seeing that checkered flag slowly but surely hove into view. 21.5 minutes left, and he is hustling in that Porsche, trying to find any way in the book to get past the Mustang, much like Janšik did here. It's a move down into turn number 1. Lots of late breakers into the turn. Pretty simple stuff heading down into 1 and 2, but it's enough to jump into P2 in that sport category. It's now a 6.5 second gap that Oliver Jan Janšik has to try and close up in that class if he wants to be a sports class winner here at the bend, as we nearly have them going 3 wide right behind.
Oh, power yourself to the inside. There's contact with Lafroyne. Mike Dam blocks his way through, and the nimble Porsche gives a hip check to the much larger Mustang and says, "Mine!"
David versus Goliath. You got that giant unit of a Mustang and that very, very nimble Porsche, and they're all duking it out. Come time for the very end, we've now got Mustang on Mustang battle heading down into turn number 23. Look at the Impulse Racing car trying to hold on to as many spots as he can and make up some more. This is a battle for 4th as it stands at the moment, heading down into turn number 25 right now, all through the tight twisties. Freda's going to get that move done to jump his way up into 4th. It's still not done, though.
Wow! And they're going to tangle on the exit of 27. Inside of 28 is there. Wide's going to have to go. Lafroyne, and Miguel Freitas just parks it in the middle and says, "No chance you're going to get by me." Now it brings Tobias Dernberger into play for Shera Esports to try and work her way through. What brilliant scrapping we're having at the moment around the outside of 30 to try and get it done. That won't work. Now you're going to have to figure out something else. Dernberger goes to the outside of 31 to try and get it done. Won't see the pass.
And these drivers getting to the end, marching to the beat of their own drum and finding their own battles. Some of these racers realizing that the win may be out of reach and they just want to go for all out glory. As look at those two chasing each other's tail. The Shera Esports Mustang in front of that Impulse Racing Porsche. That was very, very tense stuff as they headed their way down into turn number 34.
I think we need to go over to Carla and Lyon, because this is for overall that they've got together because of Impulse's penalties, the 960 and the 996, which are out there right now because they're doing what they can. 4th in sport, top of your screen. 3rd in LMP3 on the bottom, but 2nd in Cup is where I'd love to go and see battling on right now, because that will be for the victory.
And that Cup class, as I've been hyping up all throughout the show, has been tense. It has been hair-raising at many points in time. Those competitors have given it all their all. And now as we get into the final 18 and a half minutes, now's the time to pounce for Hendrik Augustine. He needs to just hold on to that spot, hold on for dear life. And for the driver right behind trying to tackle, that is going to be a very gutsy move that'll have to go on if he wants to go for it. I suspect turn 1 may be the spot to do it.
Yeah, so there's a lot to try and get through, and here comes the look for third overall as Solpek just in front of the lap traffic. Lose out. Christophe Fabinho moves on by and gets up onto the podium with that pass. There are your leaders effectively net at this stage with Impulse's penalty still to be decided. Fabian Siegmann and Team Heusingveld, they have 5 seconds worth of it. There is no further action, and then for Harold Stadler, 20 seconds worth. There's still 2 penalties to serve. They are both down in Cup class at the moment. Despotakis and Lion GP trying to go through, but here comes back the look then on the top of your screen. Then as Dullatra are desperately trying to defend this one out there at the moment. They've got the clearance needed then, thanks to Menezes against Paris Charles. So they've been able to throw that back. Bergstrom not getting the traffic working either. Still 2 seconds back of your leader.
And the battling in LMP3 really getting intense. I gotta say, though, the gap between the front 2 starting to close up as well. 2.9 seconds. Keep an eye on the battling between Bergstrom and Roseborough as we get closer and closer to the very end. Got the lap traffic as well. The tides of the gap going to shift every single moment. Sometimes it'll balloon out to right now where it's around 4.1, 4.2 seconds. Then it'll dip back nearly to 3.5. This lap traffic, as we've been talking about and hyping up all throughout this race, gonna play a huge role, and now that they've got to worry about for what could very well be the final time, these competitors have got to maximize the run. This is where we're really gonna start to see those LMP3 competitors cut those heavy shapes as they want to try and gain all the time they can.
And Roseborough now to 4 seconds, 4.5 at the front. Everything they want and then some is there. It's still 5 seconds out there, and I'd say it's second, third and fourth fighting for 1, 2 and 3 at the moment with the 7.5 seconds. They're well within 25. Despotakis and Augustine will look by. Fastest car on that last lap. Nick Ludica, CSM by Burleson.
Drivers peaking at the right time, setting these good lap times as we get close to the end. They want to try and maximize their run at the end, and many of them are looking to do it. Look at that. That was a gutsy move from the 4th place car in LMP3. That was Charles going for a very gutsy move on the lap traffic as they're going to duke it out side by side, heading down into turn number 1. That'll be the battle for P3 in that LMP3 category. And here we go. Solpek battling with Delachaw. Got some sport traffic right in front. These drivers gotta get choked up by that sub was there. 3 wide into 3. Look at the run from Paris Charles in that Solpek precision number 60. Not able to get that move done to jump his way up in the podium spot, but he gave it the old college try.
Very much did, and it's worth noting that the gap is coming down in sport. Olivier Jan Yashak has been able to hunt Bart Horstein down by a second on that last lap. An 11.7 plays a 10.9, so he's trying to bring down that gap. He's only going to have 5 laps to do it, and he's going to have to continue to do it at this rate. So that gives you every little bit of what you need to know on what they're trying to navigate through right now. But Olivier Jan Yashak here has an impossible task ahead of him. Muradna's starting to fall back now, but they got the gap over Dullatra and the second Solpek team. And then you still got Porsches to try and sort out with Augustine, with the likes of Despotakis, with Nick Ludica. They've got to figure out how they want to do it.
All of these racers feeling the pressure as that time ticks down. It's going to be aggressive. It's going to be wild. It already has been wild ever since we got this race back up and rolling. But with nearly 14 minutes to go, all of these battles, doesn't matter if it's for a win or just one of the spots a little bit farther behind, everybody got to try and get the max amount of points that they can from the season opener. Hit the ground running in the 2025-26 IVRA Clubsport season. Has some brilliant races to look forward to, but we've had a brilliant one here at the Bend, and we are still so far from the end. 14 minutes compared to the 4 hours that we started with may seem like no time at all. Frankly, in comparison, it's the blink of an eye. But 14 minutes, a lot can happen in that period of time. The tides have shifted so often in this race, and the tides are set to shift once again.
It looks like Delta Sport have maybe staved the tide off a little bit, but this is for your win out there. Carla, Lion, and then Burosud. First, second, and third net on the road with Impulse out there in front. So now they're starting to look around at this. They know that they can't afford to drop 15 seconds in the last 13 minutes. I doubt that's going to happen unless they start knocking the bells out of each other. Augustine, there's hardly been any move between them at the moment, but Despotakis has sat patiently and I think's waiting not just for an if for a move, but a when.
Yeah, at this point, right now, that Lion GP team looking at that Carlar esports car right in front, and I could best describe it as like a cat playing with a mouse before he eats it, but you better not let that mouse get away, otherwise you're not going to have a dinner. Let's see when the move will come, whether or not it's going to be Lion GP going for the dive on Carlar first, or whether or not that BS Competition hybrid car right behind will maybe go for a move themselves. These three converging on each other with the penalties for Impulse. This is a battle for the win in that cup category. All running nose to tail out there on the circuit. They can make or break each other's races. One foul move, and we can see the tide shift in that class once again.
For a top 5 on the bottom of your screen, Tobias Dernberger trying to get by Nathan Lafroigne there in the 56 racing team. So they're trying to work a way to move on by, but at least for the moment, it's not quite there. So Dernberger able to keep himself there, and now on the top of your screen, it battles on. We know there's penalty though for that Team Hoisingveld car, and Undercut are under investigation as well. So Undercut will look around and say, well, this might be a battle of who's got the least amount of penalties. They got Pascal Sticks and Alexandre Dulatrat behind.
And the thunder being brought here at the bend is oh so close to contact between Undercut and Team Hoisingveld. That could have ended in catastrophe. They keep it going on the racetrack though. This battle for P5 going to be intense. They've been duking it out for so long, but they're not going to be alone anymore as they've been duking it out between Undercut and Hoisingveld. You'll look at Core Sim Racing and Dulatrat. They've been able to reel in that gap. Dulatrat now trying to go for a move right there in the back. A shot and dive heading down into turn number 23. Not sure if that's going to work out. It will not, and they get sent right to the back of the pack. That could have been an overtake there from Delta V as they've caught up to this battle as well. 5 cars battling for P5 and LMP3, all converging in on one another as we are only 11 minutes away from the fall of the checkered flag for the first time this season.
Yeah, and so Hoisingveld, although they're in the catbird seat here for this one, they're going to start losing out, and Core and Dulatrat there, and also you got the likes of Delta V. They're just going to have to work themselves onto the rear of this if they want to try and get any places up into 5th position. We talk about how points matter in a championship like this. They mean a lot inside the final 10 minutes, and so these positions are going to be important. Gaps look like they have found themselves steady in sport, but it's at the moment a case of minor place to deal with, and of course still the threat of Despotakis against Augustine and Ludica, who is watching behind that as well, as we can see that on the bottom of your screen right now. They're working themselves out of 6 through 7 and 8, and Augustine still holding 3 car lanes.
And these drivers trying to keep each other all at arm's distance, make sure they can grab him at the very end. Side by side contact being made. They're banging doors and banging fenders heading down into turn number 1, and they don't end up in the fence. I am dumbfounded. The fact that they are able to keep that car going in a straight line. The side-by-side racing going on right behind though. Keep an eye on these competitors. That's Dulatrat feeling the pressure once again from Core Sim Racing, and keep an eye on the Delta V entry right in tow. They're going to try and pounce in case these two come to blows. These LMP3 cars struggling for the grip right now. They've been so long in this stint. I'm sure the tires are screaming in agony here at the bend. So let's see who's been able to put on the least amount of wear on their tires, and they can run at 10/10 at the very end of this race. Contact in the battle right behind. That was Core Sim Racing and Delta V making a small little touch as they head their way now down into turn 9.
Benjamin Cura around the outside of 9, gets the inside at 10, and gets it done on Alexander, and sees Alexander Dulatrat through as well. Pascal Sticks to the back of the pack as they now look now and say, look, we've got to stay with Maelstrom, we've got to stay with Fabian Ziegman. Ziegman's got penalty, we can't afford to drop this one late on in this race, and the pressure will still be on for second with Maratnas and Dulatrat only 2 seconds between them. Solpek gone to the tune of 7.5 out out there at this point, and it starts closing up a little bit more, because here's something that we haven't considered. It's the Porsches now that have got to do lap traffic. Look at this.
Oh, and right as we were thinking that the Cup battle was going to be intense, now they've got their own little traffic dilemma too. This is gonna be a dramatic end to this race. A race full of drama, a race full of excitement, a race that has brought the thunder to Adelaide, and now we've got ourselves a grandstand finish in that Cup category. All of these competitors looking to fight it out for any sort of spot that they can get. At the front of that Cup field currently is a 915 of Pascal Costa, but penalties, outstanding penalties, going to drop them down outside of that spot. So it's these three holding on to P2, 3, and 4 right now, going to be battling for P1 in the opening round of this season. It's going to be a brawl.
Augustine holds the line well. Christian Jung in front and Harald Stadler. Then the Austrian, they'll also have to try and get by. They're doing enough to keep at bay the likes of Nick Ludica. They don't want 3 to the party out there in this one. And up on top, you can see that gap that is formed there for Lafroigna, who is now going to be able to walk away from Scherer Esports, the 418. So they built themselves the margin. No chance of a move, but it's a bit deep by both drivers as they push in. Leaves the door slightly ajar here on the exit with 7:20 on remaining. Close there for Hendrik Augustine now as they run up through 8 over to turn 9. Stadler's going to be there as they hit the brakes into turn 9. Little look to the inside, not there.
I think Augustine in that 960 car really starting to feel the pressure. Saw a sideways snap from him coming at turn number 6, and now with that Porsche right in front, that's the Sport Porsche, the GT4, acting as a bit of a rolling roadblock to these much quicker Cup competitors. Who is going to win out in this battle? Looks like Augustine got the better end of the deal with that round of lap traffic. The BS competition car right in tow, trying to find any way past. That's trying to figure out who that is behind the wheel of that
Ludica.
effort, but either way, Ludica, yeah. Ludica behind the wheel of that effort right now, trying to bring it home. That team has been up in the front in this Cup class all day long, and they want to end it with a W.
They do. Despotakis sits down and says, where can I go? Where can I find? It's on again for 6th and 7th, sorry, with Alexandre Delattre, who's caught the back of Mail Jean there in the undercut number 9, and the 8 car wants to try and find its way through. Where does he go through? Does he go to making bread? Because it's Wheat. Wheat wants to go through against Nerf out there in terms of this battle, but still as they run through this very aggressive section. Now the big left that comes through at 22. Here comes the run for Alexandre Delattre. Will he be able to go to the inside? Yes! Another late braking attempt to get it sorted down through. Yes, sir!
And what a dive heading down in there. Turn number 23, always been a good overtaking opportunity, but striking at the right time. Alexander Delattre going for that dive. That was gutsy and that was convincing too. Well done to the driver of the 8. That's a move for P6 in that LMP3 category, and he came from a while back. These competitors baking bread right now, and that was a yeast of a move.
Well, they still sit and say that they've got this one in the bag. They look around and say, can I go and get what's needed here? 12.7 seconds, the leading Cup right now. 4 seconds in Sport, it's not going to be enough, but critically moves made in LMP3, down to 5 minutes to go here in this race, and control is with Solpek. And so as they cross the line, there will be 2 laps of racing to go.
2 laps around the bend. It may not seem like a whole lot of time, but here on this 35 turn track, we've only got 2 laps left. We have 70 turns left to go in this race. Plenty of opportunities for drama to break out in this Cup class battle for the win. Who's going to come out victorious in all of this? Augustine has been feeling the pressure in that 960 car, but I feel like the pressure has started to come out in the driving. I've seen the back end of that car be a little bit more sideways. He's probably had to push that car at 10/10 all stint long to hold on to that P2 spot currently, which would be the race win once those penalties come from Impulse. Now, though, with the pressure right behind it, I think most of the traffic has been taken care of for those Cup cars. They've gotten dealt with most of the sports class. Now, let's see who's going to be able to strike while the iron is still hot.
Well, it's all on at the moment, and now Solpec's going to start inferring themselves into this cup battle, and that's a big gap that has to be left through the corner by Hendrik Augustine. It brings Despotakis back into play. It will bring more out there, and still clearance needed for Alexandre de la Traore up on the top of your screen as well. Despotakis has been waiting, and you just can't wait forever in races like these. Lead gap, by the way, because of having to deal with those Porsches, now down to 4.7.
With the tension brewing in these battles all throughout this field, we jump to this battle in sports. John Bodefer in that Solpec Precision Racing Mustang trying to hold his own around the outside of another Mustang. Side by side racing as they head their way out through the middle sector. 3 wide, there we go.
Bodefer in the middle as they work themselves through this section. Just about the clearance needed there as it worked out perfectly then in this one for Altura as they hold themselves with Impulse, Solpec and Torque Freak. And second right now is Nose to Tail in your category right now over at the top for LMP3. It's all kicking off everywhere. We don't have enough cameras for this.
Yeah, I gotta feel bad for our producer Ramiro. Has to be like a chameleon looking at 16 different things at once. This is madness as we get to the end of this opening round of the championship. Less than 3 minutes to go. So we're probably gonna be taking the white flag here shortly for Solpec to try and bring it home in that LMP3 category. Looking to see how Cup is going to work at Carlo Esports. So holding on to that spot is Delta Sport on track for a win in sport, but that gap has gone down quite a lot. 2.9 seconds the margin in that sport division. So keep an eye on all of these battles as we get closer and closer to the very end. The white flag going to be out in the air sooner rather than later. In fact, I think it is out right now for Solpec.
It is, and they've got that margin, and now de la Traore Automotive by PC Designs. They want second place overall here. They want this move. Oh, it's fully blocked up on the inside. Outside line searching by Christopher Bino to try and get this done. Alec Bergstrom from Aradnas tries to hold the line. It's not there on the last lap. Bergstrom will lose out the place, but might come back at it here to try and get it done at turn 6 out there on track. Carla have got themselves the gap they want as through goes another car there, Paris Charles, as they go by. But here comes the look again, covered again on the inside by Herbinho. Outside line is going to have to be. Can you hold the line for 7 and 8? Great drive off the exit there by Bergstrom, and Mirandus are going to get it back here in second position. Brilliant stuff between them. Traffic in front though that they got to deal with is Robert Hartley, who doesn't know which way to go. Bobbed inside line is contact, around the outside again. It's going to be perfect there for Herbinho, who's now going to get the run and the clearance needed to now hold that second place. Oh my goodness me, what a moment of Maradness for Maradness as they now look to try and figure out what they've got late. Augustine still holding his margin out there at the moment with Despotakis then holding himself steady, but this is going to be all about who's got what left in terms of this, because that gap is just a little too far. The gap in sport is down to 2 seconds as well. Delta Sport are not safe. There was the contact, and that was the difference maker that needed to be made in that race on for second. Do not count out Olivia Jan Yashak against Bart Holston. We'll see that on the final lap. Herbinho going through the final sector has got a gap and has critically got placement to work with as well, but you have to look at that 62. Austin Young gave them the pole. They gave each other so much work over the course of a 4-caution race, and then when they needed a closer to go and get them home, just build a gap, just do anything you can possible to build yourself that margin. My oh my, do you need to look at Solpec this season as a team that will be trying to gun for that title on pure pace through turn 31 and now to 32. Just mark your way through Marcelo Eusebio. Just be careful around Ashley Finch and flutter your way by. And now you'll know you've just got 2 corners left to try and hold yourself steady. So now you just look around and say, with Daniel Grolty left, the only car in front, Solpec, absolutely sensational. Brandon Roseborough will get it done to 62, does it at the bend. A great drive to second for Christophe Herbinho, and Impulse Racing will get it done on the track. They will win the race outright, but for second place overall, the penalty points will come in. It's close on the final lap as they go through. They've just got to get by Robert Hartley, and job well done. Hendrik Augustine will cross the line and will effectively take the winning cut with the penalty point to be applied on after the end of this race. Wonderful stuff there, and now you have to go all the way down to Sport, because Delta Sport here on are not safe 100% just yet. Olivier Jan-Yashak is now really trying to hunt this down.
Yeah, as that BMW is looking to drive off into the sunset, Janšik in that blue Porsche right in tow has brought that gap down. What was it as we had that restart? It was about 5 seconds nearly between the top two in the sport class, but ever since then, that 488 has slowly but surely reeled them in as they head their way off in through the final few turns here in the not too far off future through turn number 23 for the last time. It is still a showdown at the very end here in sport. 0.8 of a second separate them as they head their way out of 24 into 25. Janšik, he saw as a good shot to get this done. I wonder what the deal is for Horton and that Delta Sport driver, whether or not they just burnt up the stuff in that BMW, or whether it's just the drive and the tenacity from the 488. Only a few more opportunities left for that driver to try and make a move stick, but it could be Horton's.
It's 6/7 of a second, so one mistake and they'll be right in and over him like a rash. So Bart Horston, I think, is now going to have to really open up. I wonder if they're okay on fuel here heading towards the end of this one here. So working hard back up the hill through turn 30. That gap becomes 0.6 of a second, and look at that Porsche hunt right now on the BMW. Look at them try and hunt this down. It was 2 seconds going on to the final lap. It's now half a second with just 4 corners to go. Olivier Jan-Yashak is hunting this one down. Team Checkmate looking to try and snatch a win here. Delta Sport need the brakes to work through turn 34. I think they're going to be okay. They're going to look around to turn 35. Now's the final chance, the final throw of the dice, and Bart Horston, I think, is safe. Only just. What a stave off by Delta Sport. They get it done in Sport Cat.
And that was a showdown. That it most certainly was. Right at the end, a chase down 0.3 of a second at the end of 4 hours of racing action. Well done to all of those racers for putting on a fantastic season opening round here from IVRA, and well done to Horton and Janšik, giving us a fantastic battle all the way through to the fall of the checkered flag in that sport class. That was golden.
What an incredible finish in all 3 categories, and it goes to show you that today is a hard-fought battle. These are the unofficial results then that are on the screen, because Brandon Roseborough has got it done and has done it by 6.3 seconds over Christophe Herbinho. It will be a case of second for Dulatrar as they got by Alec Bergstrom and Maradnes on the final lap of the race. Solpec Precision Racing, they were in the wall with an hour to go, and they've managed to come back with 4th place ahead of Team Huizenveld in 5th, who will have 5 seconds of penalty, but they have built enough of a gap over Mail Jean, so they'll stay there in 6th position. Alexandre Dulatrar will finish off in 7th with Pascal 6th and Core Sim Racing 8th. They were your leaders at halfway, with Benjamin Cura and Delta V Racing 9th, and then Nexus Esports rounding out your top 10. Your final 2 in category being Satellite Racing and Yuxi Esports there. Your top 12 all split by just 32 seconds over the line. Cup belongs, at least for the moment, here in terms of this race in the control of Pascal Costa. But the key here to this one is 25 seconds worth of unserved penalty, which we believe now Carlisle Esports will take the victory in this one ahead of the likes of LionGPFenster.com and CSM by Burosud plus Hybrid. It won't be enough for 4th for Team Nitro. They're 28 seconds back, so Jonas van Druyten is there in that 5th position, and Paul Pijek there for Team Checkmate Axis Project in P6. It will be 7th for the Project 91 racing team, who found themselves right up there at the pointy end for the majority of this race. Matthew Deschênes and PT Autosport 1 lap down, 3 down for Olaf Safschuk then, and Visceral Esports, your last finishers of the 9-car category that we've got out there. And on a day in which 7 Porsches found themselves locking out in qualifying, it was in fact a BMW that would get the job done and get the victory sorted. Bart Horston bringing it home for Delta Sports Sim Shop, with Olivier Jan Yashak trying to chase it down for Team Checkmate Spark Services. Orion Race Team will take a very important third place in the 444 ahead of Impulse Racing and 56 Racing Team. Shera Esport will be in 6th ahead of Altura in 7th, who had a very up and down day, as Solpec will finish 8th, and a great result for Torque Freak Racing by TFR Lab in 9th. Impulse Racing would round out your top 10 with their second effort, the 457, which will be, though, their number 1 car out there in terms of pace. Sim RC will finish 11th, with Core Sim Racing 12th, and then you've got Pro Sport Sim Racing and Satellite Racing that follow along. Core Sim Racing will be there in 15th position and doing a very good job of that, with SRN the first a lap down ahead of WSR Esports, and then you got VGTR and Orion with Robert Hartley. It was a tough day for Smilai Esports. They did drop the lap in the end with Rafael Dupanda Oliveira. They had the lead coming back onto the run. As Enosis Esports would be a lap down. 2 for Go Esports. RJD would have a tough day and find themselves out in a position. So, along with that, Marcelo Eusebio, Harold Stadler, Thomas Fisher, Carter James there for Echelon Simsport. 50 forward would be the first year retirees, with one of the Orions, the 446, and Thomas Enger Sim Racing in position there, as we have Nomad and Delta V Racing by Keyshop then bringing out the field, as Ron has to jump out of the commentary box and take a very, very quick plane over to wherever he needs to get to next. We've got all the drivers sat down and saying what a day at the office it is going to be. We're going to bring into the conversation Austin Young and Brandon Roseborough, and well, Austin, well, we've got to go back about 5 hours now at this point to qualifying. That lap time at the end, half a second to the good on everybody else. Just talk us through how important the qualifying lap was to set up the day for you.
Yeah, it was tough. I kind of shot myself in the foot and gave myself a 1 lap to win it. And just kind of put through. I got midway through the lap and was up a lot, and so kind of just got the car home. I didn't know that it was that much faster until I looked to the left. But yeah, definitely one of the better laps of my iRacing career.
Well, you had that in mind, and then you had to take to the start of the race. You got the margin that you needed, but then you also had to look around and say, yes, you've got to try and get things sorted. So as you still looking around and saying, right, how do you go and get things done? You know, you're sitting down, you're saying, right, how do I go and gain this time, the ability, what you got going through? How critical were the points out there for you in this race? Because it looked like, especially in the middle, it devolved into a bit of a caution fest, and so you were trying to hold everything you could in that regard.
Yeah, I think when I was in the car, the plan was for me always to just start with the double and then Brandon finish us out. When I was in the car, I was just managing the pace I had. I was able to contain the gap. I mean, I think I got it to like 16, 17 seconds and was fuel saving. You know, it was cruising. I had a couple of mistakes near the end of my stint that I think are going to get us with a penalty. Little bit of net code, as the U.S. servers are not favorable here on the IVRA races. But yeah, I mean, no, Brandon drove a great race. He kept us in the front to finish off. He win the race on track. We probably won't get it officially, but it was a great day for us in terms of 99% of the race. We did wonderful.
Brandon, I want to come to you for a moment, because you were part of some of the Hydro Geodesic team back in the, a few years ago, know what it takes to be up at the very top level. Now here at Solpec, looking to try and make this work. For you, that final stint, just how critical was it to find a second or two and then run away with it?
So I definitely had some pace in my pocket, because I've done way more laps than I want to admit practicing for this race. But I knew that I had a goal. I knew that we kind of had to open up a 15-second gap, which in the end didn't really work out. But with penalties, I think we'll probably end up on the podium. But yeah, just hitting my marks and managing track the best I could.
I am just getting word in right now in terms of the penalty list that there are still some outstanding penalties that are not served yet, and so as that goes, I am getting word that Dulatra have confirmed the victory in the LMP3 category unofficially.
Yeah, we're just starting to go off the season on the right foot. Like, this is pretty much just picking up from last year.
Yeah, I'd say I didn't know I had any pace until I got into Q. We've kind of figured out some stuff with the setup, and yeah, we should be at the front for Misano, I'd expect.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck when we head from down under over to Italy. Austin Young and Brandon Roseborough joining us then with the number 62, who got it done on track here today with the racing action at the Bend. We are going to move over, though, into your Cup division right now. It was second on track, all things considered, but it was all done perfectly for Jan Winter and Hendrik Augustine over at Carla Esports. Gentlemen, you have won today's race here, and so Jan, I'd like to start with you, opening out the stints. How difficult was that Porsche Cup car around this layout? Because it looks like a long layout with a lot of corners, and it takes a lot of intensity.
Please, thank you. Oh my gosh, we were still shaking like hell. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it was such a tricky track. I can't believe it's really hard to drive, especially to manage the tires. It was really tough, but at least I don't know how we did that. Yeah, I don't know it. It's really crazy what happened here. Yeah.
A lot went by over the course of that race, and just looking around it, you had such a very strong field. You got Burasud that were there. You had Matt Caruana's team that was jumping on through. Impulse are looking like they want to defend their championship. How critical was it for you to just stay the course and just make sure that you had a clean car at the end of the race?
It was really not easy to make no like involved in any incident. But yeah. At the beginning, we also weren't happy with our pace. We had not the pace to win the race, but I don't know how we win it, but we win it. It's at least crazy.
Hendrik, final hour of that race, the penalty marks come in. You start noting that, okay, it's 25 seconds for the car in front. You've got to do your best to hold on behind. That was a lot of pressure behind from Lion GP and from Burasud as well. What was going through your head through the final hour of that race, trying to hold those drivers behind you?
Wow, I think it was a very intense hour. Maybe the intense in my whole sim racing career. Yeah, got the pressure from behind from Lion GP and BS competition from behind, and yeah, tried to manage to defend all the time, and yeah, it was very hard to manage it also with the tires. But yeah, we made it.
You made it, and critically, you take big points heading over to Misano next month. How do you feel that's going to be? Because in my mind, I look at Misano, I think it's a little bit of a shrunk down version of the Bend.
Yes, it's a little bit shorter, and yeah, let's see what we can do there.
Well, we'll wish you both the best of luck. Hendrik Augustine and Jan Winter coming along and getting the victory done in your Cup category. And over down to Sport, which was a very hard-fought battleground. Jordan Backmeyer and Bart Horston here with us from Delta Sport Sim Shop. But that was a bit of a scare there late on. That was 4 seconds wiped out in 2 laps. What happened?
It was just tricky because Jordan made a really good strategy call to not take tyres in the last pit stop, which gave us track position. We didn't really know how it would last because we knew if the track was hotter, you can't really even do a stint on a set of tyres. So doing almost 2 stints was going to be a risk, but we thought it was worth it. And I mean, if you win, then it must be the right decision, right? So, but it made things a bit closer at the end because I just kind of had nothing left.
Well, Jordan, let's talk about the early stage of the race as well, because that looked like a case of Delta Sport deciding, you know what, we're not going to put ourselves up at the front, we're not going to be flashy, we're not going to make a scene for ourselves and go, hey, we're here. You kept yourself pretty much in and around the leaders and didn't want to make a massive push to the front. So how critical was it to make the decision late on in that race to go and say, look, if it gambles and works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't?
Yeah, I mean, we just had to do what we could. We knew we didn't have the pace of the Porsches. Like, we just, can't keep up with them. So early on, it was just trying to keep it clean, safe, try and gain track position where we can. We pitted a bit early. on the first stint to gain position, and that gained us 4 or 5 spots. So that worked out really well. So that kind of set us up really well for then later on to where we were in that like 6th, 7th, 8th, 5th-ish range. So yeah, it kind of let us then take that risk at the very end. And I mean, overall, thought more people weren't going to take tires, so that was a little nerve-wracking, but it worked out for us, so it was the right call.
In terms of where you look at this as a team, how critical is this win for you to kickstart your club sport season, knowing that you've got Mazzano in a month?
Oh, it's huge. I mean, you always want to start off with a win, get all those points that you can, so it puts us in a good spot for the rest of the season as well. So.
Well, you certainly take that in a heartbeat. Bart Horston and Jordan Backmeyer getting the job done for Delta Sport Sim Shop. And finally, because we do have confirmation of it, we'll bring in the number 88 of Kalyan May, who is here with us from the Dulatra Automotive by PC Design team. And we can confirm that it is your Dulatra 88 that has got the win done here today at the Bend, on what was a massive move for you on the last lap that ended up being for the victory.
It was crazy. First race in IVRA for me, so was a bit stressed at the beginning, but yeah, his base was crazy, strategy was crazy too, and yeah, we win.
Dulatra team, obviously absolute merchants when it comes to racing in LMP divisions, be it LMP2, LMP3. In terms of coming to a team with such lofty ambitions and has the ability to execute every single time, you know, are you looking at this Club Sport Series as a way to garner a little bit more understanding of the LMP3 to get yourself up to that next level and say, right, we are going to challenge every single race, anything we can get our hands on, we're going to try and win it?
Yeah, we're gonna try to do our best and to play the championship, and yeah, not try to risk anything, and yeah, just for the championship. So.
How tough was that race today in terms of the amount of cautions that came out? There were 4 of them over the course of this race, which really ground down the middle of it. How difficult was it to sort of stay abreast of the situation and know what everyone else around was doing?
Yeah, it was crazy with the safety cars. Like in every safety cars, we have to change the strategy. So yeah, it was very, very crazy. And yeah, for the driving, it don't change a lot, but for the strategy, it's crazy.
Is it going to be the same again then in terms of strategy over at Mazzano, or is it going to be a case of you need to set it up slightly differently?
We'll set up a different thing like every race.
Okie dokie, then calm and simple there from Kalyan May, who has been there with Christophe Fabinho in the number 88 of Dulatra Automotive by PC Design, getting the victory done here today on a day at Tailem Bend, which pretty much had everything you can think of. It'll be December 13th when we're back with you for racing action here with us on RaceSpotTV with the Club Sport Series, where Mazzano will host the 4 hours that comes along next. And it is quite poignant, seeing as we've just passed the 14th anniversary of the death of Marco Simoncelli over in Sepang. So it is one of the most wonderful tracks to get endurance racing on, and you can catch up with us at 2 p.m. UTC for that racing action that will come along. Such wonderful racing that has brought itself over to you with the IVRA Club Sport Series. There is still some amazing action to come over the weeks with RaceSpotTV. There always is, and there always will be out there. From myself and Ron Moans, from Ramiro Augustin Cisneros, who has been behind the cameras here working hard for us. A day in which penalties will make their mark in 2 different categories. It is not the winner of the race that ends up picking up points maxima here today. It is a day that is needed for Dulatra, who get what they want with the 88. It is a day where you say spare your blushes. With Delta Sport Sim Shop, they hold on at the barest of margins with a lap left to go, with tyres that were looking third hand, if not fourth hand, with the way that it was going. And critically, up at the top, Impulse may have won it on circuit, but the day belongs to Carla for what they needed to do late on in this one. We will see you very soon for racing action with RaceSpotTV. The next round comes along as we head to Italy and over to Mazzano on the Adriatic.